Chapter 10. Interpreting the Environment. Here is a man suddenly plunged into a personal crisis, moral, emotional, or financial. Perhaps he has been implicated in a public scandal, or his young lady has thrown him down, or he cannot meet the mortgage due next Friday. Things look black. He is profoundly depressed. No road of escape appears. He begins to generalize with a free use of absolute terms like all, never, always. I can never succeed. I've always been a failure. I can never surmount this difficulty. All my life I've made a mess of things. I'll never pay off that debt. No girl will ever have me. I'll never get over this disgrace. What's the use? Better end it all. Sometimes the poor devil does. What has been happening in his mind? He has been generalizing from inadequate reference. The characteristics of the situation are not fully reported, but he has extrapolated a curve of as brashly as any measurer of the age of the earth. He thinks this unfortunate time is all times. Blinded by absolutes, he cannot see other times. He believes this case is identical with all past and future cases in his life. He sees this woman as all women, this debt as all debt, this disgrace as an eternity of disgrace. If he were trained in semantics, he would say, this is bad, this is painful, depressing, almost intolerable. But my life, my organism, is a process always changing. Nothing stands still. What has happened can never exactly repeat itself. No two contexts are the same. There are no absolutes to bind me. Snap out of it, brother, snap out of it. Prepare for the next context. A better one, for all you know. Often he can deliberately force a change of context by shifting a job, going away for a while, developing a new interest. His task is to break away from the semantic blockage of, this is so, now and forever. To rid his mind of an unwarrantable identification of the this with all things and all times. The pioneers of semantics, whose work we have attempted to summarize in the last 4 chapters, have not produced a body of knowledge which can be called a science of communication, in the sense that physics or even anthropology is a science. Korzybski has perhaps come nearest to doing so. Each has contributed valuable material, which in combination certainly gives us an introduction to a science, and from which a mature discipline may presently develop. Such a discipline demands 4 things. First, very extensive observation of how people use language. Second, deductions and inferences from these observations upon which, third, sane men can agree. Fourth, a continuous checking of the deductions by experiment. The pioneers have assembled many facts, as we have seen. Many more are needed. They have drawn a number of deductions and agree on some of them. Korzybski has begun the 4th step by inventing the structural differential and arranging for its application to mental patients in hospitals and to children in schools. Some of the patients have been cured. Some groups of children have raised their IQs. Thus, his hypothesis is being checked by controlled experiment. Let us list categorically those deductions upon which there appears to be agreement by 2 or more observers and no announced disagreement. Number 1, that words are not things. Identification of words with things, however, is widespread and leads to untold misunderstanding and confusion. Number 2, that words mean nothing in themselves. They are as much symbols as X or Y. Number 3, that meaning in words arises from context of situation. Number 4, that abstract words and terms are especially liable to spurious identification. The higher the abstraction, the greater the danger. Number 5, that things have meaning to us only as they have been experienced before. Thingamabob again. Number 6, that no two events are exactly similar. Number 7, that finding relations and orders between things gives more dependable meanings than trying to deal in absolute substances and properties. Few absolute properties have been authenticated in the world outside. Number 8, that mathematics is a useful language to improve knowledge and communication. Number 9, that the human brain is a remarkable instrument and probably a satisfactory agent for clear communication. Number 10, that to improve communication, new words are not needed, but a better use of the words we have. Structural improvements in ordinary language, however, should be made. Number 11, that the scientific method, and especially the operational approach, are applicable to the study and improvement of communication. No other approach has presented credentials meriting consideration. Number 12, that the formulation of concepts upon which sane men can agree on a given day is a prime goal of communication. This method is already widespread in the physical sciences and is badly needed in social affairs. Number 13, that academic philosophy and formal logic have hampered rather than advanced knowledge and should be abandoned. Number 14, that simile, metaphor, poetry are legitimate and useful methods of communication, provided speaker and hearer are conscious that they are being employed. Number 15, that the test of valid meaning is, first, survival of the individual and the species. Second, enjoyment of living during the period of survival. Not everything in this list is startlingly new. Some items come close to what you and I have long regarded as common sense. The new thing is the growing precision of standards, which may be applied to communication, standards upon which wide agreement may presently be possible. A large fraction of what passes for human folly is failure of communication. The exciting promise of a science of semantics is that certain kinds of folly can, for the first time, be analyzed and modified. A standard is swinging into focus where men can at least agree that this statement makes sense and that statement makes blob. We are inside of a technique which will let us take a political speech, a dictator's ukase, a masterpiece of philosophy, a plan to save the world, a column by Mark Sullivan, analyze it, and tell specifically what is wrong with it, down to counting the blobs. Facts. The pioneers examined have insisted upon the priority of the fact, the event, the tangible happenings. What do they mean by this? Fact is, of course, an abstract term of a very high order. When an impression hits the sensory nerves from the outside world, it is probable that factual material has caused it and demands interpretation. In this context, a fact is a sign from beyond me to me. The impression can be subjected into the operational approach. Often it can be measured. When two or more competent observers have agreed upon it, the factual material takes definite form. If Adam, 1, reports a pain in his leg, his doctor may examine the leg for injury or disease. If he finds none, neither he nor Adam, 1, has any other way to check this fact, if fact be. But if Adam 1 and Carpenter 1, both sober and of good eyesight, see an eclipse of the moon at the same hour, there is reason to suppose that the eclipse is a fact. Below is a rough classification of a factual matter. Number 1, material objects at given places and dates. This cat here, this apple, this woman named Susan Jones, this cut on my finger. Number 2, collections of objects at given places and dates. The people in Madison Square Garden on the night of January 6, 1937. All American locomotives in operation on April 1, 1938. Number 3. Happenings at given places and dates. Airship Hindenburg burns May 6, 1937 at Lakehurst, New Jersey. Armistice terminates the World War, November 11, 1918. Lincoln assassinated in a Washington theater, 1865. Napoleon evacuates Moscow, 1812. Such happenings, to be classified as facts, must be verified by competent observers at the time. Historical facts such as Napoleon in Moscow can be verified by records written by observers then living. Number 4. Processes verified scientifically. Ether boils at 34.5 degrees Celsius. All bodies fall with equal velocity in a vacuum. The speed of light is approximately 186,000 miles per second. A scientific fact can be rechecked at any time and its validity can be established. A historical fact cannot be rechecked, although additional documents may be found to establish or refute it. A fact, then, to generalize, is an event subject to operational verification or judged reasonably likely because of documentary evidence. The inventory of factual material does not include any high-order abstractions such as time, space, the eternal, the truth, because such things have never been observed. Most of our facts we must accept at second hand. Are the observers competent? Facts are the central exhibit of the scientific method. They are obscured by mystics, spellbinders, theologians, spiritualists, ergobles, the pain and beauty advertisers, the formal logicians, the backers of the tortoise against Achilles. Around the fact, the fakers throw their verbal smoke. But ultimately, the fog lifts. It must lift. We are creatures of a world of stubborn and unyielding facts. On their recognition and correct interpretation depends our existence as a species. We cannot live on lies, fantasies, and propaganda. Concepts of meaning. The term meaning, like the term fact, is a high-order abstraction and becomes useful only in specific contexts. There are at least 5 sources of meaning. It can come to us, number 1, from signs which are not symbols, number 2, from gestures, number 3, from spoken words and symbols, number 4, from written words and symbols, number 5, from ideas which seem to appear spontaneously in our heads. Meaning as interpretation of signs which are not symbols. You are driving a car along a road at night. The headlights illuminate pavement, shoulders, fences, trees, and houses. The route is clear and in good order. No words come through, but in that you keep the speedometer at 45 miles an hour. It is evident that meaning comes through. Referents are being accurately interpreted. Suddenly, as you approach a curve, the scene goes blank. The shadows are wrong. Is that a field or a pond? Does the road swing right or left? Is that a tree you are heading for? Most motorists have experienced this devastating failure of meaning. What do? You do what any healthy animal does in a similar perplexity. You slow down, look sharp, wait until the world outside reassembles itself into a pattern you know. If you do not wait, you may be killed. This is perception of meaning in its primary form. A pain in some part of the body, hunger for food, an urge to sexual activity, also give elemental meanings and are part of the survival mechanism. The higher animals receive similar signs, though they do not drive motor cars and similar meanings. Hobie receives the message food from his own insides or from observing the family at table. Above the survival level, but also wordless, are various aesthetic stimuli. The pleasure taken in a landscape, a well-proportioned building, the notes of music, the pattern of a dancer or of games being witnessed. In these nonverbal contexts, meaning becomes sharper with experience, as the thingamabobs are more readily recognized. Language does not enter, and semantic reform is not seriously called for. Meaning as interpretation of gestures. You are out in the woodlot cutting down a tree. You hear a whistle and looking up, see your wife beckoning. That means the pesky life insurance man has come. The beckoning is a nonverbal symbol and carries plenty of meaning. It is the oldest human language. Hobie Baker employs it when he sits up and begs for food. Semantic improvement is not a requisite here. Per contra, communication might be improved if we made more use of gesture language. Pointing, despite Emily Post, nails down reference as nothing else can. Meaning as interpretation of spoken words. Here, the higher animals leave us. Although dogs and horses react to speech, even if they cannot imitate the words spoken. You talk to me, I talk to you. You tell me to watch for the red light at the railroad crossing, to stop making a fool of myself, to be sure and vote the Republican ticket, else the Constitution will be violated and the nation destroyed. The first warning is good communication leading to my survival. The last is mostly blob. A similar conclusion must be drawn when Adam 1 speaks to you and me as part of a crowd. If Adam 1 is a policeman or a fireman with an urgent message for our immediate safety, well and good. If he is an actor in a play, well and good. If he is an orator, a lecturer, a diplomat, a counsel on public relations, a communist, or a member of the Chamber of Commerce, God help us. Verbal meaning is especially intense in a joke. If you get the point, it blazes. If you do not, you feel a sorry fool, so you laugh anyway. When you become baffled by the concepts of meaning, think of jokes. I have used the term survival several times as a touchstone for meaning. Let us find some reference for this concept. Here is a row of them. Food and drink, houses, the birth and care of children, provisions for physical and mental health, facilities for play, the Red Cross in action, the work of Dr. Victor Heiser as set forth in An American Doctor's Odyssey, the activities of the United States government in the Ohio flood of 1937. Meaning as interpretation of written words and symbols. In this division, the nonverbal context ranges from Popeye in the comic strips to the tensor calculus. Illiterates are not affected by semantic difficulties here, but one cannot afford to be illiterate in the power age. One might overlook a third rail sign, or somewhat less fatally, a one-way street sign. In mathematical symbols, semantic confusion is at a minimum, as we have seen, provided one steers clear of number magic and the pitfalls of extrapolation. In written language, notably advertising, legal opinions, state papers, and treatises on political economy, there is frequent confusion. Meaning as apparently spontaneous ideas within one's head. I am writing this book. It is constantly on my mind. I wake in the night and begin to think about a chapter. Suddenly I get an idea of how to develop it or conclude it. Where did the idea come from? Did I receive a sign from without? A sound, an itch, a light beam that started me thinking? Or was the mechanism internal? An intricate electrical disturbance among the 6 quadrillion cell dynamos of my brain. Psychologists make a good case for association of ideas, how one thing leads to another. You see a fire engine, it makes you think of the night you watched a skyscraper burn at the corner of Central Park. The boards of the scaffolding flung out like fiery feathers, which makes you think of a scarlet tanager. which reminds you to clean out the wren house, for it is early May. The wren house idea came straight from the fire engine sign. But what about ideas in the dark, still night? Is a sign always necessary before the cortex goes to work? I do not know. Probably no one yet knows. What I do know is that the internal ideas, whether spontaneous or not, are felt before they are verbalized. The feeling is often vivid. I do know that meanings of this nature are charged with dynamite, brilliant, noisy, and dangerous. If the idea can be handled as a hypothesis, pending facts to verify it, it may be useful. More, it may mark the beginning of important new knowledge. Scientists frequently report a kind of mental spontaneous combustion which fuses facts upon which they have been working into a splendid deduction. But if the idea is rushed into print without verification as a segment of truth rather than as a preliminary hypothesis, we may have a sad spectacle of false conclusions, or at best pure jargon. The libraries are full of such treatises. Meaning clicks, but is it a correct interpretation of the facts? The motor road at night clears as suddenly as it clouded, but what one was sure was a shadow turns out to be a new dug ditch. Here is the argument of this book in a sentence. We need true meanings for survival, either as motorists or as a biological species. We need protection from chasms made by words as well as from dangerous ditches across the roadway. By and large, interpretation is accurate for nonverbal things. Otherwise, we should have perished with the saber-toothed tiger. For verbal things, the case is less happy. Meanings in a given situation may be true, false, absent, or combination thereof. Absent meanings may be characterized as blob. Foreign words, new words, long words, higher mathematics often register blob. No savvy, new experiences like things seen by the kitten first opening its eyes give no meanings initially. False meanings arise from misinterpretations of signs, from misunderstandings of words in which the hearer's referents differ from those of the speaker, from emotions aroused by such terms as red, atheist, infidel, capitalist, international banker, a favorite spook of Henry Ford's. Perhaps the greatest contribution of a science of semantics would be to turn false meanings into no meanings, to hear nothing but blob, 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 when the high abstractions were rolling back and forth. This negative reaction would probably do more to improve communication than positive action. One's mind would shut out bad language as the turn of a radio dial shuts out a third-rate crooner, leaving a clear and lovely silence. Communication between man and man is a two-way process. The hearer may work as hard as the speaker. Recall the Ogden and Richards triangle. The speaker receives a sign which gives him a referent to talk about. He interprets the referent in his mind and symbolizes the thought in words. For the hearer, the sound waves, or the light waves from the printed page, are the sign. The mind then goes to work on them to find out what they mean. The minds of speaker and hearer meet when they agree on the same referent. If the hearer finds no referent, blob, or selects a referent different from that of the speaker, their minds do not meet. Agreement is impossible. Bitter arguments are incipient. Thinking of a candle flame, A says to B, light is a discontinuous flux in the non-luminiferous ether. B finds no reference for this high-sounding remark and replies, "You don't say so." A tactful substitute for, "I don't know what in the hell you are talking about." Communication is 0. Again, C, a theologian, says to D, a member of the Nazi Party, "We must drive out the devil." D finds a referent immediately by identifying the devil with Jew or churchman and speeds up the persecution process. Communication is viciously in reverse. Let us arrange a sequence of statements and note what happens as we pass from no meaning to maximum precision. Beyond the wither is Elsinore Stubbled. Persons looking for reference here are headed for Bedlam or Bellevue. The divine is rightly so called. There are many quarters in which a statement like this will be listened to respectively. X may agree that divine is just the right word for the divine. Y argues that a better word might have been selected, say omnipotent. It gives more a feeling of power. The divine should be powerful, brooking no opposition. Z is disposed to quarrel with the whole idea of divinity and proposes a substitute, the laws of nature. Here is something, he says, which is really divine, and begins to quote lines of poetry about God and nature. This commands a hushed silence from the assembly and a general nodding of heads. And so on for hours, days. Yet the statement under semantic analysis has no more meaning than poor Stubbled Elsinore. No reference can be found for it. No operations are possible to give it validity as a concept. Fascism must be destroyed. You have probably often heard this statement greeted with fiery approval or fierce resentment. Fascism, today, calls up more emotional associations than divine. The possibility of finding reference has perhaps improved slightly, but there is little disposition either to look for them or to agree upon them. Does the statement mean that Mussolini must be destroyed? All black shirts destroyed, all black and brown shirts, their wearers, all dictators abolished, including South American dictators, including Stalin, all expressions of nationalism put down, including Senator Bora, or what? The maker of this statement does not clearly know what he means by it. No hearer knows clearly what is meant. In the next chapter, we will prove the ambiguity of the term by citing the results of asking a number of people what it means to them. Consumers' cooperatives are more efficient than private business. This produces another turmoil of assent and dissent, but here there appears to be a real glimmer of meaning. Consumers' cooperatives are definite organizations. Perhaps an operation can be performed comparing them with private enterprises. No, not at this point, unfortunately. This statement, as it stands, is meaningless. What kind of consumers' cooperatives are more efficient? Where are they more efficient? When are they more efficient? What is meant by efficient? If a group of Rockdale cooperatives operating grocery stores in Milwaukee for the 5 years, 1930 to 1934, are compared, in respect to certified profit and loss statements, with a group of chain stores in Milwaukee of similar size for the same 5 years, and are found to make more money per dollar of turnover than we might make of a qualified statement about the superior efficiency of cooperative societies, which would have some meaning. But the statement under consideration, while it may be good propaganda, is bad language. This was taken verbatim from a 1937 news release. quote, America supports the New Deal, unquote. This statement, made in November 1936, is capable of operational test. Count the votes for President Roosevelt. As it stands, however, it does not carry precise meaning. It needs a date. It needs reference for America and for New Deal. Probably 40 million Americans who were not in favor of re-electing the president may have been in favor of one or more of the measures inaugurated by his administration. Meanwhile, very few of those who voted for him were in favor of all his measures. Again, what are the referents for New Deal? Are they all measures enacted since March 1933, or only the progressive measures? Or laws plus the execution thereof, or execution alone? Under analysis, this statement is vague, but at a given date, it probably carries enough meaning to warrant using it. President Roosevelt obviously relied on it for his legislative program in 1937. Observe how important a correct semantic interpretation may become. My dog has 4 puppies. Here, at last, we have a reasonably clear and concrete statement. See the dog, count the puppies, establish the my relation. The only aspect which is not altogether clear is whether that dog gave birth to those puppies. There are ways of establishing this, but it may take a little time. Disagreement in statements of this kind is rare. Water is at its maximum density at 4 degrees Celsius. Go into the laboratory and prove it with your hands and eyes. In scientific statements of this nature, agreement is universal at a given date. The operational approach is conclusive, and meaning is found in its most precise form. In the sequence above, we have taken a leaf from Bridgman when he says, quote, let anyone examine in operational terms any popular present-day discussion of religious or moral questions to realize the magnitude of reformation awaiting us, unquote. As one gains in semantic understanding, he begins to hear grown men and women, presumably sane, trying to describe and settle social and political problems in words which have no more application to the grave situations at issue than the bedtime stories of children. The dream worlds which the eager imagination of the child builds may or may not assist the child's development. When one hears adults solemnly employing similar fantasies in trying to cope with wars, strikes, depressions, one stands appalled at the thought of where this infantile process will lead. Chapter 11. The Semantic Discipline. We have sketched a method and described a few foundations for what may someday become a better language structure. With these beginnings, the reader may agree. He gives them verbal assent, but the semantic discipline is not to be achieved verbally. One must practice it, as in other disciplines. Training in semantics gets into the reflex arcs of the nervous system, and after a while we respond as an airplane pilot responds to a shift of wind or pressure. One learns by doing. You ask me, do you drive a car? I reply, I do. All right, you say, drive mine. But if I reply, no, but I know all about it, you will not allow me to touch the wheel if you are in your senses. School children are learning semantic reactions with Korzybski's structural differential. For myself, I try to learn by analyzing everything I read, by listening closely to conversations, by applying the test of operations to statements whose referents are hazy, by asking what, when, where. Semantics provides a method for reaching agreement. On how much can we get together before the controversy begins? One's attitude toward argument, political, economic, social, begins to change as he practices. One shifts from the belligerent, "You're wrong," to "Exactly what do you mean by your statement?" Says Adam 1, "Man is a creature of environment and nothing else." Says Adam 2, "You're wrong. Man is solely a product of heredity." And so hammer and tongs for 2 or 3 heated hours. Suppose that Adam 2 was, as it were, in training. He does not counter with a charge of lying. He mildly asks what Adam 1 means by man, environment, nothing else, in the context. He notes that the statement is charged with absolutes, is without meaning as it stands, and that there is nothing to accept or refute. "Now," says Adam 2, "let us put the matter into a specific situation. Here is Adam 3, living in the slums of New York, an immigrant from the plains of Poland. How much of his behavior is the result of generations of peasantry? How much the result of Rivington Street?" Unless Adam 1 is a hopeless bigot, he will be interested in the behavior of Adam 3, and will come down from his high horse. After enough cases are examined, he will probably admit that people are influenced both by their genes and by experience. Mutual referents are thus found. Agreement is reached. Then, if Adam 1 and Adam 2 have nothing better to do, they can commence on an argument on this foundation as to the relative strength of environment and heredity. Referents are harder to find here. I have been in training long enough not to waste much time with relative strengths, unless the prospects for other diversions are limited. At this point in the discussion, I begin to look about for a game of tennis. Suppose we try to describe a trained semanticist a decade or more hence. I picture a good-humored young man with quick eyes and a slow tongue. You doubtless know the type and perhaps belong to it yourself. For young man also read young woman. Sensible and tolerant to start with, he has developed these qualities and others until he can make a clear judgment as skillfully as a trained pattern maker stamps a die. He will be aware of the growth and the structure of language. He will have some scientific knowledge about the world outside him on the 3 levels of macroscopic or normal, microscopic and submicroscopic, and some knowledge of the senses, the cortex, and nerve currents inside. He will have a clear idea of what the scientific method means, for which he must perform from time to time a few simple scientific experiments. He will know a fact from an inference, as a watchdog knows his master from a chicken thief. He will know when an inference is a sober hypothesis and when it is a drunken extrapolation. He will cut down on his use of the is of identity. He will try never to forget that words are as much symbols as P and Q and have no power in themselves. He will be extremely conscious of high-order abstractions, constantly on the search for reference, with the operational approach always in his cartridge belt. He will be wary of terms with emotional tie-ups such as rugged individualism and sanctity of the home. He will be practically impervious to most debates, arguments, and heated discussions, except for clinical purposes. He will devote little time to classical philosophy, political commentaries, polite essays, or newspaper editorials, but he will appreciate fiction, poetry, accounts of travel and exploration, and competent research work. His natural sense of humor will be pleasantly exercised by constant search for verbal spooks. His standard of evaluation will be survival and comfort. Does this event seem to contribute to improved conditions of human livelihood, or does it not? About other principles he will be diffident. He will tend, through no particular merit of his own, to become more kindly in his judgments. This is inevitable as he shifts from a one or two valued to a multiple valued standard and ceases to class bad girls or lazy boys as wholly bad or wholly lazy. The two-valued logic of absolute choice between either and or will no longer bind him. He knows that in a given situation there are normally many choices. As he begins to look outside rather than inside, rigidities and hatreds will tend to melt. His country is not going to the dogs because of what a labor leader or a president or a great banker says he is going to do, or even because of what they do. When he takes a stand, it will be based not on highfalutin principles, but on factual information. It will be a pleasure to see him fight when the stand is taken. The young semanticist will realize that he cannot acquire useful concepts by thinking alone. Most concepts also demand doing. It is perfectly hopeless to sit down and think about money, credit, democracy, sex, internationalism. The cortex turns into a merry-go-round. No, if he wants more knowledge, he must go outside his mind and observe things in action, take measurements and record, inspect the results of those who have observed and recorded. He knows that if a concept is inconstructible and unworkable in the real world, it is meaningless. And from time to time, he remembers Stephenson's account of the ostrich in The Standardization of Error. The ostrich, by popular accord and definition, is a bird which buries its head in the sand at the approach of danger. Actual or biological ostriches, however, run like hell. His mind will be open for exciting discoveries in the real world, inventions, new ways of employing energy, new sorts of atoms, finer observations in medicine and physiology, but especially verifiable knowledge about political and social affairs. He will tend to be at peace with his environment, content with the understanding that this is his world and he is a part of it, and not yearning for other worlds whose locations, dates, and compositions cannot be determined. Pursuit of Fascism. As a specific illustration, let us inquire into the term fascism from the semantic point of view. Ever since Mussolini popularized it soon after the World War, the word has been finding its way into conversations and printed matter until now one can hardly go out to dinner, open a newspaper, turn on the radio without encountering it. It is constantly employed as a weighty test for affairs in Spain, for affairs in Europe, for affairs all over the world. Sinclair Lewis tells us that it can happen here. His wife, Dorothy Thompson, never tires of drawing deadly parallels between European fascism and incipient fascism in America. If you call a professional communist a fascist, he turns pale with anger. If you call yourself a fascist, as does Lawrence Dennis, friends begin to avoid you as though you had the plague. In ancient Rome, fasces were carried by lictors in imperial processions and ceremonies. They were bundles of birch rods fastened together by a red strap from which the head of an axe projected. The fasces were symbols of authority, first used by the Roman kings, then by the consuls, then by the emperors. A victorious general saluted as imperator by his soldiers had his fasces crowned with laurel. Mussolini picked up the word to symbolize the unity in a squad of his black-shirted followers. It was also helpful as propaganda to identify Italy in 1920 with the glories of imperial Rome. The program of the early fascists was derived in part from the nationalist movement of 1910 and from syndicalism. The fascist squadrons fought the communist squadrons up and down Italy in a series of riots and disturbances and vanquished them. Labor unions were broken up and crushed. People outside of Italy who favored labor unions, especially socialists, began to hate fascism. In due time, Hitler appeared in Germany with his brand of National Socialism, but he too crushed labor unions, and so he was called a fascist. Note the confusion caused by the appearance of Hitler's socialism among the more orthodox brands. By this time, radicals had begun to label anyone they did not like as a fascist. I have been called a social fascist by the left press because I have ideas of my own. Meanwhile, if the test of fascism is breaking up labor unions, certain American communists should be presented with fasces crowned with laurel. Well, what does fascism mean? Obviously, the term by itself means nothing. In one context, it has some meaning as a tag for Mussolini, his political party, and his activities in Italy. In another context, it might be used as a tag for Hitler, his party, and his political activities in Germany. The two contexts are clearly not identical, and if they are to be used, one ought to speak of the Italian and German varieties as Fascism 1 and Fascism 2. More important than trying to find meaning in a vague abstraction is an analysis of what people believe it means. Do they agree? Are they thinking about the same referent when they hear the term or use it? I collected nearly 100 reactions from friends and chance acquaintances during the early summer of 1937. I did not ask for a definition, but asked them to tell me what fascism meant to them. What kind of a picture came into their minds when they heard the term? Here are sample reactions. Schoolteacher: a dictator suppressing all opposition. Author: one-party government. Outs: unrepresented. Governess: obtaining one's desire by sacrifice of human lives. Lawyer: a state where the individual has no rights, hope, or future. College student: Hitler and Mussolini. United States Senator: deception, duplicity, and professing to do what one is not doing. Schoolboy: war, concentration camps, bad treatment of workers, something that's got to be licked. Lawyer: a coercive capitalistic state. Teacher: a government where you can live comfortably if you never disagree with it. Lawyer: I don't know. Musician: empiricism, force control, quackery. Editor: domination of big business hiding behind Hitler and Mussolini. Short story writer: a form of government where socialism is used to perpetrate capitalism. Housewife: dictatorship by a man not always intelligent. Taxi driver: what Hitler's trying to put over, I don't like it. Housewife: same thing as communism. College student: exaggerated nationalism, the creation of artificial hatreds. Housewife: a large Florida rattlesnake in summer. Author: I can only answer in cuss words. Housewife: the corporate state, against women and workers. Librarian: they overturn things. Farmer: lawlessness. Italian hairdresser: a bunch altogether. Elevator starter: I never heard of it. Businessman: the equivalent of the NRA. Stenographer: terrorism, religious intolerance, bigotry. Social worker: Government in the interest of the majority for the purpose of accomplishing things democracy cannot do. Businessman. Egotism. One person thinks he can run everything. Clerk. Il Duce. Oneness. Ugh. Clerk. Mussolini's racket. All business not making money taken over by the state. Secretary. Black shirts. I don't like it. Author. A totalitarian state which does not pretend to aim at an equalization of wealth. Housewife. Oppression, no worse than communism. Author. An all-powerful police force to hold up a decaying society. Housewife. Dictatorship. President Roosevelt is a dictator, but he's not a fascist. Journalist. Undesired government of masses by a self-seeking, fanatical minority. Clerk. Me, one and only, and a lot of blind sheep following. Sculptor. Chauvinism made into a religious cult and the consequent suppression of other races and religions. Artist. An attitude toward life which I hate as violently as anything I know. Why? Because it destroys everything in life I value. Lawyer. A group which does not believe in government interference and will overthrow the government if necessary. Journalist. A left-wing group prepared to use force. Advertising man. A governmental form which regards the individual as the property of the state. Further comment is really unnecessary. It is safe to say that kindred abstractions such as democracy, communism, totalitarianism would show a like reaction. The persons interviewed show a dislike of fascism, but there was little agreement as to what it meant. A number skipped the description level and jumped to the inference level, thus indicating that they did not know what they were disliking. Some specific reference were provided when Hitler and Mussolini were mentioned. The Italian hairdresser went back to the bundle of birch rods in Imperial Rome. There are at least 15 distinguishable concepts in the answers quoted. The ideas of dictatorship and repression are in evidence, but by no means uniform. It is easy to lump these answers into one's mind because of a dangerous illusion of agreement. If one is opposed to fascism, he feels that because these answers indicate people also opposed, then all agree. Observe that the agreement, such as it is on the inference level, with little or no agreement on the objective level. The abstract phrases given are loose and hazy enough to fit our loose and hazy conceptions interchangeably. Notice also how readily a collection like this can be classified by abstract concepts, how neatly the pigeonholes hold answers, tying fascism up with capitalism, with communism, with oppressive laws, or with lawlessness. Multiply the sample by 10 million and picture, if you can, the aggregate mental chaos. Yet this is the word which is soberly treated as a definite thing by newspapers, authors, orators, statesmen, talkers, the world around. Let us now introduce a man with really exceptional mental equipment. Here is a definition by Harold Lasky in a foreword to a recent book on Germany, not Italy, mind you, but Germany. Quote, I suggest the conclusion that fascism is nothing but monopoly, capitalism imposing its will on the masses, which it has deliberately transformed into slaves. The ownership of the instruments of production remains in private hands, unquote. A poor white tenant farmer in Arkansas reading this statement would get almost nothing from it, a succession of blobs. The words and the phrasing are as unfamiliar to him as though Lasky were talking a foreign language. A reader of the New Republic living in New York has no such blank reaction. The statement is to him apparently clear. But the student of semantics, while he sees well enough what the reader of the New Republic sees, goes further. Meaning in the form of a row of abstractions does not satisfy him. He finds 3 high-order terms equated and an inference applied to one or all of them. Private ownership equals capitalism equals fascism. He is immediately suspicious of the identification of 3 timeless, spaceless, descriptionless entities. He never saw an ism imposing its will. He asks, what are the referents for private ownership, monopoly capitalism, and fascism? He wonders what is meant by capitalism imposing its will on the masses, remembering that this is a stock phrase in socialist propaganda. He thinks of chain gangs, galley slaves, Negroes on plantations before the Civil War, ownership of the instruments of production. Troubles him as another stock phrase. He recalls how Burl and Means, in their modern corporation and private property, show that many legal owners of large corporations have nothing to say about their property. They collect dividends, if any, and drop their proxies in the wastebasket. Private hands worries him more. He knows that whatever titles private persons may hold to property in Germany or Italy, the government jolly well tells them when, where, and how much to let go of. In brief, by the time he gets through trying to find reference for these exalted terms, his mind is about as blank as that of the Arkansas farmer. He is not disposed to argue with Mr. Lasky, because the apparent meaning has faded into a series of semantic blanks. Lasky is not necessarily wrong. He is saying nothing worth listening to. Knowledge cannot be spread. Sensible action cannot be taken on the basis of such talk. But should not one be afraid of fascism and fight against it? The student of semantics is not afraid of evil spirits and takes no steps to fight them. If he observes or is reliably informed of secret societies devoted to seizing by force the United States government, he may be prepared to fight them. If he sees a citizen or an official preventing other citizens from talking about their grievances or airing their views, he may be prepared to fight. If he observes a group persecuting people called Jews or members of the Negro race, he may be prepared to fight. If the armies of Mussolini or Hitler invade his country, he is prepared to fight. But he refuses to shiver and shake at a word and at dire warnings of what that word can do to him at some unnamed future date. The analysis of fascism shows what the students of semantics is likely to find in many departments of human affairs. How much are educational methods in the schools and colleges affected by bad language? How about the learned body of doctrine known as art criticism, across whose battered corpus art critics glare angrily at one another? Can appreciation of those forms we label art be taught through words, or only at the lower level of direct sense impression? How far is failure of meaning responsible for those grave difficulties between men and women we call sexual problems? What is the semantic justification for the people termed intellectuals? Do they know what they are talking about? Are they wise or just wordy? What is the semantic explanation, if any, of mental healing? Does the healer eliminate one set of absolutes in the patient's mind only to install another set? Do some certified doctors treat names of diseases rather than bodily disorders? Dr. F.J. Cruikshank, contributing a monograph to The Meaning of Meaning, asserts that they do, and gives a long case history of infantile paralysis to prove it. Dr. Alexis Carrel in Man the Unknown is equally emphatic. He says that physicians must take into account the uniqueness of each patient and that their chief function is to relieve the sufferings of that patient and to cure him. Many doctors still persist in pursuing abstractions. Medicine, installed in its palaces, defends, as did the Church of the Middle Ages, the reality of universals. There is untold confusion of the symbols indispensable to the creation of a science of medicine with a concrete patient who has to be treated and relieved. The physician's lack of success comes from living in an imaginary world. Instead of his patients, he sees the diseases described in the treatises of medicine. He does not realize sufficiently that the individual is a whole, that adaptive functions extend to all organic systems, and that anatomical divisions are artificial. The separation of the body into parts for study has been necessary and helpful, but to apply these artificial divisions to the patient as a whole is dangerous and costly both for patient and for physician. Thus, many doctors have fallen into the same word traps as the older scientists, with their matter, space, and time as separate entities. How many of our fixed horrors of blood, spiders, mice, snakes, thunderstorms, catching cold, darkness, enclosed places, tramps, are fears of words rather than of actual things, of an abstract spider rather than of real spiders weaving in a real world? How far can the semantic discipline dissolve these horrors and restore to us a calm interpretation of our environment? I broke a mild case of snake horror by first studying the characteristics of snakes, then watching them at zoos, and finally allowing a friendly king snake, his name was Humphrey, to crawl up under my vest and out at my neck in the presence of a roomful of people to keep me steady. That ended that. I experienced snakes instead of worrying about snakes with a capital S. Highbrow and Lowbrow. The semantic discipline throws a curious light on what constitutes intelligence. As matters stand, there is a kind of vested interest in intellectual matters claimed by some of us who are handy with our words, especially the long ones. It probably comes down from the time when plain people could neither read nor write, and the priest was both spiritual and intellectual leader. In spite of the indefatigable labor of the modern high-speed press, awe of the printed word persists. Do we word men deserve this homage and respect? Robert I is a writer and lecturer dealing with social problems. In the dark of the night, turning upon his pillow, he gets an idea. He revolves it on the triangle's left side. It sounds good. Presently, he is writing a book about it, buttressing it with such facts as prove amenable. Publishers are impressed. Even some reviewers bow low at such lofty abstractions, such obvious learning. Adam 1 buys the book and finds it hard going. He puts it on top of the piano, hoping to study it at a later date. Clearly, there must be diamonds under the thick rock. The important subject, the long words, deserve intensive drilling. Perhaps they do. More often, the book may be left upon the piano, for Robert I has not located many of his referents. You ask, "What is fire burning?" Robert I replies with a knowing look, "Oxidation." You are awed into silence, although oxidation means no more to you than burning. Neither does it to him. By using a synonym with more letters, he takes his place as your intellectual superior. He is often unable to perform or describe the operations which give validity to the concept of oxidation. How often are children put in their places by such fraudulent means? How many professors instructing the young keep their positions because it is widely held that they know a subject when all they know is the symbolization connected with it. The fact that one knows the names of insects or plants does not make him a competent biologist. Cincinnatus I grows corn and hogs in Iowa. He went to work when he was 14. He knows about George Washington and the cherry tree and about Lincoln freeing the slaves. He once read Uncle Tom's Cabin and now reads the Farmer's Own Journal, the bulletins of the Department of Agriculture, and the Saturday Evening Post. He was mighty glad to receive his AAA checks, for they saved his farm, but he complains of long-haired professors at Washington. Robert I works with words, Cincinnatus I with his hands. The intellectual deals in abstractions and generalizations. The plain man with the soil, trees, cement, tools. A recent school examination manual reads, "There is nothing in which stupid persons cut a poorer figure than in grappling with the abstract. Their thinking clings tenaciously to the concrete. It is the very essence of the higher thought processes to be conceptual and abstract." Thank whatever gods may be for that tenacious clinging. Cincinnatus I has a store of lofty generalizations of his own, mostly theological, but he is not interested in ideas or where he fits into the scheme of things until something like the Depression or the drought hits him hard. He is much closer to his reference than is Robert I. His meanings are clear where Robert's are often vague. He handles more thingamabobs. The plain man, by reason of richer first-hand experience, may be a wiser human being than the intellectual, and has thus a genuine grievance against those who work sorceries with words. The difficulty is not that intellectuals deal in words and theory, but that most of them do only half a job. Too frequently they are off chasing ghosts with Plato, Nietzsche, or Spengler. The plain man will not be saved by half-truths, but neither will he be saved by looking down his nose at his manure spreader. A semantic discipline may provide intellectuals with the opportunity to do a real job and assume a leadership which they often do not merit now. This brings us to a consideration of that worthy human being known as a liberal. Referent? Say many readers of the New York Nation. Such people are actuated by love of fair play, a complex balance between intellectual judgments and generous feelings in proportions varying with each individual. In a given social situation, Spain, Cuba, the Herndon case, they whip from their pockets, as it were, a foot rule of principles concerning democracy, justice, liberty, free speech. the rights of minorities, with which they proceed to measure the event. As Mr. Justice Roberts measures an act of Congress by placing it alongside the Constitution. If the situation does not fit the foot rule, the moral indignation of the liberal knows no bounds. I ask in all seriousness, is this enough to form an intelligent judgment? As the whats, whens, wheres of the modern world grow more complex, expert knowledge is more necessary than moral judgments. The liberals have recently got themselves into some pretty bad messes in trying to settle the affairs of Puerto Rico, the doctrinal purity of Mr. Trotsky, and certain labor troubles in cooperative and consumers' organizations. Even legal procedure is getting ahead of them. Compare the efficiency of the new arbitration machinery for settling cases out of court with the aid of technical experts. When a manufacturer sues a jobber in the textile business and both parties agree to arbitrate, an expert in the textile industry hears the case and makes the award. The liberal type is too valuable to waste time befuddling itself with foot rules. I prefer to see it, as it sometimes does, modernize its approach to social problems, listen more to experts, reserve judgment, get full of reference rather than of principles and moral indignation. Intelligent individuals generally should stop feeling obliged to have sound opinions on every issue. It is humanly impossible. The student of semantics will tend to reverse the usual relationships between speaker and listener. If he is the listener, it is the duty of the speaker to use language which he can understand. This is a cardinal principle of good communication. If the speaker is unable to use words which connect with the listener's experience, better keep quiet or talk about the weather. It is the speaker's task to study his audience, for an audience should not be expected to endure unintelligible noises. When the speaker is a scientist or a technician, versed in the jargon of his trade, and when the listener wants to learn about earthquakes or bacteria or the technique of marginal trading in Wall Street, then speaker and listener must work hard together, finding common reference. The former keeps his technical terms at a minimum. The latter locates reference as rapidly as possible and adopts the proper technical terms for them. With patience and a little understanding, the communication gulf can presently be bridged. A man is not a fool because he does not understand your technical language, any more than an American is a fool because he does not understand Persian. In a mixed audience of both specialists and laymen, the speaker must decide, of course, to which group he shall primarily address himself. There is no fixed principle involved, only a general admonition to talk to the people one is talking to, rather than to oneself. There still remains a few wilderness areas on the continent where soliloquies are in order. Unfamiliar terms, says Hughes, are understood by translation into the familiar, abstractions by translation into concrete terms. We have no guide except our own experience. What a talisman for authors! We should try to write prose which connects with the maximum number of thingamabobs in the reader's experience, and so carries over a maximum of meaning. An obvious corollary is that good writing for grown-ups may be bad writing for children, and good writing for farmers may be bad writing for factory workers. The test of excellence shifts from rhetoric to the background of the listener. Side glance at the pedagogues. Teaching children is too often a one-way process. Many teachers shower the pupil with symbols, but because of limited thingamabobs, the pupil hears little save blob. If he is to pass examinations and not suffer the torture of falling behind in his classes, the pupil may be literally forced into Fascism, learning like a parrot, understanding nothing. No one has leaned over him and helped hold the bowstring where symbol and referent meet. When you teach your boy to drive an automobile, handling clutch, brake, and wheel, what an eager student he suddenly becomes. Progressive schools seem to be on the right track when they seek to tie words to things, but frequently their methods are sentimental and artificial. They erect models of a phony life for children to touch and handle. Also, progressive schools sometimes fill youngsters with principles and political opinions. Even if the opinions appear admirable, they are no part of good educational method. Children should be taught to seek facts and delay conclusions if they are going to learn to think. The pupil, observes Henshaw Ward, is an abstraction who can absorb all knowledge, is on fire with zeal, amenable to all improvement. The pupil can be trained to all perfections by education, but Tommy and Sally are human beings with a surprising power to resent the intrusion of book learning. We should realize that such a Gibraltar-like defense probably has a biological reason behind it. In America, we have a faith that all our problems will be resolved by education. We refuse to look at Tommy and Sally sprawled glumly in their seats. We concentrate on education up somewhere in the clouds. The present orgies of reason at Teachers College will probably seem to the educators of 1960 on a par with the belief of Luther that a bodily Satan came through his window. Two words now dominate the pedagogues, according to Ward: constructive and creative. To say that a method of teaching is not constructive is to utter a curse, while to call it creative is to bless it. Meanwhile, the going language of educators, as expressed in their learned papers, reflects the most repellent style ever developed by insensitive minds. Ward is perhaps unduly hard on the pedagogues, but I confess that I fall into a swoon whenever I try to read their output. Much educational theory is apparently up a blind alley at the present time. Perhaps an understanding of semantics might fetch it out upon the main road. The semantics of sex. In the department of sexual behavior, as in other departments, it is difficult to draw a line between language habits and the folkways that accompany them. We can be reasonably sure that language influences folkways at the growing tip, the point where customs shift and change. Sometimes words apply a brake to change. A public man may orate about the sanctity of the home and urge that divorce be made harder when he knows that his own son is even then consulting with a lawyer to frame evidence for a collusive divorce. This does not necessarily indicate hypocrisy. He may be sincerely defending a principle to which his son's dilemma is a regrettable exception. It is like paying relief money while denouncing the dole. Reformers tried to change institutions largely by means of words. Years ago, people began to talk about the emancipation of women, but many talkers continue to treat their wives like dummies. Arguments for the equality of sexes fell into a swamp of false identification. Woman equals man. This is an overswing of the pendulum from the principle of feminine inferiority. Both principles are meaningless in the light of operations. A woman is not a man and is not inferior to a man, but is an organism with certain different characteristics. For centuries, the concepts associated with the words masculine and feminine hindered the education of both sexes. A boy, in his efforts to live up to the abstraction masculine, would try to be virile, dominating, dissipated, chivalrous, over-touchy about his honor, convinced of his intellectual superiority, and so on. A girl would try to be submissive, abnormally modest, given to fainting spells, coy, full of nonsensical notions about clinging vines, convinced that her poor silly head was incapable of adding up a column of figures, and so on. This process of monster-making threw grave difficulties in the path of John and Mary when they fell in love. Neither could know much about the real characteristics of the other because of the artificial concepts with which the heads of both were stuffed. When they were silent, they might become real youth and maiden. When they opened their mouths, they often could not find each other for the bales of straw scarecrows between them. Into this extreme differentiation of the sexes, the words about equality swept like a fresh wind. Many men gave up with a sigh of relief the attitude of protecting women. Many girls and women struggled against biological limitations to surpass their brothers in sports and their husbands in money-making. The pendulum is still swaying between the artificially contrasted roles of the sexes and the artificially identified roles that succeeded them. If equality had not befuddled us, we might have analyzed the real differences and developed them to enrich the lives of both men and women. What can we know? If the semantic analysis is accepted, one may legitimately inquire, what can we know? Granted, the maps we now carry around are distorted, where shall we find better ones? If Adam I's map of the Spanish situation today is dotted with non-existent fascisms, communisms, anti-gods, anarchisms, what can be done to replace it? It is one thing to create semantic defenses against an erroneous picture. It is another thing to draw a better picture. After all, one feels impelled to discuss the Spanish situation, to have ideas about it and express them, to form judgments, to support one side or the other, to refer the problem to public policy in America, to vote and to act in respect to Spain or Mexico or China or Youngstown in the midst of a steel strike. One is inclined to say, my map may be wrong, but it is the only map I have, and so better than none. For myself, I would rather make my way with pocket compass than with a map I knew to be inaccurate. If the Spanish situation furnishes no dependable facts, I should prefer to keep my mouth shut. This is hard for people with active brains, but the semantic discipline demands it. When one does not know what he is talking about, he had best keep quiet. If there is no constructive action in sight, it is unfortunate, to be sure, but better to accept it than to go drawing pictures of terra incognita in the zeal for being constructive. No completely accurate picture of any situation involving large numbers of people in action, especially violent action, can be formed by one individual. The characteristics are too complex. but no completely accurate map was ever drawn by a topographer. Maps good enough to chart a course can be drawn when enough facts are gathered, and that is as much as layman can ask for in social affairs. It is ridiculous, of course, to hold that no judgment can be made, no action taken, until we have personally acquainted ourselves with all the relevant facts of every social situation which confronts us. One must find competent people whose observations can be trusted. For foreign affairs, journalists like John Gunther and Raymond Swing come to mind. They report what they see, not what they would like to see. One must do a certain amount of estimating as to where the balance lies. What the semantic discipline does is to blow ghosts out of the picture and create a new picture as close to reality as one can get. One is no longer dogmatic, emotional, bursting with the rights and wrongs of it, but humble, careful, aware of the very considerable number of things he does not know. His new map may be wrong, his judgment may err, but the probability of better judgments is greatly improved, for he is now swayed more by happenings in the outside world than by reverberations in his skull. Chapter 12. Promenade with the Philosophers. It is reported that a brilliant Englishwoman, Lady Welby, once offered a prize of £1,000 to any philosopher submitting documentary evidence that he, number 1, knows what he means, number 2, knows what anyone else means, number 3, knows what anything means, number 4, means what everyone else means, number 5, can express what he means. Philosophers, like artists, are notoriously an impecunious brotherhood, but at last accounts the prize had not been claimed. I have a grievance against philosophers which has perhaps unduly embittered these pages. Their works have caused me many hours of conscientious toil in years past, and I resent both the conscientiousness and the wasted hours. In this chapter, I propose to move the warfare from the skirmish line to the pitched battle, but I owe the philosophers an honorable salute before the foils are crossed. Their sincere desire to advance knowledge cannot be questioned. Aristotle was obviously afire with this aim. Many have sacrificed honors, preferment, financial competence, home, and health in the quest. Their intellectual capacity cannot be questioned, for among their numbers are listed the mental giants of the ages. Most of them have been distinguished for toleration, fairness, and human decency, except when disputing technical points with their brethren. Strictly speaking, I have no quarrel with Socrates, or Socrates too, rather with the philosophic method. I like to agree and get on with the matter in hand. The scientific method encourages this, while in philosophy one school after another arises on the ashes of the last, to be consumed in its turn. William James was once asked to define philosophy, and he replied, "Just words, words, words." The philosopher is aware of the potency of his mind. He goes to it for knowledge. He believes that if he can only think energetically enough, the road will be opened. His processes are thus from reference to symbol and back to reference again on the left side of the Ogden and Richards triangle. Word, thought, word. Little of importance has yet been discovered by this method. To advance knowledge on which sane men can agree, the process must be from referent to reference to symbol, constantly checking with the world outside. To say that philosophers avoid facts is not true, but they are not governed by the facts. They are not humble before the facts. Facts are not central in their concepts, but come in on tiptoe through the side door. As I see it, there are three main counts against the philosophic method. First, the waste of time on unanswerable or meaningless questions, being, becoming, the one, the Superman. The nice distinctions between humanism, realism, and materialism. Second, the application of philosophical deductions to the real world with the result of distorting knowledge of that world, trying to make the world behave as the words behave. Third, arousing public opinion, usually unintentionally, to violent action when the facts warrant no such action. Witness Nietzsche as used by the Germans in 1914 and Spengler as used by the Nazis today. The ancients, the Greek philosophers, sought knowledge primarily with their heads and disdained to use their hands. Aristotle thought there were 8 legs on a fly and wrote it down. For centuries, scholars were content to quote his authority. Apparently, not one of them was curious enough to impale a fly and count its 6 legs. Aristotle may have erred, which is human. The significant point is the behavior of the philosophers who followed him. By watching stones and leaves fall to the ground, Aristotle arrived at the hypothesis that heavy bodies fall faster than light bodies. This conclusion he then extrapolated into absolute properties of heaviness and lightness, which were supposed to govern the descent of all physical objects on a sliding scale of speed in proportion to weight. Not until Galileo performed an operation 2,000 years later were these remarkable principles dethroned. We must remember that Aristotle was not responsible for all the mistakes of his followers, especially theologians of the Middle Ages who called him the philosopher and had available only a fraction of his published works. He, above most of his contemporaries, tried to study nature. He collected and classified specimens and even did some dissecting. Language was reduced to an orderly instrument by the Greeks with rules of grammar. They worked up emotive associations of words through their marvelous poetry and drama. They inaugurated technical philosophy and formal logic. They were powerful reasoners. The world has seldom seen their like. But they were close enough to primitive backgrounds to carry over a large amount of word magic. Their early philosophers regarded words as possessing power in themselves, even as the infant and the conjure man regard them. To classify, some of them believed, was to name, and the name of a thing was its soul, its essence. Therefore, to know the name was to have power over souls. This sorcery was known as the doctrine of the Logos. St. John begins his gospel with an echo of the doctrine. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The power to reason is as helpful as it is human, but beware of idolizing reason as such. Reasoning for what, where, when? If it is mental exercise from thought to word, it moves no farther forward than President Coolidge's electric horse. The Greeks were the founders of metaphysics. The effect of verbal symbols in the hands of metaphysicians, observe Ogden and Richards, is to keep inconsistent attitudes forcibly united, convincing human reason of the absence of logical inconsistency in the greatest of absurdities. The one, the good, and idea of good were identical in Plato's mind. By his followers, Plotinus, on the contrary, the one is explicitly exalted above the image of the one and transcends existence altogether. Indeed it does. Plato was frankly an idea man. He took the forms of solids which the mathematicians had discovered and moved them into his cosmology. A cube was the earth, a tetrahedron was fire, an octahedron was water, An icosahedron was air, while a dodecahedron was the all-thing. No reasons were assigned. Thus I conceive it, it is best. He went on to conceive that the universe had a soul moving in perpetual circles. Man's soul was in his circular head. God, imitating the spherical shape of the universe, enclosed the two divine courses in a spherical body, which we now term the head. But God foresaw that this head, being spherical, would roll down the hills and could not ascend steep places. To prevent this, a body with limbs was added, that it might be a locomotive for the head. As the fore parts are more honorable and regal than the hind parts, the gods made man's locomotion chiefly progressive. In spite of learned flights into the meaning of the liver and the intestines, Plato was scornful of scientific inquiry. The starry heaven which we behold is wrought upon a visible background, and therefore must necessarily be deemed inferior far to the true motions of absolute swiftness and absolute intelligence. It is equally absurd to take so much pains in investigating their exact truth. Citing these lines, G.H. Lewes remarks that he does not quote them for the poor pleasure of holding a great name in the light of ridicule, but to show how even a great intellect may unsuspectingly wander into absurdities when it quits the firm, though laborious path of inductive inquiry. One can admire Plato and revere him for the Republic and other classics, while smiling at his quaint astronomy and anatomy. But we must know where to draw the line. It is hard to root out of our minds the absolutes which his followers planted in the universities of Europe and America, and which survive and multiply with vitality even today. Plato held that geometry represented eternal truth. The principles of geometry, he said, are independent of the human senses and an aid to spiritual perfection. Kant picked up this reasoning as a stick with which to beat the materialists. One is not expected to attain spiritual perfection and enjoy himself at the same time. Euclid has been taught as a kind of moral discipline ever since. In reading the extraordinary statements of ancient philosophers, we must not forget Malinowski's adventures in the Trobriand Islands. We cannot understand today what men writing 25 centuries ago actually said. We should have to go back and live in Athens or in Stagira to find the exact meanings. But we can come near enough to their mental processes. They were extremely civilized gentlemen to warrant the strictures laid here upon their methods of acquiring knowledge. Some early philosophers believed that a number had to be either a boy or a girl. Even numbers were male, odd numbers were female. The circle was the most perfect form. The heavenly bodies were perfect. Therefore, the heavenly bodies must move in circles. Centuries later, when Kepler showed that planets moved in ellipses, his findings were judged impious. The male sex was more perfect than the female. Therefore, rounded eggs, being nearer circles, must be males. This conclusion was contemplated with equanimity for hundreds of years. The magic number brotherhood of Pythagoras, among other remarkable findings, established the following identities. The number 1 stood for reason, 2 for opinion, 3 for potency, 4 for justice, 5 for marriage. In the properties of 5 lay the secret of color, in 6 that of cold, in 7 that of health, in 8 that of love. Why love? Because 3 potency plus 5 marriage produces love. Star distances were a harmonic series, like the strings in lyre or harp, hence the music of the spheres. Perfect numbers were located where the factors of a number add up to the number itself, as in 6, 28, 496, 8,128. The boys had to sweat for the next one. 33,550,336. These were identified with such things as the 6 days of creation and the 28 days of the lunar month, to illustrate the perfection of the providential plan. The superiority of Achilles over Hector was demonstrated because the letter of Achilles' name added to 1,276, while Hector battled only 1,225. The schoolmen, the number of the beast in the book of Revelation, had the schoolmen of the Middle Ages calculating for centuries. Even Newton, in his old age, went number chasing through the book of Daniel. Peter Bungus, a Catholic theologian, wrote a treatise of 700 pages to prove that the number of the beast, 666, was a cryptogram for the name of Martin Luther. Luther smartly returned the compliment by interpreting the number as a prophecy of the duration of the papal regime. The alchemists, following Aristotle's idea, had 3 elementary principles: sulfur, or the fire principle; mercury, or the liquid principle; salt, or the solid principle. Later it was held that phlogiston, or fire substance, escaped from materials when they burned. As it was known through experiment that metals increase their weight with burning, it followed that phlogiston had a negative weight. This gave the savants many a headache. The idea of substance dies hard. Not until centuries later did Lavoisier show that breathing, rusting, and burning were similar processes. The ensemble of the metaphysical attributes imagined by the theologian is but a shuffling and matching of pedantic dictionary adjectives. One feels that in the theologian's hand, they are only a set of titles obtained by a mechanical manipulation of synonyms. Verbality has stepped into the place of vision. So observes William James. Example: God, being the first cause, possesses existence. Assay: He is necessary and absolute, unlimited, infinitely perfect, one and only, spiritual, immutable, eternal, omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent. This is an impressive philological parade, but it gets one no nearer to an understanding of God. Antonio Perez, the disgraced minister of Philip II, was apprehended by the Inquisition for threatening to cut off God's nose. The Holy Office proceeded against him, not for the threat, but for the anthropomorphism hearsay lay not in railing against God, but in holding that God had a nose. God was an essence and faceless. Just how the learned men reconciled this doctrine with the biblical record that God made man in his own image escapes me. These abstractions, be it observed, were powerful enough to get men hanged, burned, and broken upon the rack. A Florentine doctor named Redi showed that dead meat could not turn into live maggots by itself. He placed a piece of gauze over the meat, thus preventing flies from laying eggs to produce maggots. The holy men were enraged and charged Redi with having limited the power of the omnipotent. When Galileo, with his new telescope, was able to show the moon with its mountains and Jupiter with its satellites, the professor of philosophy at the University of Padua refused to look through it. He preferred to believe his mind rather than his eyes. The great earthquake at Lisbon in 1753 killed 60,000 people. The English clergy held that it was caused by the large number of Catholics in Portugal. The surviving Catholics held that it was caused by the heretic Protestants resident in the city. After Galileo, Galileo is widely honored as the father of modern science. When he dropped the cannonballs from the Tower of Pisa, he dramatized the operational approach and put philosophy and theology on the defensive. Gradually, the scientific method has gained standing and respectability, though not without violent conflict and the martyrdom of some of the early scientists. The latest major engagement was over Darwin, which lingered on to the Scopes trial in Tennessee. Early in the 18th century, Bishop Berkeley published his famous Essay Toward a New Theory of Vision. In it, he argued matter out of all existence except as an idea in the mind of God, says Boswell of this essay. After we came out of church, we stood talking for some time together of Bishop Berkeley's ingenious sophistry to prove the non-existence of matter and that everything in the universe is merely ideal. I observed that though we are satisfied that his doctrine is not true, it is impossible to refute. I never shall forget the alacrity with which Johnson answered, striking his foot with mighty force against a large stone till he rebounded from it. I refute it thus. Another way to look at it would be to assume that a lethal epidemic wiped out the human race. Would the planet continue to turn upon its axis, the seasons go on following the precession of the equinoxes? Would the beasts, birds, and fishes pursue their immemorial customs in an environment still constrained within immemorial laws of energy and change? I am convinced not only that the planet would continue, but that it would probably be improved. What is man that thou shouldest be mindful of him? I would go, and Hobie Baker would remain. I hope he would find enough to eat. A primitive linguistic outlook survives in the work of some profound modern thinkers. The technical philosophy of the 19th century was dominated by idealism. In it, the elaboration of a monstrous word machinery of which the dialectic of Hegel provides an outstanding example, took the place of direct observation and research. Here is Herbert Spencer, searching for word essence precisely as did the Greeks. By comparing meanings in different connections and observing what they have in common, we learn the essential meaning of a word. Let us ascertain the meaning of the word good. The Eskimos of Greenland believe that a spiritual affinity exists between two persons of the same name. They would have no difficulty in following either Aristotle or Herbert Spencer. The sublime, remarked Croce, apparently fed up, is everything that is or will be so called by those who have employed or shall employ the name. Goethe's spiral tendenz was a triumph of inaccurate observation transformed into a great truth of the Romantic school. He sought to show that the upward growth of stems in plants was due to a natural, inscrutable life force and was male, while the spiral tendency of climbing plants was female. We remember that women were much identified with clinging vines in Goethe's time. Numerology soared superbly among the Romanticists. The number 5 was taken to be heaven's own. Two British ornithologists, Swainson and Vigors, were able to deduce that all species, genre, and families had been arranged in quincunxes, or 5 systems. If you could not see quincunxes you were a dolt or a knave. If you professed to see them, it was wiser not to describe what you saw, and in consequence the elect would not stoop to descriptions or proof. Van Wyck Brooks tells how New England seethed with philosophical discussion a century ago. Men argued for or against potential presence, representative presence, and representative identity. Blacksmiths and furriers, as well as parsons and lawyers, debated free will and predestination, wrangled over natural ability, moral ability, God's efficiency, and man's agency. Sometimes the interest in philosophy was morbid, as when children sat on anxious seats and cried because of the wickedness of their little hearts. One heard of sweating sermons followed by fainting sermons with convulsion fit, sermons as a grand climax. John J. Chapman was a kind of American Dr. Johnson, fond of striking his foot against great stones. In 1897, he wrote the following letter to William James concerning Josiah Royce, then a towering figure in philosophy at Harvard. My dear Professor James, I am driven to write to you because I so narrowly missed seeing you and regretted it so much. Also, because I am concerned about Royce. I never heard a man talk so much nonsense in one evening, and a man, too, who is such a splendid fellow, a unique nature, and a very wonderful mind. The inroads of Harvard University upon his intelligence, however, have been terrible. He said he was writing a paper on originality, and his conversation betrayed some of the things he is going to say in it. This was that everything was imitative. In art, you imitate the ideal. This ought to be stopped. He is misleading the youth. I see why they killed Socrates. I say it is pernicious emptiness he is teaching your boys out there. I know you would say that it's mere philosophy and not to be taken seriously, but these things do have some influence sometimes. That man, mind you, I love and revere him, but he's not as interesting a man as he was 10 years ago. His mind has less of life in it. His constant strain and endeavor to evacuate his mind and have nothing in it but destruction is beginning to tell. I hear he is going abroad. I am awfully glad. Let him have no money. Let him come in grinding contact with life. Let him go to Greece and get into a revolution, somewhere where he can't think. I mean, do this thing he does, which is not thinking. Let his mind get full of images and impressions, pains, hungers, contrasts, life, life, life. He's drawing on an empty well. A generation ago, philosophy, the queen of studies, was usually taught by the president of the college. In 1888, it was defined by the Century Dictionary as the body of highest truth, the organized sum of science, the science of which all others are branched. Observe how the philosophers refuse to be elbowed out by science. No, indeed, they would calmly engulf it. Yet even the staid London Times was driven to check this omnivorousness. In philosophy, as there is no objective standard, there is really no satisfactory reason why one opinion should be better than the other. The philosophers, said Einstein to an interviewer, play with the word relativity, as a child plays with a doll. Bridgman gloomily predicted an era of debauched thinking as soon as philosophers should hear that in subatomic regions causality cannot be discovered. The era has begun. Maurice Maeterlinck solemnly told us that all the revelations and apparitions of the Old and New Testaments come from four-dimensional beings, which is for that matter quite reasonable. He could have made a fortune in Pasadena. Leonard Woolf has written a book attacking this kind of thinking. He remarks, "The demand for absolute truth is in inverse proportion to the possibility of providing it. The savage insists upon knowing everything with complete certainty about the universe, how it works, and what it all means. The more civilized men become, the more skeptical do they become. And with skepticism, they learn to overcome the fear of mental vacuum, of uncertainty about the truth of things, and the meaning of their own existence. It requires no little courage to stand up in the face of the universe and say, 'I do not know.' As an occasional lecturer, I am well aware that it takes resolution, if not courage, to stand up in front of the Middletown Open Forum and say to a questioner from the floor, 'I do not know.' A kind of shock goes through the audience, as though one had uttered a naughty word. Yet sometimes I have seen that blunt declaration met after a pause with a clapping of hands. Perhaps the most important statement in the scientific discipline is, 'I do not know.' An ancient impulse leads us to fill any vacuum either with truth as revealed through authority or with the use of reason above and beyond the facts. The latter road is taken by many modern philosophers, including Bergson. Real facts, he tells us, are gained not by experience with the world outside, but by intuition. What we have to do is to make a big act of perception, to embrace as wide a field as possible of past and present as a single fact directly known. Intuition may be described as turning past and present into fact directly known by transferring it from mere matter into a creative process of duration." The last sentence warrants a semantic translation. Intuition may be described as turning blob and blob into blob directly known by blobbing it from mere matter into a blob blob a blob. Bergson begins with perceptions and then yanks in the facts. This gives a superior brand of truth. Hitler and his propaganda generals follow a similar technique to less gentle ends. Woolf legitimately inquires why metaphysicians like Bergson, Kieserling, and an Indian seer much respected in England, Sir S. Radhakrishnan, should stoop to the writing of books. Those who affirm that reality is non-logical and then proceed to prove the unprovable in logical French or English are in the difficult position of a snake trying to swallow itself. To make certain, C.E.M. Joad wrote a book to drive home the message of Radhakrishnan, in which he states flatly that his hero has attained to truth about the universe which is, from its nature, incommunicable. Here is the majestic Spengler star of the declining West. "I see further than others. Destiny depends on quite other, robuster forces. Human history is war history. Barbarism is that which I call strong race, the eternal warlike in the type of the beast of prey man. Violence, greed, injustice are raw, red, and real. Liberty, happiness, peace are ineffective dreams. Now, the trouble with this stuff is not so much the savagery we read into the words as their vagueness and lack of meaning. Barbarism is that which I call blob, blob, the blob, blob, in the type of blob man." Poor Leonard Woolf rolls up his sleeves and argues with Spengler for page upon page. But there is nothing to argue about, nothing susceptible to operational test anywhere in sight. I withdraw my salute of honor given to philosophers at the beginning of the chapter in the case of Spengler. The man should have been put in the hands of psychiatrists. How often have you stumbled across such gems as this quoted by Bell? Truth is ever becoming, it never is. No error is ever overcome once and for all. It is only diminishing as truth increases. Truth is the act of this becoming. Truth is the union of the dreamer and the dream. Insofar as the dreamer is human, truth is human. As a mathematician might say, truth is the approach of uncertainty to certainty as an asymptote. The student of semantics grinds his teeth. This is the sort of blather which Adam 1 and Mrs. Adam 1 swallow by the bucketful. It goes down smoothly as an advertisement for toothpaste. It sounds wise. It gives a feeling of comfort. It is undeniably learned, particularly the shrewd crack about the asymptote. And it is nonsense adulterated with perhaps the tiniest flicker of meaning. Charles Hartshorne, in a recent book, Beyond Humanism, lines up and slaughters such thinkers as Freud, Marx, Dewey, Santayana, Russell, Croce. Let an able reviewer, Alessio Vivas, continue the story. His thesis is that the universe and the electrons may be said to feel and think. If the universe feels and thinks, God may have imagination and memory. Therefore, he has imagination and memory. All this is reinforced by the claim that only upon this thesis can certain facts be explained. These facts boil down to the assertion that our spontaneous ethical convictions and deep human needs demand this conception of God to nature if we are to achieve personal integration. What integration is, we are not told. The clever use of the old tricks of apologetics, the claim to be the sole sanction of science, the sharp distinction when evidence is untoward, between science and philosophy, the facile demonstration of the ignorance of those one is opposed to, and the scornful arrogance which grows from a monopoly of the truth. I do not know Professor Hartshorne, but I recognize a philosopher hitting on all 16 cylinders. I could continue indefinitely with citations of this nature, but we have many dragons to pursue in other fields. If it be objected that the citations are more or less torn from their context, I admit it. But you ought to see the context. Let us conclude with a sad exhibit. It comes from a brilliant young educator, R.M. Hutchins, who recently published a book, The Higher Learning in America. We see then that we may get order in the higher learning by removing from it the elements which disorder it today, and these are vocationalism and unqualified empiricism. If, when these elements are removed, we pursue the truth for its own sake in the light of some principles of order, such as metaphysics, we shall have a rational plan for a university. We shall be able to make a university a true center of learning. We shall be able to make it the home of creative thought. The subjects to be taught in this ideal university are grammar, rhetoric, logic, Euclid, and the classics. Those books which have survived through the ages, many of them written in the ancient and medieval periods. Back young men and women of the 20th century to the broad bosom of Plato. Within these academic shades, let it be known that Galileo flung his cannonballs in vain. Bruno died at the stake to no purpose. Einstein discovered nothing of educational importance. Dr. Hutchins is too young to be so tired. The intellectual elite has been reared on the classics for hundreds of years. Look at the world they have helped to make. Chapter 13. Turn with the logicians. Aristotle is credited with being the father of formal logic. Again, we must salute respectfully before laying on. The technique was an attempt to formulate the laws of thought. Aristotle was trying to do precisely what modern students of semantics are trying to do, to make communication more dependable. It was a new thing in human intercourse, and for the will behind the attempt, all praise. Formal logic fails us because of its assumptions. The postulates from which the mechanism springs are normally abstractions of a high order. Words rather than things. The finest of automobiles will not run on a road of air. It must have solid ground under the wheels. The Greeks, with their assumption that words were real things, naturally enough soared into rarefied regions. Human thinking has been short of oxygen ever since. Dr. Hutchins, one takes it, would continue to keep our heads in the stratosphere. Logos is Greek for word. Logic is the manipulation of words. Major premise. Language as currently used is often meaningless. Minor premise. Chase uses current language to demonstrate the above. Therefore, Chase is meaningless. You see how mercilessly formal logic can dispose of me. The trick lies in giving one value to the term current language, which in reality has many values. The trick is more apparent in a stock sample of medieval logic. Major premise. No cat has 8 tails. Minor premise. Every cat has one more tail than no cat. Therefore, every cat has 9 tails. Here are the 3 laws of formal logic. Observe them carefully, for their reverberations have been profound. Number 1. The law of identity. A is A, pigs is pigs. Number 2. The law of the excluded middle. Everything is either A or not A. Everything is either pigs or not pigs. Number 3. The law of contradiction. Nothing is both A and not A. Nothing is both pigs and not pigs. The symbol A is always and forever the symbol A. Good. The symbol pigs is always and forever the symbol pigs. Again, good. Observe that no referents are mentioned. For symbols in our heads, the laws are incontrovertible. But the instant we turn to the world outside and substitute an actual grunting animal, the laws collapse. They collapse to the vast perplexity of the logical station agent in Ellis Parker Butler's famous story, Pigs is Pigs, where the animals involved were guinea pigs. Then there is the story cited by Graham Wallas of the bewildered porter in Punch who had to arrange the subtleties of nature according to the unsettled tariff schedule of his company. Cats is dogs and guinea pigs is dogs, but this air tortoise is a insect. The sow Aphrodite one is not the boar Hercules one, while the characteristics of Aphrodite as a suckling are very different from those of Aphrodite, the accommodating mother. We know from earlier chapters that the characteristics of Aphrodite now are different from those 1 second earlier or 1 second later. Not by much, but by enough to destroy the perfection of identity. A rocket is always the same rocket. true for words, but not for that non-verbal event in space-time which blazes in glory and falls a charred stick as we watch it. Not for a mushroom full-blown today and underground yesterday. Not for a rose withered now and lovely a week ago. Not for an ice cream cone 5 minutes in the sun. Not for an egg warm from the nest and sampled 2 weeks later without benefit of refrigeration. Not for ginger ale corked and uncorked. Not for a pond of water at 0 degrees plus Celsius and getting colder. In that water you can drown tonight, and on it you can walk safely in the morning. We have no knowledge of anything in the real world which is not a process and so continually changing in its characteristics, slowly or rapidly, as men measure intervals. The early Greek logicians did not examine referents for pigs, mushrooms, eggs, and ponds. Everything is either A or not A. The law of the excluded middle looks more susceptible to operations. Pigs as a genus can be distinguished scientifically from other animals. For one thing, they will not interbreed. But eons ago, pigs and some animals not pigs were united in a common evolutionary ancestor. A major count of the theologians against Darwin was that he broke up the parade into Noah's Ark and so violated the law of the excluded middle. There is nothing eternal about the genus pig. The distinction is valid only for a period, long, to be sure, but not indefinite. Shifting from pigs to living things as a class, the law of the excluded middle might read, every living thing is either an animal or a plant. It was so employed by biologists for centuries. We still play the game of 20 questions on the animal, vegetable, mineral basis. In recent years, a number of organisms have been studied which defy the distinction. A class of living things has been observed whose metabolism under certain conditions follows the classification of plants, under other conditions that of animals. Thus, Euglena, a little unicellular water organism, becomes green in abundant sunlight and behaves like a plant. Remove the light, the green color disappears, and Euglena proceeds to digest carbohydrates like an animal, rather than synthesizing them like a plant. Or take the ascidians. The formation of cellulose by an organism has long been considered a fundamental property of plants. The ascidians have been classed as animals, but they produce cellulose. What is the filtrable virus responsible for rust on tobacco plants? To shift the referent again, is it life or not life? The question is meaningless. It is whatever it is found and described to be by the scientist performing the operations. The philosopher can refuse to look through the microscope, but the scientist must examine the organism and renounce rigid classifications. The law of the excluded middle is an unreliable guide to knowledge. The law of contradiction, nothing is both A and not A, is equally unreliable. Euglena is both plant and animal. The University of Chicago Press is to publish, probably in 1939, the first volumes of an entirely new encyclopedia, The Conception of Dr. Otto Neurath, director of the International Foundation of Visual Education. Dr. Neurath is a kind of pioneer in semantics. He believes in going to things wherever possible, rather than to words. He has no serious objection to the great encyclopedias now in existence, but he wants also a new type which will integrate and unify scientific records so that advances in one field will be communicated more readily to workers in other fields and bring advances there. Although we talk about science with a capital S, we actually have scores of disciplines under this abstraction. Some of them are out of step with others. If students use similar terms, the new encyclopedia would be unnecessary. As they do not, we have a babel of scientific terminologies. C.F. Kettering, the man who invented the self-starter for automobiles, provides an excellent illustration. The pure research scientist will say, chlorophyll makes food by photosynthesis. The practical engineer does not know what he is talking about. But if the statement is rephrased, green leaves build up food with the help of light, anyone can understand it. So, says Kettering, if we are going to surmount the boundaries between different kinds of technical men, the first thing to do is to get them to speak the same language. Take the classical row between the advocates of free will and of determinism, which has filled many library shelves. Is man a free agent, or is he foredoomed by a merciless fate to act thus and so all the days of his life? Such terms are without reference as they stand. They are breeders of bad blood and confusion. When a physicist says that an atom is free, he does not mean in this context that atom 1 is a rugged individualist with a mind of his own prepared to tolerate no nonsense from an interfering government. He means that the motions of atoms are subject to chance. He uses the word free in a statistical sense, talking mathematical language. But sociologists and even biologists associate responsibility with free will, while the philosopher, unless clubbed into insensibility, will drag the idea into a totally different concept, and if he belonged to the free will fraternity, will identify Atom 1 with Atom with a D 1. A is A, and triumphantly assert that science proves the universal principle of free will. When Friedrich Wöhler synthesized urea, chemists refused to believe their ears. Why? Because the chemists of the time had organic and inorganic fixed as entities, and never the twain should meet. Wöhler took inorganic materials and made them behave like an organic compound. The categories were sundered, and the chemists were profoundly shocked. They did not realize that organic and inorganic were in their heads, and that nature was innocent of the distinction. Again, consider the mighty battle which has raged between the biological formalists and functionalists. A scientist told me recently that the most exciting work in biology is now being done by chemists, because chemists are not handicapped by biological language. Indeed, this illustrates a healthy movement now becoming common. We find biologists in physics laboratories such as the Bartol Foundation in Swarthmore. We find mathematicians in biological laboratories. Someday we may find an engineer or a psychologist revolutionizing economic concepts. A further difficulty with formal logic is that the word is everything and the speaker nothing. Take the famous remark of Epimenides. Major premise: all Cretans are liars. All Cretans are A's. Minor premise: Epimenides is a Cretan. Epimenides is an A. Therefore, Epimenides is a liar. A is A, the first law. If Epimenides is a liar, even a journeyman logician can easily prove that everything he says is a lie. So all Cretans are not liars, and the syllogisms contradict themselves. Epimenides obviously meant all other Cretans were liars, but what Epimenides meant must not be inquired into. It is psychological data, not verbal and inadmissible. A useful logic, remarks F.C.S. Schiller, would not consider it fair to pit the meaning of words against the meaning of the man who used them, nor regard it as illogical to ascertain his actual meaning. How much human misery has flowed from holding a person strictly accountable for what he said rather than for what he meant. The overheard phrase, "I'd like to kill that man," in some jurisdictions might send a person to the gallows if the man were subsequently murdered, when all that the speaker meant was that he did not like the chap. You and I used the line often as children, and may do so today in moments of exasperation. Logicians tend to oppose the scientific method because the latter is flexible and frequently changes its deductions and laws as more facts come in. This horrifies the formalists, for indeed the progression of actual science is formally indefensible. As the scientific method made headway, the brilliant idea occurred to the logicians that if they studied the forms of scientific thought while disregarding the matter, they could sit in judgment on the sciences. They could criticize all knowledge without producing or even acquiring any. A better method for developing a superiority complex it is difficult to imagine. We are now in a position to see why Korzybski terms his study non-Aristotelian. A is the law of identity. Against unwarranted identification, Korzybski delivers his major attack. He constantly warns of the subject-predicate form, and the verb is. Symbolic A's, as they stand, have no reference in the outside world. It is with this world that we must come to terms. Actual A's, in the form of rockets, ice cream cones, or stones, are never completely identical, and to use a language structure which makes them so falsifies evaluation of the environment. It is like trusting our lives in traffic to a taxi driver who is colorblind. In justice to Aristotle, C.J. Kaiser points out that the great philosopher did note the danger of employing the is of identity uncritically. Many of his followers, especially in the Middle Ages, forgot that warning. You will be glad to learn, if you do not already know it, that in 1930, Lukasiewicz and Tarski invented a workable, consistent, many-valued logic, superseding the creaking uncertainties of formal. Bell calls it one of the 4 great steps in the development of the scientific method. The first was the geometry of the Egyptian pyramid builders. The second was Pythagoras' discovery of the nature of proof. The third was Lobachevsky's non-Euclidean geometry. With the aid of this many-valued logic, the mind can attack, rather than avoid by an endless series of tautologies, the problem of knowledge. Let us find examples of these various sorts of logic. 1 valued. Contemporary events make communism inevitable in America. 2 valued. Events make either communism or fascism inevitable in America. This is the vicious either-or pair. Many valued. The American government may evolve into one of a variety of political forms, some of them more dictatorial, some less so than the present government. One-valued and two-valued logics are useful in special cases. It is trying to impose them on the total scene, which is intolerable. Useful examples. One-valued. If you fall into deep water, you must swim. Two-valued. If you fall out of a canoe into deep water, you can either swim for shore or cling to the overturned canoe. On a cold winter day in the depth of the Depression, a shanty colony in New York City was uprooted to give ground for a new building. The sob sisters of the metropolitan newspapers gathered at the scene to tell of the poor starvelings driven from their shacks. But obviously nothing could be done about it. To give these people a dole in 1931 would have been to establish a dangerous precedent. The eviction of these unfortunates, observes Thurman Arnold, who tells the story, was a symbol of a faith that economic competence can only be developed by refusing to protect incompetence. A lesson, painful but necessary, was being taught. As the work proceeded, two men were discovered unconscious under one of the huts. Thereupon, the old logic went by the board, and a new and happier one entered. The idea vanished that it was wrong to protect citizens from the results of their own incompetence. $20,000 worth of ambulances, stretchers, drugs, pulmonaires, accompanied by a corps of interns and nurses, rushed to the scene with sirens and horns at full throat. The sick men were transferred to hospital surroundings which a millionaire could not have afforded 50 years ago. Thus, a practical and humanitarian attitude develops techniques and not logical arguments. A rational, moral attitude develops philosophers and priests rather than techniques. On September 17, 1934, Senator Reed of Missouri addressed the World's Fair at Chicago. The Bolshevist government declares that any person owning more than 3 cows is a capitalist and must surrender his surplus cows to the state. If he does not, the government takes them by force. The New Deal declares that if you have more than $100 in gold and do not surrender it, you will be sent to the penitentiary. The injustice in each case is the same. A is A. The charge of grosser cruelty rests upon our government. This is a typical example of oratorical logic. You will find parallels in almost any newspaper. The Russian Soviet government is identified with the United States government with no inquiry whatsoever into the context of the situation, into why the Russian government did what it did, or why the American government, under a vastly different set of circumstances, did what it did. The whole spurious verbal bundle is then tied up with emotional catchwords like Bolshevist, grosser cruelty. Here is a line in space. A line by definition can be divided into 2 parts. Good, we will bisect it. Then we will take the right-hand half and bisect that, and the resulting half and bisect that. How long can we continue to bisect the remaining segment? As something always remains, we can obviously continue forever, an infinite process. The logic, I take it, is faultless. Modern physicists, after barking their shins on such concepts overlong, have become exceedingly suspicious of infinity. Let us now start at the other end, the event end, and see what happens. Here is a thin stick of metal. We can continue bisecting it, if we are clever enough, until it reaches a length about 1,000,000 times smaller than revealed by the most powerful microscope. At this point, we hit a single atom and a full stop. Division can go no further without changing the chemical nature of the stick. Logic, as practiced, often verbally divides what empirically cannot be divided. Jumping from imaginary lines to souls, let us examine a favorite syllogism of theology. Major premise: sin must be harshly exorcised. Minor premise: man is conceived in sin. Therefore, man must be unhappy to be virtuous. Over against the doctrine of original sin, Rousseau erected the doctrine of original virtue, the happy, natural man and his natural rights. 2 bloody revolutions followed, the American and the French, in which men fought about slogans derived from Rousseau. Both doctrines are highly abstract, with reference difficult to locate. Both have been connected with much turmoil in human affairs. The notion of original sin is one of the most troublesome ever contrived. It assumes that men will get into mischief unless they are chronically unhappy, worked long hours, rigidly disciplined, and filled with a sense of inferiority. This is supposed to give them character. From the unverified premise emerges the ferocious dogma of hard work, the equally ferocious dogma of the character-building attributes of poverty and slum dwelling. The fear of mass leisure, the fear of decent living standards for all citizens, and indeed the persistence of the paradox of plenty. Influential people quake at the prospect of an ample living for all, because of their indoctrination with the logic of original sin. When this is combined with another logical monster which takes the form, the amount of wealth is a fixed sum. If the poor receive more wealth, then the rich will receive less. The difficulties in the path of those who seek to abolish poverty are manifest. Robinson says, "It is commonly supposed that the rackets of our great cities arise primarily out of that unpunished sin which is abroad in the world. It is also supposed that these rackets can be eliminated if only the police could be stimulated and the pretty courts purified. Such a theory is, of course, about as near to reality as other theories demanding the exorcising of evil spirits. To admit that racketeers are symptoms rather than causes of a social evil is more than most of us can stand. A considerable industry in the United States is the arrangement of public debates, with fees for attending the same so far as fees are collectible. The idea behind a debating contest is to combine disagreement with knowledge. To the student of semantics, this is like combining beer and milk. Internal combustion is the most that can be expected. One is solemnly advised to listen to both sides and then make up his mind. As both sides are determined to use any means short of fisticuffs to make disagreements as wide as possible, and will indulge in most varieties of logic chopping, double meanings, and verbal fraud to achieve this end. The listener, if he can make up his mind at all, a rare event, makes it on the basis of a gross distortion of the facts of the situation under discussion. If the subject be resolved that hockey is a better game than cricket, no great harm is done. The question is meaningless to begin with, and the uproar may be entertaining. But if it be resolved that government ownership is a failure, then the debate becomes pernicious by choking the listeners or readers with verbal poison gas, sprayed from both sides, mind you. I can think of nothing more anti-educational. I have taken part in a few formal debates in the past, and hereby apologize for the confusion which I may have spread. When we employ formal logic, we work on the left side of the triangle and avoid the task of finding referents for our talk. Knowledge of the world about us is not advanced in such a verbal treadmill. Francis Bacon summed it up 3 centuries ago. It cannot be that axioms established by argumentation can suffice for the discovery of new works, since the subtlety of nature is greater many times over than the subtlety of argument. End of Philosopher's Walk. The classical philosophies place on the table, as it were, a misty sphere of pure nothingness, labeled the good, the nominal, the principle of heaviness, or the oversoul. Here is a fascinating puzzle. What does oversoul mean? Presently, they are juggling a circus full of metaphysical balls, one rolling and dissolving into the next, and classifying them with meticulous logic. But they have started the exhibit from the wrong end, trying to work down from abstractions rather than up from tangible events. We have been cursed with this wrong-endedness for 25 centuries. Plato condemned the logic of the sophists as a sham. Aristotle convicted the dialectic of Plato of formal inability to yield a demonstration. Bacon denounced the sterility of Aristotle's formal demonstration. Mill deplored the inadequacy of the Baconian induction method. The critics of Mill showed that his induction technique was as formal and as futile as anything hitherto attempted. Locke demolished Edward Herbert. Hume demolished Locke. Morris Cohen demolishes Hume. J.E. Boudin demolishes Descartes. Modern philosophers wipe their boots on Kant and Herbert Spencer. John Dewey makes mincemeat of his forerunners. Bright postgraduates in Columbia, Harvard, and Chicago are now busily engaged in dismembering Dewey. Nominalism rolls into realism, into materialism, and back to romanticism, round the corner to idealism to stub its toe on positivism, and return again to humanism. In brief, the boys do not seem to be making much progress. Dewey mournfully remarks, "A certain tragic fate seems to attend all intellectual movements. With no standard, no proof, anywhere in the premises, a brand of philosophy can be overthrown as easily as it can rise up," said Thomas Huxley. Generation after generation, philosophy has been doomed to roll the stone uphill, and just as all the world swore it was at the top, down it has rolled to the bottom again, until now the weight and the number of those who refuse to be the prey of verbal mystifications has begun to tell in practical life. Huxley's grandson, Aldous, observes that philosophical arguments are mostly angry shoutings at one another by two people who use the same words but mean different things by them. Language, as it has developed, seems to be expressly designed to mislead philosophers. Or have the philosophers also been instrumental in misleading language? Admirers of philosophy and formal logic evidently regard abstractions as real things. Somehow they personify and identify terms for which referents are unreported. Such students can even agree about some meanings for a limited period of time before the inevitable wrangle develops. But the process is obviously inside their heads, and they're insulated. Henshaw Ward points an instructive contrast between scholasticism and science. Playing with words. Disease is caused by sin. Observing facts. Many diseases are caused by submicroscopic organisms, some by visible bacteria and by mosquitoes. Playing with words. Numbers rule the heavenly bodies and determine human fate. Stars are personalities controlling human destiny. Observing facts. Numbers are orderly relations, series evolved by the human mind. All observable motions of stars could be accounted for by supposing that the earth revolves around the sun. Playing with words. Fossils were made by Satan to deceive men and cause them to lose their souls by reasoning irreligiously. Observing facts. Fossils are a guide to the history of the earth. Playing with words. Knowledge is that which seems best to my own mind. Observing facts. The clue to knowledge is the agreement of competent observers. The philosophers then have persistently overthrown one another down the ages. This observation will be promptly seized upon by an enterprising logician in the following form. Major premise. All intellectual theories are fallacious. Minor premise. Semantics is an intellectual theory. Therefore, semantics is fallacious. If semantics is but another game with words as counters, the syllogism is irrefutable. If it turns out to be a discipline connecting with tangible reference, a discipline which can be checked and rechecked by experiment, and upon which sane men can agree, it moves out of the dusty area of dialectic to become an instrument of permanent usefulness to mankind. Chapter 14. To the Right with the Economists. Classical philosophy does not yield a helpful method of obtaining information about the world outside. Classical economics does not yield a helpful method of explaining how men acquire food, clothing, and shelter. Initially, one expects better results from economics because it deals with homely things like wheat, onions, and parlor furniture. It wastes little effort in tracking down the good, the true, and the beautiful. But on closer examination, it appears that unwarranted identifications and high-order abstractions run riot here, as in philosophy. Just because it seems to be a more practical study, the results are perhaps even more lamentable. Says Hogben in this connection, instead of inventing a scientific nomenclature free from extraneous associations, economics, like theology, borrows its terms from common speech, defines them in a sense different from and often opposite to their accepted meaning, erects a stone wall of logic on concealed verbal foundations, and defies the plain man to scale it. The part of the real world with which economics is concerned is bounded above and below by the two covers of the dictionary. Hogben finds a sample in the works of Professor L.C. Robbins of the London School of Economics. Robbins states the law of supply and demand as a well-known generalization of price theory. When some outside body fixes a price below the market price, demand will exceed supply. Robbins then asks upon what foundations this statement rests. Not upon any appeal to history, he says, not upon the results of controlled experiment. In the last analysis, our proposition rests upon deductions which are implicit in our initial definition of the subject matter of economic science. Hogben, the biologist, is scandalized. Such stuff, he says, is the astrology of the power age. The law of supply and demand rests on a manipulation of words rather than on verified observation. The process is like a game of chess, which depends on knowing the initial definition of the moves. A subject which admits to the dignity of law, statements slowly based on logical manipulation of verbal assertions, forfeits any right to be regarded as a science. In science, the final arbiter is not the self-evidence of the initial statement, nor the facade of flawless logic which conceals it. Final validity in science rests on doing, on performing an operation, not on talking. A semantic analysis of economic theory would fill a book in itself. It would be a volume both instructive and depressing. Here we have space but for a few examples. The economists are as far from agreement among themselves as are the philosophers. This strongly suggests that extrapolation and shaky assumptions dominate the field, with the scientific method undeveloped. It is a safe rule that any study where students cannot agree upon what they are talking about is outside the scientific discipline. I employ a skilled mechanic to mow my meadow and cultivate my garden. He used to be employed in a Connecticut mill, but a new machine was installed and he and some others lost their work. So he is keeping himself and his family alive as best he can at a fraction of his former income. He was a victim of what is termed technological unemployment. A machine took his work from him, and for a considerable period he could find no other work to do. He might have left town, but he had bought a house, his children were in school, his wife liked the neighborhood, and to take to the road was a risky venture with machinists out of work on every hand. Now, what do the classical economists do with my friend Roy Thompson? They prove by irrefutable logic that technological unemployment is impossible. I know what I am saying, for I have debated the matter in public with classical economists and can tick off the arguments with my eyes shut. The logic proceeds like this. A new machine is put into a pin factory to take the place of men. The cost of making pins is lowered. Presently, competition lowers the price of pins as the machine is generally adopted. Therefore, housewives spend less money for pins and have more money to spend for silk stockings. Therefore, the factories making stockings employ more help and no unemployment results. On the other hand, if the first factory has a monopoly of the new machine and does not choose to lower the price of pins, the owner of the factory takes in more money. This money he either spends, let us say, for a private airplane or invests in a new pin factory. Workers have to build the airplane or the factory, giving more employment. On purely logical grounds, you cannot get around it. Employment shifts, but does not decline, and the same amount of money continues in circulation. How do you get around it? You look steadily at Roy Thompson, at scores of still less fortunate Roy Thompsons. You adopt the operational approach, disregard the logic in your head, and observe what is happening outside. You are careful not to generalize from one or two cases. In the world of fact, you find that men and women frequently lose their jobs to machines, to stopwatch efficiency methods, to photoelectric cells, to improvements in agricultural methods. You can count them if you have the heart, leaving their benches and their tools and going out upon the street. You can examine the curves of output per man-hour for this commodity and that, and note how they have been rising for 50 years. You can halt any working man and ask him to tell you how he or his friends have lost their work from time to time because of new inventions. It is not hard to check and recheck the facts of technological unemployment. Referents for the term are very plentiful. Very good, or rather very bad. Millions of Roys have suffered for a greater or lesser period. Do they find other work? Many of them do. Often, like Roy, they learn new trades at inferior pay. But the increasing obstinacy of unemployment in the modern world indicates that many do not. Whether they do or do not, certain relevant human factors must be brought into the concept. Can Roy, 1, after 20 years of working at a lathe shift his skill to qualify as a linesman if men are wanted in that field? Can Roy, 2, after living 40 years in Middletown with his roots driven deep, pick up his family and move to Seattle if men are wanted on the docks? Can Roy, 3, now unemployed, hibernate like a woodchuck and live without eating because a year hence there is to be a demand for machinists in the television industry? Can Roy, 4, change from man's work in a machine shop to a woman's work in a rayon factory? What kind of employment awaits him? Where does it await him? When does it await him? It is two very different things to talk about technological unemployment as a net statistical effect and to observe Roy in his perplexity and discouragement. If new invention speeds up, it is obvious that more men and women per thousand are in transit from a job lost to a job hopefully found. And what happens if the owner of the factory does not care to buy a private airplane or to invest in a new pin plant? Suppose he just puts his money in the bank and the bank just lets it stay there. For the last 8 years, new investments in private industry have been pitifully small compared with earlier periods. What if we have as many pin factories as prospects for profitable investment warrant? These considerations by no means exhaust the question, but perhaps I have given enough to show that knowledge about technological unemployment, or indeed any kind of employment, is not advanced by the syllogisms of classical economists. The classicists treat the term as a thing in itself, without finding the referents which give it meaning. Most characteristics are left out. Observe the brutality of the result. If one can prove by logic that there can be no such thing as technological unemployment, then any apparent idleness must be due to human cussedness. Roy must have been a slack worker, improvident and wrong-headed, and one can lean comfortably back in his chair with no need to do anything about it. More, one can violently object to anybody's doing anything about it, for this would interfere with the functioning of economic law. Unemployment is not a thing. You cannot prove its existence or non-existence except as a word. The validity of the concept rests on the shoulders of millions of your fellow citizens. Are they suffering because they have no work? Are their families suffering? Are the children without shoes with which to go to school? In March 1937, I visited WPA Kitchens in Savannah, Georgia, where 4,500 school children certified as underweight from malnutrition were being fed. Savannah is neither a large city nor a city of slums. If you cannot see through the word unemployment to ragged children standing patiently in line with bowl and spoon, you have no business hanging out your shingle as an economist. Let us inspect another favorite abstraction of the economic faculty. The function of business is to supply the consumer with what he wants. Translating this to lower levels, the function of the radio business is to supply Atom 1 with a serviceable radio at a price consistent with the cost of producing it. In the fall of 1936, a leading radio trade journal made the following editorial comment. The ear of the average consumer is notoriously cauliflower when it comes to distinguishing between good radio reception and bad. Since original boom-boom dynamic speakers superseded early high-pitched magnetics, few improvements impinging upon the auditory organs have been sufficiently obvious to nudge obsolete receivers into oblivion without the aid of vocal mesmerisms by some retail salesman. The public eye, on the other hand, appears to be readily impressed, and we predict the best year since 1929, designed for selling. In short, do not build radios for the ear because there have been no recent improvements to warrant new models. Build them to sell an elegant Circassian walnut cabinet. Here are some assorted vocal mesmerisms. Bandstand baffles, tone-tested resonators, violin-shaped cabinets, vibra-acoustic floating soundboards, automatic flash tuner, overtone amplifiers, acoustical labyrinths, magic voice, mystic hand, dial-o-matic. What the radio industry does in the economic textbooks is one thing. What it actually does is another. The observation holds for most industries which can make more goods in a year than people buy in a year, or in more learned language, where capacity exceeds demand. What a remarkable term is business, especially in America. How is business? Not your business, but business in general. Statisticians toil over composite graphs and charts to answer this mythological question. If there is no such entity as business, and by now we know there is not, it seems a little superfluous to be constantly taking its temperature. Business says, business speaks, business recovers its voice, business views with alarm, business is jubilant when the Supreme Court votes down the NRA, business is sick, business is terrible, business runs through a cycle. Charming image. Business has recovered. Look at the chart. There it is, as plain as the nose on your face. Back to 1929, the curve says we are all right, therefore we must be all right. What? 8 million unemployed? Farmers in the Dust Bowl down and out. Sharecroppers reach new depths of misery. Forget it. Keep your eye on the chart. This is pure hocus pocus. Not only are there no dependable referents to which we can hitch the chart, but those to which it has been hitched, car loadings, bank loans, lumber production, cotton mill consumption, cannot be combined into any composite curve which does not violate mathematical sanity. A great mathematician, Ivar Fredholm, calls such omnibus index numbers hermaphrodite arithmetic monsters devoid of all sense. At this point, we know a curious perversion of the scientific attitude. Opinions as to the health of business are based on figures rather than on hearsay and hunches. We are looking, we believe, at cold facts. We are scientific as hell. But the facts and figures we look at have been mutilated beyond meaning. Someday we must give up prostrations before a phantom business, though the charts reach from Wall Street to the moon. The term business and its faithful follower service often prevent us from observing what useful or useless things businessmen are actually doing. Many economists and statisticians believe it legitimate to argue that industrial prosperity after a slump will inevitably return because their charts show ups and downs in the past. They point to the scientific nature of the proof. But the graphs a real scientist draws describe the conditions of an experiment arranged by him. They can be used safely for drawing conclusions only if similar conditions can be arranged. The humps and hollows on the economist's chart refers to changing conditions. There is no similar arrangement, and few valid conclusions are possible. The context has changed, and the result must be guesswork. Introducing graphs of supply and demand, says Hogben, in a fictitious free exchange economy does not make economics an exact science. A business executive with whom I am associated asked me the other day, what will be the reaction of the public to the new laws for resale price maintenance? This was an important question, for as manufacturer of wholesaler and retailer of a commodity, he had to decide a policy covering costs, prices, possible injunctions, court orders, notification to retailers, and so on. Yet my colleague was trying to settle this critical matter with the aid of a ghost. There is no public, which is a useful concept in the premise. Calling it John Q. Public does not help. Between us, we had to break down public into a series of interested groups. New York retailers in the West, jobbing houses, customers of various kinds, before we could know what we were talking about and arrive at a valid decision. Observe that in this case, no theory was involved. As businessmen, we had to determine by the following Saturday morning a specific course of action involving the stability and the jobs of a considerable business enterprise. Formal economics wanders in a veritable jungle of abstract terms. Here is a sample of the flora. Land, labor, capital, capitalism, rent, wages, the iron law of wages, purchasing power, production, distribution, interest, the long-term interest rate, profit, the profit system, the entrepreneur, the economic man, free competition, the free market, the law of supply and demand, cost, income, price levels, marginal utility, monopoly, the trust, money, the gold standard, credit, debt, savings, securities, inflation, deflation, reflation, value, wealth, the law of diminishing returns, property, individualism, business, socialism, public ownership, the consumer, the producer, the standard of living, planning. Some of these terms are useful shortcuts, provided one does not objectify them. But if one employs them without being conscious of abstracting, they acquire a fictitious existence. Some have no discoverable reference. Value, for instance, is as elusive as the omnipotent. Some have reference very difficult to locate. Capitalism, individualism, inflation, credit, money, business. Some have reference easier to locate, provided one makes the rare effort to find them. Following Bridgman, we might prepare a list of meaningless questions in economics. Number 1, does capital produce wealth? Number 2, is the consumer more important than the producer? Number 3, what is a reasonable profit? Number 4, is man by nature cooperative or competitive? Number 5, is fascism a kind of capitalism? Number 6, what is a classless society? Number 7, what is the American standard of living? Number 8, what are capital and labor partners? Number 9, are we headed for inflation? Number 10, is decentralization better than centralization? These questions are either completely meaningless or meaningless as they stand. Given a position in time and space with further description of the terms employed, qualified answers might be found for some. For instance, Margaret Mead studied a tribe in New Guinea where habits of cooperation were very strong. 100 miles over the mountains, she studied another tribe where competition was so ferocious that it threatened survival. On the basis of these observations, we might venture a qualified answer to question 4. For question 8, one can say that capital and labor are partners in the same sense that Castor and Pollux are brothers, mythological matters both. Korzybski observes that any study to become a science must begin with the lowest abstraction available, which means descriptions of happenings on the level of sense impressions. Economic literature usually reverses this procedure, starting with high-order terms and working down. Thus, you will find in Chapter 1 of Dr. Blank's Principles of Economics, elaborate definitions of land, labor, capital, wealth, profit, money, credit, property, marginal utility. As any two economists have great difficulty in agreeing upon the precise meaning of these terms, the treatise begins with shaky assumptions. Worse follows when the shaky assumptions are woven into elaborate systems by deductive logic. The best fun which a professor of economics apparently gets out of his academic life is to demolish the theories of his confreres. The single time, to my knowledge, that American economists were in general agreement was when they objected to the Smoot-Hawley tariff bill in 1930 by a joint memorandum of more than 1,000 signers. That was a red-letter day in the history of economic thought. To extend agreement and make the study of economics conform to the scientific method, it is necessary to lay aside abstract definitions and apply the operational approach. What is Rufus 1 doing on his farm? What is Roy 1 doing at his factory bench? What is Junius 1 doing in his bank? A bank studied on the basis of what is going on inside without recourse to abstractions like credit, liquidity, soundness is a pretty whimsical thing. What is Sylvia 1 doing at her desk? Observe and record what a great number of men and women are actually doing in furnishing themselves and the community with food, clothing, and shelter. Then proceed to inferences. Then proceed to general rules governing economic behavior, if any can be found. Then check the rules with more first-hand observation. Never forget Adam 1 acting, the date at which he acts, the place where he acts. Fortunately, some economists and sociologists are beginning to follow this program. We find it in the studies of Middletown by the Linds, in Ogburn's Social Change, in Economic Behavior and Recent Social Trends, in the studies of the National Resources Committee. Inferences drawn by Adam Smith about the England of 1770 or by Karl Marx about the England, France, and Germany of the 1850s are obviously worthless for the America of today. Some deductions may still be sound, but all are subject pending operational check in modern America. To criticize American economic behavior today or to prescribe for its improvement because Adam Smith said thus and Marx said so is as foolish as believing that a fly has 8 legs because Aristotle said so. Both Smith and Marx used their eyes and ears more than their fellow theorists. Ricardo, for instance, might have been born blind. So pure a theorist was he. Economic laws became in the hands of the classical school just laws in themselves. Often they were merely logical exercises, so it was that classical theory stood triumphantly symmetrical and absolute, and so it is still too much taught. By a series of assumptions and with the use of certain chosen illustrations, it can be worked up to climactically. And when the thing is complete, there you are. But the student goes away from the demonstration unsatisfied, frustrated, angry, feeling as though a logical trick had been played on him. And why? Well, because for one thing, in the 20th century, the truth must be useful, and this is not. So says R.G. Tugwell. Meanwhile, Dr. Wesley C. Mitchell observes that it is impossible to improve or disprove the classical laws. The laws and principles were developed with the Industrial Revolution. The Wealth of Nations was published in the same year that Watt made a steam engine which would really work. The same year, incidentally, that the American Declaration of Independence was drafted and signed. The classicists were much influenced by notions about science, but they did not adopt the scientific method. They tried to erect economic laws like Newton's law of gravitation, but they did not copy Newton's operational technique. It was like a little boy making himself into a choo-choo after seeing a locomotive. Editorial writers today are still infatuated with these laws of a make-believe science. They pull them out of their heads with pontifical finality whenever reformers or congressmen propose a measure which editors do not like. Economic law cannot so cavalierly be set aside, they say. We cannot circumvent the law of supply and demand any more than we can circumvent the law of gravitation. Only crackpots would seek to outwit the immutable principles of economics. Classical economics not only was largely innocent of the scientific method, it also became a kind of theology selling indulgences to businessmen. As factories expanded after Watt's steam engine, a philosophy was needed to give respectability and prestige to the rising class of manufacturers. The philosophy was first identified with the natural laws of Newton. Then it twined itself like a boa constrictor around Darwin's hypothesis of the survival of the fittest. What a handout! The greatest good for the greatest number, so ran the dogma, arises from the unimpeded competitive activities of enlightened self-interest. The faster the stragglers are bankrupted and undone, the stronger the economic frame. What appears as competitive anarchy is not really anarchy at all, but a beneficent system of control by natural forces. The big fish eats the little fish. The strong businessman eats the weak. It is all very gratifying and lovely, and as remote from reality as the labors of Hercules. In 1798, Malthus published his famous essay on population, one of the grandest examples of extrapolation on record. The essay was in part designed to answer William Godwin's argument to the effect that mankind could achieve happiness through the use of reason. Malthus wanted to scotch the dangerous idea that happiness was in prospect for the mass of the people. The principle of original sin again. So, by study of the exceedingly unreliable statistics of the time, he laid down two postulates. First, that population tends to grow at a geometrical rate. Second, that food supply tends to grow at an arithmetical rate. The population of England was then 7 million. In 100 years, if the curve was followed, it would be, he said, 112 million. If food was sufficient for the 7 million in 1800, by 1900 the supply would expand to feed only 35 million, which would leave a population of 77 million totally unprovided for. This fantastic hypothesis was then solemnly applied to the problem of poverty. As population was destined to leap ahead of food supply, restrained only by pestilence, war, and famine, it followed that measures to improve the living standards of the mass of the people were futile. It is undoubtedly a most disheartening reflection that the great obstacle in the way of any extraordinary improvement in society is of a nature that we can never hope to overcome. That stopped the fellow Godwin in his tracks. The essay was also used for decades as conclusive proof that reform laws were pernicious. In the second edition of his essay in 1803, Malthus relented to the point where a new element was introduced into his equations. If the poor would employ moral restraint in their procreational activities, they might possibly gain a notch or two on the food supply. It was very cheering news to the well-to-do. The poor had themselves to blame for their poverty, and even if moral restraint was widely practiced, poverty was largely inevitable anyhow. Malthus's iron law of population was paralleled by Ricardo's iron law of wages. This great principle put poor people in another vice. Since labor is a commodity, said Ricardo, its price goes up and down with demand. When demand for labor is slack, wages will remain at the bare subsistence level. If demand becomes brisk, wages will rise, workers will have more money. They will then produce more children, and presently the addition to the population will bring the price of labor back to bare subsistence level again. So, what is the use of trying to improve the condition of the workers? Nassau Senior proved that hours of labor could not be reduced because the employer's profit came out of the last hour of operation. A 68-hour week was common at the time. Eliminate that last hour, he said, and industrial profits would be eliminated, and the business of the nation ruined. Thus, if children in factories worked 67 hours rather than 68, panic would replace prosperity. Senior's analysis was derived from theoretical examples where the arithmetic was correct but the assumptions untenable. Senior's contribution to economic theory proved that hours could not be reduced. John Stuart Mill and other classicists proved that wages could not be raised by the famous wage fund doctrine. Workers joined unions and struck for a raise. Pure madness, said the economists. Why? Because there was a certain fund set aside out of capital for the payment of wages. There was a certain number of wage earners. Divide the first by the second. It was all arranged by heaven and arithmetic, and trade unions could do nothing about it. The wage fund theory was the stock answer of the manufacturer and editor to the claims of organized workmen. It had been blessed by economists and must be true. Observe how these laws were put to tangible use, holding back improvements in working conditions for scores of years. The philosophers produced nonsense which was at least disinterested. Many of these classical economists had an axe to grind, and cruelly sharp they ground it. Not until 1876 was the wage fund theory exploded by an American economist, Francis Walker. He argued that wages were paid not out of a fund of stored capital, but out of current earnings, a theory which came closer to the facts. It is a pleasure to note that John Stuart Mill, who first popularized the wage fund hypothesis in his Principles of Political Economy in 1848, published the following statement years later. The doctrine hitherto taught by most economists, including myself, which denied it possible that trade combinations can raise wages, is deprived of its scientific foundation and must be thrown aside. A brave, fine statement, but working people in England and elsewhere for 50 years had paid a bitter price for a law that had no scientific foundation. Orthodox economists have had a particularly bad time of it since 1929. Governments all over the world have been indulging in financial operations of a shockingly unorthodox character. As Chester T. Crowell points out in The New Republic, the learned faculty stands on the sidelines shouting, "No, you can't do that." And while they shout, it is done. The economically impossible is performed again and again. For instance, number 1, Mussolini simply could not carry on his vast operations in Ethiopia with a gold reserve of only $300 million. It was unthinkable. The reserve was a mere drop in the bucket. It would be gone in a month. But Mussolini did it. Ethiopia was brought to heel, and Italy is still afloat financially. Number 2, if a nation has a gold coverage of less than 2%, obviously it has no currency worthy of the name. Panic and chaos are inevitable. It cannot hope to carry on foreign trade. Its citizens will fly from their native money standard. In terms of respectable economic theory, the German financial system today is a corpse. But the corpse does not fall down. It goes right on acting as if it were alive. Number 3, we were all brought up on the fundamental idea that if the British Treasury ever repudiated a government debt, it would be the end of the pound sterling and of world trade. The financial backbone of the planet would be broken. Well, the British Treasury owes the American Treasury some billions of dollars, and the latter can whistle for its money. The pound remains firm. The ships still sail the sea. Because of the repudiation, Congress passed the Johnson Act, forbidding loans to warring nations, and so giving the American people one of the sturdiest defenses against being dragged into war that it was ever our good fortune to secure. England's perfidy has been our blessing. Number 4. A nation, we were taught, could not go off the gold standard, in fact, no matter how many proclamations its statesmen made. If it devalued, prices would shoot up, and gold would still be master. The United States went off the gold standard by proclamation, and most domestic prices hardly fluttered. France, which clung nobly to gold, suffered a much more severe depression than the reprobates who abandoned it. Yes, the orthodox economists are having difficulty on the sidelines. Is the trouble with the wicked world which pays little attention to their laws, or is the trouble with the laws themselves? How valid are natural laws, which can be violated right and left? Chapter 15. To the left with the economists. The classical economists fitted out the businessman with a fine new philosophical suit. The workers went spiritually ragged until Karl Marx came along with fine new suits for them. Marx's philosophy was the first comprehensive statement of the theory of socialism. As an offset to the classicists, it was badly needed. As a contribution to knowledge, the case is more dubious. In drawing inferences from the facts which he had so conscientiously collected, he mixed in Ricardo's labor theory of value, Hegel's interpretation of history, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, and a large and very human dose of emotional sympathy for the downtrodden, together with hatred for their exploiters. So the final product was part scientific observation, part classical theory, part contemporary philosophy, part good, rousing propaganda. The followers of Marx, by and large, have dropped the scientific observation overboard and clung to the theory, the philosophy, and the hatred. Their facts are still drawn from the England of 1850. They have turned this great scholar into a kind of demigod. Current questions are settled not by the facts of today, but by the authority of the master. Marx says, Aristotle and the schoolmen over again. To check the inferences of Marx by operational experiment today would be a long, arduous undertaking. Here we have but time to note one or two tests. Marx drew his concept of dialectical materialism from Hegel. Hegel, we remember, as the metaphysician who upbraided the astronomers for trying to find more planets when philosophy had established the number at 7 for eternity. Of all the philosophers since Plato, observes Hogben, none has adopted a worldview more diametrically opposed to the scientific outlook. Perhaps Hegel's chief accomplishment was the reestablishment of the occult properties of the number 3. The secret of the universe, he said, lies in finding out how reason works. Reason equals unity. Waste no time on experiment or observation. Every argument which arises in the quest of the absolute consists of 3 parts, the magic 3. The first step, which Hegel seldom succeeded in taking, is a plain statement and is called thesis. The second step is the negation or contradiction of that statement and is called antithesis. The third step is the negation of the negation. Combining the higher truth in both the preceding steps, it is called synthesis. All history, said Hegel, follows this law. Marx, in applying the parade of abstractions to economics, identified capitalism as thesis, labor as antithesis, and the classless society as synthesis. Neat and logical, but what does it mean? Where are the referents? There is no vestige of the scientific method here. The dialectic tells us that when 2 forces clash, something happens. We knew that before. It does not tell what the things are with any clarity, and it makes a wild extrapolation as to the result. Marx moves closer to the real world when he leaves Hegel and his magical triad and says that methods of production determine human culture. Operations can be performed to show the great effect of, for instance, mass production on human living and human institutions. But Marx went off the deep end by making this verifiable tendency into an absolute. He dropped out many characteristics as moralists drop them in the case of the bad girl. Elements of race, religion, climate, plagues, and many other things help determine human culture too. Take a look at Hans Zinzer's Rats, Lice, and History for a demonstration of the profound effects of parasites, biological, not economic, upon human culture. The essential point to grasp semantically is that Marx used his mind like a philosopher, not like a scientist, in his concepts of dialectical materialism. True, he was a better analyst than most philosophers, but to hold that he established a rigorous and inevitable course which history must take is akin to holding a belief in the second coming of Christ. The assertions in the proof are verbal and so unverifiable. The labor theory of value was a concept which could not be adequately verified even in Marx's day, when industrial undertakings were relatively simple. He held that the value of one commodity is to the value of any other, as the labor time necessary for the production of the one is to that necessary for the production of the other. If 4 man-hours were spent making a hat and 12 man-hours making a stove, the value of the stove was equal to the value of 3 hats. No scientist would waste 5 minutes attempting to verify this law. What are the referents for value, labor time, production? Marx realized well enough that an inefficient worker did not produce hats and stoves of high value because he wasted time in producing them. So, he had to bring in a vague concept of average skill, average efficiency, a kind of average economic working man. Today, the concept is even farther from being verified. At certain places, we are producing electric power without a man in the generating plant. The powerhouse is operated automatically by remote control. I have tried to work out the man-hour cost of various forms of transportation. This can be roughly estimated for the operation and maintenance of railroads, truck lines, waterways, pipelines. But when it comes to finding the man-hours which once went into surveying, building, and equipping the railways and the highways, into dredging the rivers for barge line transportation, digging the trenches for pipelines, plus the annual depreciation and obsolescence thereof, the analysis runs clear off the map. Increasingly, we use inanimate energy from falling water, coal, oil, in place of human muscle. Increasingly, we use photoelectric cells in place of the human mind for many industrial tasks. Increasingly, we use automatic dials in place of telephone girls. That labor is the major factor in producing most commodities, nobody denies. But exact measurement of man-hour cost, including both capital and operating factors, is too complicated to perform. I know whereof I speak, for as an accountant I have tried to measure it more than once. So there is no operational foundation to prove the labor theory of value. You can say it, but you cannot do it. The American economist John Bates Clark observed in a famous textbook, "Free competition tends to give to labor what labor creates, to capitalists what capital creates, and to entrepreneurs what the coordinating functions create. To each agent a distinguishable share in production, to each a corresponding reward. Such is the natural law of distribution." Labor creates all value, says Marx. Labor, capital, and the entrepreneur create all value, says Clark. Land, labor, and capital create all value, says others. Abandoning the theorists and rushing into open country to see what is actually happening before going mad, one finds that any commodity useful to man or desired by men either falls out of a tree like a coconut, or is produced by Atom 1, Atom 2, Atom 3, using their hands and heads. Atom 1, however, may be aided by inanimate energy supplied for him by Atom 4 on the basis of an invention made by Atom 5, now dead, from a scientific law worked out by Atom 6 in 1828. He may be aided by a machine or a process to which a host of atoms, living and dead, have contributed. Where is land? Where is capital? Where is labor in this landscape? The facts cannot be jammed into these abstractions without violence. Marx said that the rich would get richer and the poor poorer. In America, and to a lesser degree in Europe, the rich got richer and the majority of the poor got richer. Marx did not anticipate the curious split between legal owners and operating managers in great corporations, where the capitalists are often shaken down by the non-owning management with a thoroughness similar to that shown in shaking down the workers. Read The Investor Pays by Max Lowenthal. On the other hand, Marx did imply that an era of monopoly would replace the era of competition, and the facts of today in part support him. He thought that manual workers would become increasingly depressed and discontented. Finally, they would revolt and gain ascendancy by sheer force of numbers. In America today, the middle class, on one careful count, is numerically larger than the proletariat, while the strategic importance of the engineer and the technician introduces a new and important element into the situation. Marx thought that capitalism would become more and more international, and only an international organization of workers could furnish the antithesis to cope with. The workers of the world would unite. He was partly right for the period of 1860 to 1918, but after the war, a strong trend toward nationalism, autarky, self-sufficiency set in. Today, industry and finance become increasingly national, while international bankers hold up their hands in impotent horror at the goings-on in Italy and Germany. They tell Herr Schacht it cannot be done, but he does it. Meanwhile, the science of agrobiology promises a dependable method for making the smallest nation self-sufficient in respect to its food and technical crops. Meanwhile, Japan is engaged in throwing Western nations out of China. Radicals trying to operate on an international basis today are like motorists trying to explore Maine, guided by a map of Texas. Trotsky is thus a better Marxist than Stalin, but he has a much worse map. The idea of the class struggle was cardinal in Marx's theory. In 1850 or thereabouts, he observed in Western Europe a real struggle between wage earners and factory owners. Perhaps of the many struggles between various groups at the time, it was the most important. He then froze the notion unto the absolute. It was not an absolute then, and it is not so today. In the United States, we now observe struggles between rival industries, railroads versus highway trucks, oil versus coal, struggles between the banks and manufacturers for control of the plant, between Wall Street financiers and farmers of the West and South whose mortgages Wall Street holds, between New England textile mills and Southern textile mills, between chain stores and independent groceries, between city and country, between importers and domestic manufacturers, between whites and Negroes, between the American Federation of Labor and the Committee for Industrial Organization. The struggle between workers and owners or managers is still present and exceedingly important, but it is only one of a score of bitter struggles now raging along the economic front. Indeed, for really bad blood, the struggle between Marxists who support Stalin and those who support Trotsky outstrips them all. Here are two excerpts covering a convention in America in 1937, the first from a socialist paper, the second from a communist one. The convention turned a deaf ear to every siren's plea to turn in the direction of class collaboration. The furious drive of the Communist Party to carry the convention along this line crashed its bloody head against a stone wall. The Trotskyite wreckers have their own reserves. At the head of this gang of bandits in the United States is the notorious swindler Max Eastman. On the same platform with Eastman was Norman Thomas. The Trotskyites won the Socialist Party to objective support of Trotsky's pact with Hitler and the Japanese militants. Marx, borrowing heavily from Hegel, extrapolated the class struggle and made it apply to present and to past. It was to apply to the future until the millennium of the classless society should arrive. The communist editor today turns a news story, any news story, over to his copywriter and says, "Class angle that, Jim." The good member believes in the class struggle as the good Catholic believes in the Immaculate Conception. Meanwhile, General Motors comes to terms with the CIO in the hope, or so the rumor goes, that the CIO will make it good and hot for Henry Ford. Meanwhile, the local managers of the United States Steel Corporation wanted to fight the CIO, but Wall Street bankers of the Steel Corporation, and this is more than a rumor, said, "No, sign up with the CIO and save money." Meanwhile, the United States government, controlled by capitalists as good Marxists know, gives Mr. John Lewis the opportunity to organize workers assisted by Governor Murphy of Michigan and Governor Earl of Pennsylvania. While the so-called capitalist press roars for the scalp of President Roosevelt, where in this turmoil is a valid distinction between working class and master class. There are class struggles here and class struggles there. Take a look at the violent labor history of Harlan County, Kentucky. But the class struggle is useless as an absolute. Users of the phrase disregard the date of Marx's observations in the 1850s. The place, Western Europe, is disregarded. The fact that it was a hypothesis is disregarded. The operational approach is disregarded. Other economic struggles are disregarded. The outstanding significance of the middle class today is disregarded. Many characteristics are left out. What Marx would have made of the class struggle is codified and distorted by his disciples, I do not know. Perhaps not much. It may be objected that while the term is without tangible validity, it provides a useful psychological stimulus to labor organization. It furnishes a feeling of solidarity and fighting morale. This is the old argument in defense of any means to achieve a given end. Waiving moral aspects altogether, it seems to me that the term class struggle, by giving an incorrect picture of the world as it is, hinders the strategy of those who want to improve economic conditions. A general who disposes his troops on the basis of an inaccurate map is not likely to win many battles. The class struggle map is probably a major reason why the socialist movement has made so little progress in America. When the class struggle becomes an article of faith, the worker is canonized and labor can do no wrong. Any strike is a holy crusade. Any man with a pick is a better fellow than any man with a plug hat. Hollow-chested clerks feel strong as they identify themselves with labor and gladly join the picket line. In New York, recently, a strike was called in a group of cooperative restaurants. Many members of the organization were defenders of labor as well as of the cooperative commonwealth. The strike put them in an embarrassing predicament. Should they support the worker or the cooperative ideal? Meetings were held and souls were searched. A functioning, useful organization was torn into and all but wrecked by this battle of rival dogmas. What kind of labor union? When? Where? Once these questions were examined and answered, the ghosts depart. The reformers begin to realize that some unions are initiated by crooks, that some are organized for purely commercial purposes, and that some are functionless. I have been working with the American labor movement off and on for 15 years, and by many first-hand observations have learned both the courageous devotion and the dirty deals to be found in this field. To prostrate oneself before labor is of no help to working men and women. Many socialist intellectuals, says Bertrand Russell, consider it de rigueur to find the proletariat superior to other people, while professing a desire to abolish the conditions which, according to them alone, produce good human beings. Children were idealized by Wordsworth and unidealized by Freud. Marx was the Wordsworth of the proletariat. Its Freud is still to come. Capitalism. As an abstraction, capitalism may be useful in saving the breath required to describe every transaction on the market. But a thing, capitalism, is not to be found stalking with gigantic hooves and horrid scales over any marketplace. When Art Young, the great cartoonist, draws a monster, he knows and you know what is intended, a poetic image. Sometimes, however, one wonders if cartoons do not aid the creation of verbal monsters. Discussion of capitalism is now widespread, especially as opposed to the abstraction socialism. The verbal forms normally employed make it evident that the speaker has no consciousness, that the word is not the thing. Capitalism fights, he says, is making its last stand. It is even crawling back into Russia, presumably on hands and knees. Capitalism and socialism are locked in mortal combat. Fascism lines up with capitalism. Capitalism seeks foreign markets, grinds the worker as in a coffee mill. Capitalism gets up and capitalism falls down. Capitalism is thus a shape, a form which speaks, commands, fights, runs away. Asked to define it, the debater on the left introduces more abstractions. Absentee ownership, surplus value, class struggle, private ownership of the means of production, exploitation of the masses, imperialism, vested interests, proletariat, bourgeoisie, the profit system, and many more. The great words roll. The schoolmen perspired no harder in their Aristotelian squirrel cages. From time to time, the reasoner thrusts a hand into the world outside and seizes a raw living fact. If it pleases his argument, he hauls it squirming into the cage. If not, he drops it. In an adjoining cage, the proponents of the word are going through a similar revolving process with different terms. Sturdy individualism, self-help, thrift, the law of supply and demand, initiative, regimentation, bureaucracy, capital will leave the country, orders from Moscow. If you divided all the money up, it would be back in the same hands in 6 months. Listen to the Reverend Charles Vaughan of Los Angeles. The Russian Revolution was a Jewish baby. The Jewish banking houses of Wall Street financed the revolution, and as a result, 30 million white Christian people have starved in Russia under communistic rule. Communism is antichrist and belongs to those who teach antichrist. It is time to get the whole gang of aliens and put them across the sea where they belong. We believe it is Christian-like to deport these aliens. Note not only the meaningless abstractions, but the identification of Russian communist with Jew, with Antichrist, with aliens in America, and the rousing conclusion to deport all aliens, including apparently a covey of Wall Street bankers. Cynicism, we recall, is the name for the habit of using words without thought. Often, a single symbol is enough to start the words flowing, even as prompting a parrot will cause him to run through his piece. The man on the left hears the word prophet and proceeds to intone, "You can't get anywhere until you destroy the profit system." The man on the right hears the word socialism and throws back his head, and shutting his eyes, he roars, "You can't change human nature." Radicals hate capitalism, but there is no such animal. They are hating nothing less. It is akin to hating the devil. Who is the devil? Who is capitalism? One might as well waste his emotions hating the Martians. Bumping into Morgan 1, Morgan 2, radicals do not hate them much. The cigars of Morgan 2 are excellent. Well, they say they hate the system. Another monster. Hating monsters or just hating around loose provides highly inaccurate maps for political strategy. It confuses many concrete situations where some excellent measures could really be advanced. It alienates potential friends, especially among the professional ranks. It doubles the strength of the opposition by raising mild disapproval to blind fury. It plays beautifully into the hands of Reverend Dr. Charles Vaughan. Again, by objectifying the assumption no improvement possible until the profit system is destroyed, radicals misinterpret the environment. No profit system exists as an entity in the real world. Instead, one has to study the behavior of Adam 1 and Adam 2, Morgan 1 and Morgan 2. President Roosevelt, having no immutable economic principles, has begun more reforms in the economic picture in 5 years than reformers have accomplished in 150. Yet, because he did not shake his fist at the profit system, his undertaking has been judged as worse than nothing by the left-wingers and regarded dubiously by many reformers. They do not look at what is going on under their noses. They are listening in a kind of trance to words inside of their heads. I have heard reformers debate for hours whether the New Deal is state socialism or state capitalism or just ornery liberalism. If it is state socialism, then it is all right. If it is state capitalism, it is all wrong. If it is plain liberalism, it is beneath contempt. Presumably sane men arguing interminably. I have advocated reform in the field of economics for most of my life, and I intend to continue. But I am sick and tired of trying to reform things which are not there, of fighting things which do not exist. If the purpose of an economic system is to supply people with necessities and comforts, let us try to see the people, see the commodities, see the institutions as they actually hang together, and throw such strength as we possess into making real changes in a real situation. Consider the solemn, simple book starting with land, labor, capital. Each contributes. Each must receive its rightful share. The chief share the physical land surface of America has received to date is ruination of its humus over immense areas by man-made erosion. Capital produces equally with labor and must have its share. Capital earns, capital works in every sound textbook, editorial, treatise, argument. Capital is a word. I challenge you to find its referent. It never turned a sod, lifted a hammer, even made a scratch with a pen. It never produced anything, never consumed anything, never needed anything. Tried to take a photograph of capital in action. Money goes to Morgan, one who is labeled capitalist. You can photograph him, all smiles, receiving a piece of paper called a dividend check. If all receivers of dividend and interest checks were stood up for inspection and counted, the exhibit would be interesting but confusing. Some millions of standers in America would be found to be also wage earners and therefore properly labor. So labor gets both wages and profits. Ask the White Queen. She is the only authority competent to handle the matter. We have circled all around capital and capitalism, but made little progress in defining them. Well, what do the terms mean? Frankly, I do not know. I used to believe that I did, but that was before I took up semantics. As an accountant, I know what capital means to the XYZ company. Not very accurately, to be sure, but well enough to audit books and outline policy. I know something about capitals of certain sorts in certain places at certain times, but very little about capital. As for capitalism, I confess myself stumped. I do not know how to perform an operation to give the concept meaning. But one can safely say this. If capitalism be used as a shortcut for the sum total of economic activities carried on under the direction of private individuals and groups, those activities had certain characteristics in Western Europe when Marx wrote his great book in the 1850s. In the United States at that time, the characteristics were different. By 1900, in the United States, they had changed again greatly from what they were in 1850, as large corporations and trusts came into the picture. By 1929, they were widely different again, as the financial men increasingly dominated the industrial men. Today, characteristics have changed once more as the government engages in distributing money through relief and other public channels. Meanwhile, characteristics in England, Sweden, Germany, and Italy are different from those in the United States and different from each other. There may be legitimate concepts for capitalism, but no fixed concept capitalism as any more than in the case of length or time. Setting aside the fighting labels capitalism and socialism and examining the real world of economic activity today, we find, number one, activities or businesses where most decisions are made by community officials under legislative permits, such as the post office. Number two, businesses where most decisions are made by a private enterpriser, such as a bootblack stand. Number three, businesses where decisions are mixed. This category, at a guess, covers 95% of all economic activity in America today. Here are 6 million farmers affected by government legislation and administration covering crop production, soil conservation, water conservation, mortgage requirements, seed loans, cooperative marketing, and many other matters. Here are railroads, bus lines, utilities, banks, slaughterhouses, stock markets, and other businesses legally affected with a public interest under community supervision through regulating commissions. Here are businesses limited in their decisions by child labor laws or minimum wage laws, by safety laws, by regulations about adulteration and misbranding, sanitary inspection, building inspection by the Wagner Act for collective bargaining, by resale price maintenance laws, and so forth and so on. Here are businesses heavily in debt to the Reconstruction Finance Corporation, businesses being operated by federal receivers, businesses dependent upon tariff legislation. The post office may be a referent for socialism and the bootblack for capitalism, but in between lies a no man's land of private and public policy making. In June 1937, Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain of England, supposedly a warm defender of capitalism, brought forward a bill to force all British electric companies into regional combinations with reduced rates for consumers. Roars of protest went up from many of the companies involved, of which 371 were owned by municipalities, socialism, and 255 were owned by private stockholders, capitalism. The socialist roars were as loud as the capitalist roars. Says the London correspondent of the New York Times, "This may not be socialism, but at least it is not capitalism as diehards here or elsewhere understand it." While a British financial journal cries, "Schemes like these are not even socialism, they are bureaucracy gone mad." Is a great corporation like the New Haven Railroad capitalism or socialism? When the bootblack goes broke, he ceases to operate. The New Haven Railroad can go broke every other Friday, and not a train will stop running, not a commuter fail to find the 827 as per schedule. Even Paramount Theaters can go into bankruptcy, but thousands of their movie houses continue to exhibit the latest sensations from Hollywood. Such organizations are too vast, too vital a part of public life for their physical dissolution to be permitted. However much their stocks and bonds may be reduced to wallpaper. Where is your socialism and where is your capitalism in the light of these living facts? What kind of capitalism is it when managers of great corporations, often not owning a share of stock, override and sometimes fleece the legal shareholders? A friend of mine recently dispatched a research worker to the New York Public Library to find for him a good definition and description of capitalism. The research worker returned after 2 weeks, more confused than when he began. The rights of property as an absolute will land one in a similar befuddlement. Despite the editorial battalions who give their lives to the defense of this great principle, where were the rights of property when the Prohibition Amendment wiped $1 billion of brewery and distillery securities off the books without a cent of compensation? Where was due process of law? Where is private property in anthracite coal deposits when miners in Pennsylvania today are swarming upon company lands, digging out the coal, loading it into trucks, and selling it in Philadelphia and New York for their own account? No judge or jury will convict them of grand larceny. Not a state militiaman will move against them. Why? Because the principle of survival has overridden that of private property, and the people of the anthracite region know it and act upon it. Where is private property when a farmer in western Kansas, under the new soil conservation law, must plow his lands in a certain manner to act as brakes against dust storms, or a community will send its agents to plow the land for him? Does a sit-down striker have a property right in his job, or does he not? What kind of property? Where? When? The naked principle is meaningless. Is capitalism declining? I once answered this question flatly and brashly in the affirmative. In the New York Times of May 26, 1937, Alexander Dana Noyes, Dean of Financial Editors, answers it with equal flatness and brashness in the negative. He says that capitalism is on a firm base again, but that the old Wall Street has gone forever. If C stands for capitalism and X for the financial methods of 1929, then according to Mr. Noyes, C minus X equals C. Capitalism, having lost a leg, is again intact and on a firm base. To carry on the symbolism, it cannot be dignified as mathematics if all economic enterprises in the United States be counted year by year and called N, and the number operated by private parties free from control or interference by the community be counted and called P, and the percent of P to N has been declining for years with a kind of cascade since 1929. Is capitalism then declining? Why worry a dry bone? Chapter 16. Swing your partners with the economists. Considerations of capitalism lead to considerations of money. Perhaps when Bassett Jones completes his study of monetary operations, there will exist a constructible and workable concept of money, derived not merely out of our heads, but as all workable concepts must be derived from our actual experience. Meanwhile, neither you nor I nor anyone else knows what money is or how it works. We know what it means, where and when we use it, for here we are performing little personal operations. But its general laws, if any, are unknown to even the wisest banker or the profoundest economist. How dare I make such a statement? Because if you locked the wisest banker and the profoundest economist in a closet and told them to settle the money question in a few minutes, it is safe to say the whole house would begin to shake. It is possible, however, to make a few observations around the edges of money. It is not edible. It is not wearable. It is a symbol without industrial utility, except in the case of metals. Today, little, if any, use is made of gold as actual money. It is stocked in vaults or concrete-lined caves in the ground. A large part of all dollar transactions are accomplished by a transfer of numbers from one ledger sheet to another. A small part are accomplished by handing about pieces of paper and metal. Perhaps the most important thing about money is the human willingness to accept it. On the 10th of the month, I take a checkbook and mail around some scraps of paper with my name upon them, covering furnace oil, tennis balls, shirts, garden seeds, roast beef, electric current, and tradesmen profess themselves satisfied. It is all very strange, but there you are. We agree to take money, even if we cannot agree as to what the word means. The value behind the symbol is doctrinal. A piece of paper, money, is like a word. It has no value in itself. Money in one's pocket helps procure a hat, but a $5 bill is not a hat. Most of us identify the bill with the hat, believing that money means goods and services per se. This illegitimate identification probably causes a large share of our financial troubles. It is obviously folly to accumulate symbols worthless in themselves if in the process confidence in them is undermined. Well-to-do people in the United States are toiling manfully at this task. They would keep the symbol at the cost of its referent. They want to eliminate large taxes and New Deal laws and save their money. Yet, if the social legislation is thrown out in toto, the result might well be a new boom and an even grander smash, quite destroying popular confidence in the financial system. Thus, many of our leading citizens are doing their best to lose their money. Leading citizens down the ages seems to have fixed habits along this line. They are not necessarily greedy or cruel, but they become so stuffed with principles inside their heads that they lose sight of what is going on outside. Their maps become more inaccurate, their acts more fantastic. Presently, the environment blows up under them, and when the smoke clears away, there are no leading citizens in sight. We recall, among many examples, the Bourbons of France, the Southern planters, the hacendados of Mexico under Diaz, the Russian nobility. Because leading citizens have looked inward rather than outward in the past, it does not follow that they must always do so. Leading citizens are sometimes useful citizens. Today, there is no objective reason why they cannot retain enough of their money to keep them comfortable while allowing their fellow citizens a little more comfort and a little less resentment at the same time. But one fears they must first undergo a course in semantic training. In February 1933, confidence in American money retreated to the point where nearly every bank was closed. It is estimated that the Depression wiped out some $200 billion. Thus, we have already stood upon the brink, and it will not take much more to push us over. Where will the paper be then? The paper will be worthless, and Morgan 1 will be on the pavement with Adam 1. It would appear that if we desire to continue a money system which is far more convenient than barter, we must see to it that people continue to believe in it as a useful help in getting goods made and passed around. This involves keeping people reasonably well fed, well housed, and well employed. It is not without significance that the peak of unemployment and the collapse of the banks came in the same month. Property, in the sense of land, a house, tools, has quite different characteristics from property as stocks, bonds, and cash. Owners identify the two concepts, A is A, and think of their paper as something tangible like a wheat field or a stone castle. Yet the validity of the paper concept rests in the hope, and it can be nothing more, that in the future physical goods and services will be furnished by someone because of these claims. Suppose the someone sometime becomes weary and ceases to furnish them. Then the material income will not be forthcoming, and the paper property will be worthless. If the claims are to hold good, the industrial plant must be encouraged to operate steadily with employees who are not too dissatisfied. Often, however, to protect their property, holders of stocks and bonds jeopardize steady operation by low wages, long hours, and monopolistic prices. They bitterly protest attempts by the government to aid stability, not only foolish attempts, but all attempts, on principle. An interesting book could be written on the subject of a logical approach to money. Many persons give it one value in the sense that money is everything. Many give it two values in the sense that money can be either wasted or saved. If it is wasted, public welfare is damaged. If it is saved, welfare is advanced. Two-value logic is also found in the excited cries of balance the federal budget or ruin, balance the budget or inflation. It is found in the fixed idea that a penny saved is a penny earned, in the idea that a dollar of business spending is constructive and fruitful, while a dollar of government spending is destructive and barren. This foots up to the dreariest nonsense imaginable, for the situation is a many-valued one. At certain times when unemployment is growing, any spending anywhere for any purpose will help restore equilibrium. At such times, thrift is a deadly enemy of financial stability. Spend for machine guns, poison gas, rum, harlots, stone pyramids, or boulder dams. It makes little difference so far as the financial mechanism is concerned. People get moral principles tangled up with the transfer of numbers called money. The worthy New York Times devotes a great editorial to the $400 million spent by the Works Progress Administration in New York City. Did the taxpayer get their money's worth? Should there have been more dentistry for school children and fewer sewer pipes? What was the cost compared with private enterprise? Will the WPA become permanent? Horrid thought, thus starving private industry of its labor supply. Can we afford the outlay in view of the deficit in the federal budget? These are all interesting questions, but the most important two characteristics of the situation remain unmentioned by the Times. What would have happened had there been no federal spending? What would have been the effect upon working people in New York City if the spending had taken the form of a straight dole rather than payment for work done? Alexander Sachs contributes a little semantic sermon on the gold standard. The disparity, he says, between outworn dogmas and the facts of world recovery is illustrated by the hankering of bankers and economists for the restoration of the gold standard on the pre-depression model. Their solemn warnings about inflation after gold was abandoned were taken seriously by many investors. Some of these investors dumped their bonds on the market, while the banks themselves treated long-term governments as untouchables. The result was serious and unnecessary losses for the members of the faith. To a banker or a classical economist, the abandonment of the gold standard was like abandoning one's trousers at a formal dinner. In either case, no physical harm follows, but the moral shock is severe. Modern money, as Bassett Jones studies it, is not a commodity. It does not behave like a commodity. It behaves like a transfer of numbers, of which the most important characteristic is the rate of transfer. When the rate declines, depressions begin. If money is used like a commodity, the monetary device is thrown into functional disorder. When the disorder becomes acute, nations abandon the gold standard to the horror of right-thinking citizens. Gold is a kind of vermiform appendix in the economic organism. It had a function once, but is a dangerous nuisance today, likely to burst and send us to the hospital. It began to atrophy, Jones observes, when it was no longer convenient to weigh gold in each commercial transaction, and so it began to pass out of function into a ritual. The difficulty with our understanding of money appears to be that we want it to mean something substantial, tangible, solid. Gold and silver fulfill this yearning for substance, and we cling obstinately to them in our minds. Outside, in the real world, money as substance is fast disappearing. Even in Mexico, the silver cartwheels are going out of use in large transactions. There is a curious paradox here. We have to use money as it behaves, actually. It behaves something like an electric current circuit. But we persist in thinking about money as it behaved 200 years ago. Money concepts lead to ideas about value. Most books on economic theory revolve around value. If the task of the student of semantics is to find the referent, the task of the economist has been to find the value. He has not found it yet, and I am afraid he never will. For value, apart from a price or a sum of money, is a meaningless absolute. No operation can be performed to establish it. There is no magnitude of value apart from money. The measurable value is what B will actually give for A's old fishing rod, not A's claim that he would not take $500 for it. In one context, value is a sum of money actually proffered. In another, it is a loose relative term useful in conversation like good or bad. This is a good thing, and I value it highly, are similar kinds of talk. In non-economic concepts, value is helpful as in many valued logic, and in color values graded to a scientific scale. But when you hear an economist pontifically discussing value as an entity, get ready for a shower of blobs. Consider the term inflation. When the verbal fire got too warm, the Washington administration, in self-defense, adopted the word reflation. I have yet to find any general agreement upon what inflation, let alone reflation, means. A man has just written a book about the 7 kinds of inflation. Definitions are sometimes attempted, but referents are hard to come by. Does one mean credit, currency, stock market, or land value inflation? Some of my friends go about shaking their heads, observing that inflation is already here. Others say it is inevitably coming, others that it may come, others that it will not come at all. Still others hold that a headlong deflation is just around the corner. Think of it calmly. Thousands of so-called intelligent people arguing for millions of hours, filling acres of newspaper columns and heaven knows how many magazine and book pages, with reflections on a term that no single one of them understands. Your author is the third from the left in the front row. Take the word dole. The very sound of it is depressing. A baleful word associated with handouts, bums, breadlines, and incompetence. This word was thrown like a bomb against measures for state and federal relief. The immensity of human need prevented the barrage from being successful. Doles or community benefits, in what form, when, where. Once we begin looking for a reference, we turn up some interesting material. Since the American Republic was formed, doles, in one form or another, have been frequent and generous. Consider the protective tariff as a dole to manufacturers. Consider the gift free or nominal of about 1 billion acres of public land to homesteaders, speculators, to railroads, canal companies. Consider free highways for motorists, free sidewalks for pedestrians, free schools for children, weather reports and beacons for airplane travelers, fingerlings for fishermen, copyrights for poets, patents for inventors, the Federal Reserve System for bankers, buoys and lighthouses for yachtsmen. The list is long, as you will find by consulting Jacob Baker's Government Benefits. Regard the two abstractions, investor and speculator. The former is a good demon, and the latter a sorry one. Investors must be encouraged, speculators scouted. Hence, laws, regulations, rules, moral codes, principles. If you get into the New York stock market to separate an investor from a speculator, you had better take a surgeon with you. The distinction is in our heads. On the market, any market, you find Junius 1 buying and selling stocks, bonds, lands, commodities. Most of the time, he does not know himself whether he is speculating or investing. Far out on one wing, there may be a few pure plungers. Far out on the other, there may be some executors of trust estates who never think of an appreciation in their capital, but only of their income. In between lie the overwhelming majority of market transactions. To quote a man who has spent his life on the street, where one is both speculating and investing more or less. Perhaps a gap-filling word is in order. Call it investiulating or specuvesting. While we are in the financial mood, let us look at a sample of a weekly market letter circulated to businessmen. This industry is as profitable as it is loquacious. The formula seems to be to use 100 words to say 10 words worth, and 200 words to say nothing. The use of abstractions averages perhaps higher than in philosophy. Washington influences on business will be abnormally mixed in the next few weeks. As between inflation and deflation, let inflation go on, says one wing of officialdom. Easy money is still the administration's objective, less easy but in part reasonable. Fear in some quarters that buyers will strike, impeding recovery. Discounted in other quarters. Conspicuous industries which raise prices are looked on with growing suspicion. The tendency is to assume that prices are raised more than warranted by wage increases. Whether or not this is true is a subject of intragovernmental controversy. The business outlook, as figured by most non-political observers, is based on assumption of moderate inflation, not runaway inflation. Feeling reported against extreme social mindedness within WPA. President is sounding out sentiment by undercover observers in European capitals. This sample inspires me to undertake a word experiment. We all remember how in school examinations we sometimes shoveled in words, the longer the better, to cover up a complete lack of knowledge about a given question. Unfortunately, the habit does not cease with adolescence. Suppose you ask me to define reflation. I do not know what reflation means. It is a thingamabob I have never encountered, but that does not prevent me from explaining it if I am a market letter writer. Reflation is an alternative to inflation. When the central banks are in the strategic position of manipulating credit, it is quite possible. See the action of the Danzig Kronbank in 1934 by employing sundry well-known techniques such as the inversion of the rediscount rate and the hazardous but conclusive open market operations to bring about an upward movement in values which reacts unfavorably on speculative activities, tends to thaw frozen assets in the commodity exchanges, implements stock movements, attracts gold from abroad, revivifies the climate of opinion, and so arrests the vicious spiral. I submit that the paragraph would look well in the financial columns of any newspaper, even in the Atlantic Monthly. I made it up out of whole cloth, and so far as I know, there is not an atom of meaning in the entire statement, not one scintilla of sense. Observe the United States government tortuously winding its way around verbal barriers to administrative action. Before spending money for public works, it must, whenever possible, go through the legal process of setting up government corporations, because it is well known that corporations are more efficient than politicians. It must severely restrict public works to useless activities, because it is equally well known that government should not compete with business. It must balance the operating part of the federal budget to propitiate the god of balanced budgets. The editor of the New York Times snorts balefully on discovering this sorry stratagem. What a nose for sin the editor of that great paper has. Here are two long words, centralization and decentralization. Mr. Justice Brandeis, Walter Lippmann, Felix Frankfurter, Ralph Borsodi belong to the decentralization school. I am supposed to belong to the centralization school. At least I get kicked around by decentralizers. I am also, it appears, a planner, and that is pretty serious. Decentralization, where? Planning for what? Such considerations are not often examined. The way to give these lofty terms meaning is to make a careful survey of the economic activities of the United States and find out which, by their technical function, are best suited to organization on a nationwide basis, like the railroads, which are best suited to a regional organization, like flood control, which are best suited to local organization, like barbershops. Observe that this operation at once dissolves the controversy. It is no longer assumed that anyone wants centralization of everything, whatever that may mean. As technology changes, the classification of decentralized and centralized activities is bound to change. If, for instance, a practical prefabricated house is put upon the market with a factory in Cleveland making standard sections to be shipped to Portland, Oregon and Portland, Maine, house construction ceases to be a local industry and becomes in part a national industry. Economic planning has no meaning as it stands. Read almost any article on the subject and you will lay it down more baffled than when you picked it up. It is an abstraction of a very high order and must be put in a precise context of time, place, and kind before anything useful can be said about it. Major premise: the Russians are planners. Minor premise: President Roosevelt is a planner. Therefore, President Roosevelt is a Russian, or at best a Russian agent. This false syllogism would shock even a logician. Yet it is implied, if not stated, in numerous articles and in innumerable private arguments. I certainly have used the term planning loosely in the past. Walter Lippmann takes the word and turns it solemnly round and round on the left side of the triangle. The principle of planning, it appears, denies the principle of freedom. The principle of Blob 1 denies the principle of Blob 2. Freedom is preferable to planning, therefore planning is bad. Mr. Lippmann does not bother much with reference. He deals in the higher orders. He becomes increasingly oracular. While his mind is powerful above the average, what he means at times is clear neither to his readers nor probably to himself. Isabel Patterson has observed that he writes like a revolving door. He is an intellectual descendant of Aristotle and thus a semantic calamity. This may not keep him from becoming a classic to be read and admired by future generations. It is widely admitted, even by some economists, that planning is a vague concept, but production is supposed to be solid stuff. Is it? Everyone knows what production means, does he? The term is clear when applied to tons of a specified kind of steel, to passenger automobiles, bushels of wheat, units of things of a given grade produced in a given geographical area over a given time. But what does production in general mean? Physical production in the United States, reads a recent news release, is now back to the level of 1929. Economists, government officials, bankers, businessmen are continually talking about production in general as something of outstanding importance. It is even seriously proposed that the economic policy of governments should be guided by charts showing variations in physical output for the nation as a whole. Yet, when the operational test is applied, it is found that production in general is a statistical monstrosity and not to be found anywhere on land or sea. All the composite index numbers now available showing increases or decreases in production in general for the United States, or for any part of it, or for any other country or area, are without meaning. Rigorous mathematical proof of this statement has been worked out by Bassett-Jones, Arne Fisher, Lancelot Hogben, and others. You and I can appreciate it without the mathematical proof. One cannot combine bushels of wheat, tons of steel, sides of beef, assorted kinds of radio cabinets, pairs of silk stockings, numbers of houses, yards of cotton sheeting, and bottles of beer into a composite entity which makes sense. Sugar and chocolate can be poured into a pot and candy produced which makes sense. Try pouring the commodities listed above into a pot. The more complicated the mathematics applied to the pot, the more erudite the systems of averaging and chaining, the more absurd the result. After developing his magnificent concept of proof, Pythagoras fell into the swamp of mystic numbers. Economic statisticians are modern Pythagoreans. Mathematics cannot be legitimately used to jam together on paper things which are never jammed in the outside world except in freight train wrecks. When a great banker says with satisfaction, "Production is increasing, look at the curve," he might equally well observe, "Blue-haired mermaids are increasing, look at the curve." The curve may be neatly plotted on cross-section paper in both cases, but that is as far as visibility extends. A governmental or private planning authority attempting to direct policy on the basis of production in general index numbers may presently find itself in the position of those wizards of finance who were plotting the course of stocks and of business just before the smash in 1929. Their curves went up and up while the facts went down and down. Similar warnings apply to composite indices of purchasing power, cost of living, wholesale and retail prices. I prophesy some alarming situations if and when governments seek to manage economic activity on the basis of the arithmetical monsters now at their disposal. The phenomenon is a clear case of semantic confusion. Because we employ a high-order abstraction as a shortcut tag for all kinds and varieties of things produced, it is felt that the word production means something in its own right, and a grotesque mathematical procedure is actually worked out to give it validity. If the tonnage for everything from false teeth to 300,000 HP turbines could be computed, one might legitimately say that in America more tons of assorted goods were produced in 1938 than in 1937. What would that tell you? Precisely what the statement says and no more. You could not, without the gravest risk, infer from its conclusions of policy or welfare. Suppose the increase was more than accounted for by gross tons of dreadnoughts, obsolete before they were launched, tons of tanks, machine guns, and containers of poison gas. Suppose it was accounted for by tons of green lumber instead of seasoned, rank oleo instead of good butter, straw instead of bread. And how about measuring women's hats and men's overcoats by the ton? No useful knowledge is presented until we know of what the production consists, its qualities and its grades. When we know this, we leave production in general behind in the stratosphere. One can say in a broad general way that methods of production for most articles are improving because of new inventions, that the production of most things requires fewer hours of labor than were required a generation ago, and the production of food, clothing, shelter, in amounts sufficient to provide for the needs of all families in America or in Europe is today no longer a serious technical problem. Beyond such loose summary statements, the term is not only meaningless but dangerous. I have put production through the semantic mill in some detail. It is typical of many terms now confidently used wherever economic affairs are discussed. Our final exhibit in this stroll with economists is the resounding phrase, the American standard of living. It is much used in conjunction with the pauper labor of Europe and coolie standards. It is used for purposes of national self-esteem and to silence reformers who want to improve the living conditions of Adam I. In 1929, the national income, a dubious figure in itself, was estimated at $80 billion or thereabouts. There were some 27 million conjunctural families in America. Dividing the one by the other, you can arrive at an average of some $3,000 per family. Splendid, a nation of unparalleled prosperity. Yet, the careful studies of the Brookings Institution showed 2/3 of all families receiving less than $2,000 in 1929, and 1/2 less than $1,500. For $2,000, a thrifty family of 4 persons could just about purchase the theoretical essentials of health and decency, with variations, of course, depending on where the family lived, in the North or the South, in city or country. The average income of a community, as Hogben points out, is without meaning to anyone except the tax collector, and then only if all incomes are taxed to the same extent. Suppose we have 2 nations with 5 families in each. Nation A is proud of its high standard of living, averaging twice as high as the pauper standard of Nation B. The Chamber of Commerce prepares a great poster to keep citizens of A contented with their statistical affluence. As a matter of simple mathematics, every family in B is better off financially than 80% of the families in A. Coming down to cases, the United States has a far higher average money income than Denmark, for instance, but Denmark has no dreadful slums, few tenant farmers, very few families on relief, nothing approaching our appalling poverty. Which is the healthier condition? The findings of the last 3 chapters can hardly be called constructive, to use a battered word. Economic terms and economic concepts are often meaningless and useless as they stand. Well, if they are meaningless, nothing is gained by pretending that they are not. Following the work of Einstein, scientists had to start the job of mopping up their concepts. An economic mopping up is long overdue. Because terms are muzzy, however, does not mean that nothing can be accomplished on the economic front. Far from it. If we can free ourselves from slavery to terms, a great deal can be accomplished even before creating better terms. In Western countries, inanimate energy is now available to produce the food, clothing, shelter, and luxuries which their populations need for survival and modest comfort. If natural resources are sensibly conserved, especially soils and waters, this condition can probably obtain for a long time. These are the limiting factors in the outside world. Only recently has inanimate energy reached a volume where abundant supplies are demonstrably possible. The demonstration can be found for America in the reports of the National Survey of Potential Product Capacity, based on industrial capacity in the year 1929 and published in 1936. The ill-founded laws of the classical economists, by influencing legislators, made industrial workers more miserable than the facts warranted. They helped to block the reduction of hours of labor, helped to postpone wage increases, and union organization for collective bargaining. We know today that long hours of work encourage fatigue, spoilage, and inefficiency. We know that relatively high wages tend to keep factories busier because the mass of people does the mass of the buying. We know that collective bargaining tends towards industrial peace and steady operation rather than towards strikes, lockouts, and shutdowns. We know these things by direct observation and rough experiment. Labor in Britain, says a 1937 London dispatch to the New York Times, is more organized for collective bargaining, and disputes can be settled more easily than under the less organized conditions prevailing in the United States. The classicists misinterpreted their world. The bulk of sound opinion, as reflected in the United States Chamber of Commerce, the National Manufacturers Association, the bankers, the surviving classicists on economic faculties, the press, misinterpret the world of today. Arguing from false identifications and unverifiable laws, they are doing their best, consciously or unconsciously, to hold down mass income and hold down production, thereby damaging the majority of their fellow citizens and also damaging themselves. The laws and the principles on which they lean are probably no more tenable than those of the classicists a century ago. Similarly, the Marxists are in a shaky position. Their laws have not been validated by operational test, and most of them, I believe, never can be. Russia is now a gigantic laboratory for testing community control of industry and agriculture, but not even the communists pretend that what is going on there is in strict accord with the principles of communism. Trotsky, in one of his rhetorical flights, calls it a retreat to capitalism. There is much to be learned from Russia as the experiment develops, but not by doctrinaires. Similarly, other rigid programs for social reform are in the class of logical exercises rather than demonstrable projects. Social credit, single tax as a cure-all, consumers' cooperation for everything, public ownership of all means of production, technocracy, the Townsend Plan, and the rest. One or another might work, but to date no one has established the proof of workability for impartial men to check. If some country like New Zealand adopts an adequate trial period for the theory of social credit, 5 years hence there may be something of value to report. What then are we reformers to do? I modestly suggest that we divest our minds of immutable principle and march after tangible results. Use the ballot, social legislation, collective bargaining, cooperative associations. the TVA structure, conservation programs, holding company regulations, stock market control, central banking, public ownership, if, as, and when the context of situation after study gives promise for an advance. An advance to what? To making Adam 1 and his family more comfortable and more secure? Take, for instance, the matter of public ownership. The usual method of approaching the question is to enunciate two absolutes. Number 1, public ownership is an evil and always fails. Number 2, public ownership is a blessing and always succeeds. Then we take sides, become very emotional, and collect endless statistics supporting 1 and condemning 2, or supporting 2 and blasting 1. Then we stage debates, write letters to the papers, prepare editorials, learned pamphlets and books. The harder we work and the angrier we become, the more difficult it is to find any foundation for agreement. So we talk in the dark, write in the dark, fight in the dark about two non-existent principles. What is happening in the real world? Private companies fail to provide essential service in situation A. Public enterprise makes a gorgeous mess of situation B. Technological conditions change and demand public action in situation C, where no private company is functioning at all. Government takes over a private utility at fancy prices in situation D, and no matter how efficiently it operates, the initial capital charge forces it to show a loss, and so on and so forth. There are as many inferences warranted as there are situations, and no two situations are exactly alike. Reformers with an understanding of semantics will refuse to be involved in a battle of goblins. They will get the facts of each situation and base their action thereon. They will throw principles out of the window, except the fundamental one of trying to make citizens more comfortable in a specific situation. They will talk, write, vote, agitate, march from this point of view. They will cease to be for or against the principle of public ownership, and will only be for or against a given action in a given case. So they cannot be bundled up and ticketed as ists or supporters of isms. If a private company at a given time and place is furnishing adequate employment, working conditions, and output at a figure which is not exorbitant in terms of dividends, for heaven's sake, leave it alone. The American Telephone and Telegraph Company may be such a concern with a question mark on the dividend characteristic. But if the service is poor, the rates astronomical, or both, let us join a movement to hammer it into public usefulness or take it over. The Westchester Power and Light Company comes to mind. I paid this company 15 cents per kilowatt hour for years. Thus, the argument shifts from Wonderland to the best method of getting some specific job done here on Earth. When enough of us adopt the approach, actual jobs can get done. We will not try to bring everything into line on principle. We will first try to bring it into line what is breaking down. We will clear our minds of dogmas about individualism and socialism. We will get away from either or, as from a pair of rattlesnakes. No one wants socialization as such. One cannot eat a word. One wants for himself and his fellows a good job, good food, a good house to live in, a car, and a chance to send the children to high school or college. To obtain these things, it may be necessary to fight. All right, let us fight. But let the fight be on the real situation. Let us see clearly a possibility of success. And let it be known that we are going after adequate goods, services, jobs for all, rather than after classless societies and cooperative commonwealths. Within the broad limits set by the technical arts and natural resources, we can have any kind of economic system that enough of us want. Reformers should take warning from that Austrian general who had great contempt for Napoleon. While it was true that Napoleon consistently defeated him, it was done counter to the laws of military strategy. Chapter 17. Round and Round with the Judges. Malinowski had to live with Trobriand islanders in their native environment to find out what their words meant. Walter Hamilton and Douglas Adair, in their book The Power to Govern, have visited the Philadelphia of 1787 in an attempt to find out what the words of the American Constitution meant to the men who framed it. They could not see and touch as did Malinowski, but they did the next best thing. They examined the written records and diaries of those who participated in the discussions. They reconstructed the economic conditions of the late 18th century in America. They analyzed the common usages of words in the context of the period. The results of this expedition in time are as illuminating as Malinowski's expedition in space. They throw a floodlight upon constitutional law as it has developed since that memorable convention, and upon the contemporary struggle between the executive and the judicial branches of the government. In this long perspective, the heated debates of today become all but meaningless. In his dissenting opinion on the Social Security Act, Mr. Justice McReynolds said, "We should keep in mind that we are living under a written constitution. No volume of words and no citation of irrelevant statistics and no appeal to feelings of humanity can expand the powers granted to Congress. Neither can we, by attempts to paint a white rose red, view the situation differently from that seen by the fathers of the Constitution." What does the justice mean by this? I take it he means that the fathers saw a situation A. They wrote it down. Today, we have but to pick it up and apply it to the A of this year. What settled A 1787 will settle A 1938. Ah, if life were but so simple. If you think, said Thomas Reed Powell, that you can think about a thing inextricably attached to something else without thinking of the thing it is attached to, then you have a legal mind. Mr. Justice Roberts is even more precise. When an act of Congress, he tells us, is challenged in the courts as not conforming to the Constitution, judges have only one duty: to lay the article of the Constitution which is involved beside the statute which is challenged, and to decide whether the latter squares with the former. It is like a problem in Euclid. Is the square A or not A? And yet not like a problem in Euclid, for students of geometry do not split 5 to 4, 6 to 3, 8 to 1, as to whether one square is of approximately the same size as the next. They measure and agree. The members of the Supreme Court are in chronic disagreement. We need look no farther to know that techniques employed, however wise or human, are not dependable in the scientific sense. In 1787, the American colonies, after winning the war for independence, had set up a loose confederation of states. Tariff walls between the states, widespread bankruptcy, depreciated currency, the decline of overseas trade, problems of inland navigation, rivalries, and jealousies were threatening to wreck the stability of the young republic. The states were invited to send delegates to Philadelphia to meet the crisis. The Constitutional Convention was called to deal with a specific situation. What has been called a handicraft or scarcity economy was the order of the day. Watt's steam engine had not crossed the Atlantic. Most goods were grown and fabricated on the farm for home consumption. 90% of all heads of families were farmers, forest workers, fishermen, or hunters. Itinerant craftsmen, shoemakers, tinsmiths, masons passed from farm to farm. There were a few flour mills, sawmills, forges operated by water power, some small shoe factories in Lynn, textile looms in Providence, knit stocking works in Germantown, metal shops in Connecticut. These shops made goods for the market in contrast with the bespoken goods of the craftsmen. Roads were abominable, and transport by sailing packet was slow and uncertain. When winds were adverse, it might take 10 days to go from Bridgeport to New York. Vessels built in the shipyards of New England ran to the West Indies, Europe, Africa, China, carrying rice, tobacco, and indigo, bringing back imported necessities, luxuries, and slaves. These activities were symbolized by the word commerce. The Constitutional Convention was called to bring order into commercial affairs, to ease the strangulation of commerce caused by state tariffs, to circumvent the hampering effects of British commercial policies. The spirit of dialectic and theory sat lightly upon the young men in Philadelphia. Half of them were under 40. They wanted to get things done. An American gentleman of 1787 encountered different thingamabobs from those encountered by a gentleman of today. His experience was vastly dissimilar. His meanings, accordingly, were different. He looked out upon a world that seemed to him physically larger than the world seems to us. Its times were longer, its spaces greater. New York was as far in time from Philadelphia as California is now. He had never seen a street well lighted at night, never seen a factory with smoking chimneys, never seen wires on a pole, never talked to anyone who he could not touch with his hand by a few swift steps. A nation where farmers or peasants were not in the overwhelming majority would have been inconceivable to him. If he should come knocking at your door across the years, and you should give him a ride in your motor car at a moderate speed, he would almost certainly die of fright. He had never seen a clean hospital, never had a tooth pulled without shattering agony. When he was ill, his doctor lowered his resistance by bleeding him. He never had to catch a train. He had never seen a photograph of anyone or anything. Mr. Franklin kept on talking about electricity in the sky, but it meant little to this gentleman of 1787. It is natural to assume that where words abide, meanings remain. Yet 15 decades of cultural change lie between us and the words of the Constitution. What we now call industry, the Founding Fathers called art. A machine was a symbol for a piece of workmanship composed with art to produce motion. It was also the part which the deities, angels, or demons perform in solving some knotty difficulty. A manufacturer symbolized a man who made things with his hands. The concept included, of course, the farmer. Credit was the symbol for trust reposed in the debtor. The vast machinery of modern credit transactions was unknown. A banker was a tradesman who dealt in money not long removed from the goldsmith banker. Business was beginning to be spelled with an I, but still meant busyness in most contexts. Industry symbolized the commendable behavior of ant and bee. Traffic had a vulgar connotation, as in the slave traffic or traffic with hussies. Trade was more respectable. Large merchants as well as petty shopkeepers were in trade. But commerce was held a stately word, symbol for all goods that moved. Mr. Justice Holmes was aware how these symbols had shifted. In Town versus Eisner, he said, "It is not necessarily true that income means the same thing in the Constitution and the current Act. A word is not a crystal, transparent and unchanged. It is the skin of a living thought, and may vary greatly in color and content according to the circumstances and the time in which it is used." The ruling economic policy of 1787, both in the young republic and abroad, went under the label of mercantilism. By this was meant two things. Governments must strive, and did strive, to ship out more goods than they shipped in, and so build up a reserve of metal and specie. Money was indeed substance in those days. It was thought better and more secure to have metal in the vaults than goods in the house. To achieve this so-called favorable balance of trade, it was essential that governments should take strong and active direction of commercial activities. Men did not speak of economics, but of political economy, where state and commerce were joined to a common end. The governments of England, Spain, France, Holland dispatched their trading ships and men of war to the four corners of the earth under a rigorous system of planned national commerce. It was the duty of the young republic to emulate them. The paternalism of the government extended to agriculture and commerce. This state control was no theory. It was the way strong nations prospered, a condition as natural to the fathers as state highways and traffic signals to ourselves. Most of the men who wrote the Constitution subscribed to mercantilism so defined. Concern for commerce runs throughout their debates. Contemporary documents examined by Walton Hamilton show strong evidence of an interest to endow the new federal government with power to formulate a policy for the national economy, extending over trade, manufacturing, agricultural, navigation, internal improvements. The term commerce alone had competency for so high a verbal duty. Thus was the famous Commerce Clause born. The Constitution, as conceived by its framers, was no narrow bill of particulars, but a broad instrument to give the newly created federal government power to deal with a serious crisis and to lead the nation forward along mercantilist lines. The founders wrote no intricate body of rules, no involved code, no inflexible corpus of constitutional law. They laid down a structure of how the officials of the government should be elected or appointed, and then granted them the most general powers. It is interesting to note that some functions were allotted to the states because of the sorry condition of the roads. Federal administrators could not be expected to surmount the mud or sand. Today, the words in their context, the state of knowledge, the technical arts, the ends of public policy, have changed beyond recognition. Industrial workers, tenant farmers, women wage earners, problems of hours, wages, competition, monopoly, insecurity, unemployment. These have come into a picture which was bare canvas in 1787. The rugged individualism which good citizens today read into the hearts of the Founding Fathers was not an accepted principle in 1787. Pioneers were rugged and independent, consuming what they produced with little benefit of markets. But the fathers were well-to-do gentlemen of the mercantilist persuasion, determined to build a strong state for the control of commerce and the capture of a favorable balance of trade. The ideals of laissez-faire, free competition, a minimum of governmental interference, enlightened selfishness were not to make their appearance for 50 years. While Adam Smith in England had laid a foundation for a philosophy of individualism at the time of the American Revolution, he was still mercantilist enough to counsel governments rigorously to plan their overseas trade. America was a generation and more behind England in adopting the factory system. Most of the men at Philadelphia had never heard the term laissez-faire. The doctrine of selfishness, however enlightened, would probably have shocked them. Furthermore, the 18th century had no lexicon of legalisms extracted from law reports in which judicial usage lies in a world apart from the ordinary affairs of life. The Founding Fathers wrote the Constitution in the everyday language of 1787 to meet a situation. The situation was met and the crisis surmounted. For this they merit our undying gratitude. What does the Constitution mean today? It gives some wise rules for government machinery, and some not so wise. The Electoral College for the choosing of a president is an example of the latter. It tells how sane men in 1787 thought their 13 states should be governed with broad federal powers over commerce and national welfare. It strengthens those who believe that policies made or endorsed by a majority of citizens through the ballot are superior to policies made by king, dictator, or junta. It emphasizes the freedom of speech, press, and assemblage, which most Americans and Englishmen prize highly in certain contexts. Beyond this, its power today is largely ritualistic, and so without much useful meaning for practical problems. Its virtues are already in our folkways. If we voted tomorrow to rescind the entire instrument, life would go on. From the semantic point of view, we cannot expect the meaning of written constitutions to survive extensive changes in culture. Unless the words are given new concepts in the light of new conditions, they will be used blindly, rigidly, and will weaken the power of governments to govern. This is one reason why the unwritten British Constitution provides a more flexible and practical instrument than the American. Reformers might urge, on the basis of Dr. Hamilton's analysis, that we should give to the Commerce Clause today a concept similar to that employed by the Fathers. This would operate to override many of the decisions of the Supreme Court, where the words interstate and intrastate are woven into stupendous verbal muddle. I am unable to follow such reasoning. We no longer live in a world dominated by mercantilist ideas. We have no more warrant to copy the fathers in their commerce concepts than to copy their canal building or their slave trade. The point to emphasize is that when members of the Supreme Court narrow the power of Congress to control commerce and cite the Constitution as their authority, they are not following the concepts of the fathers, but saying that they want Congress to do and using the Constitution as a kind of sacred war club. If this sounds scandalous, remember that Mr. Justice Hughes once remarked with commendable realism that the Constitution is what the judges say it is, while Theodore Roosevelt, when asked about a pending decision, said, "It depends upon whether judge comes down heads or tails." Do the majority of Americans want Congress to frame policy or the Supreme Court to frame policy? This is the real question at issue today. It may be that the majority opinion of 9 men secure in life tenure furnishes a better guide for social policy than the majority opinion of legislators elected for relatively short terms. The record of what the 9 men have actually done in the past 50 years has convinced me that I would rather trust my fortunes to the legislators, but that is another question. What we are considering here is the infallibility of justice, the widespread belief that we live under a government of laws and not of men, and the idea that judges can fit the meanings of the Constitution of 1787 to the meanings of current legislation as one fits together a picture puzzle. Once men sought to settle personal disputes with sticks and swords. It was a method costly to life and limb. Legal machinery was gradually substituted, where an arbitrator called a judge or a group of arbitrators called a jury listened to the claims of the disputants and rendered a decision. This saved hospital bills and grievances nursed because the other man had a bigger stick. Civilized living is impossible without machinery to settle disputes. If we accept this, and also accept the statement that legal decisions are always made by human beings, we can admire those who assume the difficult task of finding the facts and rendering decisions and be grateful to them. But when we begin to think of them as priests, speaking not out of their own experience, but as sounding boards for a law which is beyond human frailty, then this necessary machinery is converted into a branch of demonology. It is as though an umpire in a baseball game were regarded not as a fellow citizen doing the best he could, but as an automaton receiving a signal from on high before he cried ball or strike. The irritated fan in the bleachers sometimes does not hesitate to throw a pop bottle at an umpire whose decisions appear to be biased or consistently out of line with the facts. I do not recommend throwing pop bottles at judges, but there is a lot in the pop bottle point of view. A Supreme Court judge is just as human as a baseball umpire. Early in its history, legal machinery became entangled with the ghosts of divine sanction, and judges in their robes walked as solemnly as priests of the church in theirs. The rules which the judges accumulated to help them in their work were made into the verbal corpus of the law. Today, we have actual judges trying actual cases and dispensing decisions which are often fair and workable. Above and beyond, we have the law, the Constitution, and the Supreme Court, which are spiritual symbols for the kind of world we would like to have. When actual judges become entangled with symbolic judges and essential rules of legal procedure become entangled with the law, then we may have, on the one hand, a Supreme Court crisis, and on the other, many unfair and inaccurate decisions calling loudly for a shower of mental pop bottles. As in the case of philosophy, formal logic, and classical economics, the law then becomes a heavy handicap to Adam 1 in his attempt to come to terms with the world outside. It was no less an authority than Blackstone who said, "This, then, is the general signification of the law, a rule of action dictated by some superior being." Jerome Frank notes that the beginnings of such axioms are to be found in the fear of human judgment and the demand for a magical source of decisions. The early modes of trial, the ordeal, the judicial, duel, the oath, compurgation, were considered to be uncontaminated by human elements. The judgment was the judgment of the supernatural. Slowly, oh so slowly, there emerges a tolerance of a human being as the proper decider of issues. Legal history might be written in terms of the increase of that tolerance. But while in practice the human decider becomes more and more apparent in theory, the old fear, the old intolerance remains. The human element, says Frank, in the administration of justice by judges is irrepressible. The more we try to conceal the fact that judges are swayed by prejudices, passions, and weaknesses, the more likely we are to augment the fact. Legal systems have been reared on the beliefs: number one, that a judge centers his attention on impersonal rules of law. Number two, that his decision is the product of his application of those rules to the facts of the case. And number three, that as a consequence, the human element is practically boiled away as if one were working out a problem by following the rules of algebra. These beliefs enhance the bad effects of the judge's prejudices, passions, and weaknesses, for they tend to block self-examination by judges of their own mental processes. Judges develop a kind of oracle complex. It has become compulsory and respectable for judges to give explanations of their decisions in so artificial a manner as to ensure to the maximum the concealment from the judges and from others of judicial biases and predilections. Many factors affect judicial decisions, of which the rules of law constitute but one. Sometimes the rules have considerable influence, sometimes they have little. How much effect they will have in a given case is unknown. Knowledge of all the legal rules now in existence will not enable anyone to define most legal rights and duties with a high degree of accuracy. Future decisions are not predictable, as the famous legal core of the American Liberty League is well aware. What the great lawyers held to be surely unconstitutional turned out to be constitutional. Indeed, if the law were sure and certain, Supreme Courts would not split 5-4, for the law would reveal itself. Chancellor Kent of New York State, a great legal authority, in a charming burst of frankness, once wrote, "I saw where justice lay, and the moral issue decided the court half the time. I then sat down to search the authorities. I might once in a while be embarrassed by a technical rule, but I almost always found principles suited to my view of the case." The learned judge used his best judgment, came to a decision, and then ransacked the fat books for authority to support him. He almost always found it. I would be willing to take his decision if he were a good judge without the ornament of citations. The decision constitutes the reality of legal machinery. The citations contribute to the magic. A judge cites precedent, but he must first decide which precedents to cite. There are many varieties in the barrel. In the AAA case in 1936, the Supreme Court majority picked one set of precedents and the minority another. The majority held that a bonus to a farmer was like paying a shoe manufacturer to limit his output. The minority held that it was like giving a federal grant to a state college for courses in agriculture. Precedents are based on identification of this case with that case. A is A. If no two peas are quite alike, what must we say of legal cases? Precedents also enable judges to put upon the shoulders of the past the responsibility for personal decisions they make in the present. The law, says Thurman Arnold, may be dressed up by students of jurisprudence to look like a science, but any attempt to define the law with precision leads us into a maze of metaphysical literature, perhaps larger than has ever surrounded any other symbol in the history of the world. In the law, the poor are comforted by the fact that rich and poor are equal before it. The fortunate are reassured that careful people are treated better than careless people, who are punished for their mistakes. The trader is cheered by learning that the more profitable forms of sharp dealing are ignored by the law under the principle of individual freedom. The preacher is glad to know that all forms of dishonesty which can be curbed without interfering with economic law are curbed. Radicals are comforted by the news that the law is elastic, conservatives by the news that it grows ever more certain. The wage earner is told that not even his employer is above the law. The employer feels secure in the knowledge that the due process clause of the Constitution puts his property beyond the greedy reach of legislative enactment. The law saves us at once from the mob and from the dictator. It gives to all an equal chance for success. A government of laws and not of men. How beautiful, and what balderdash! There is not a reliable referent in the litany. Should we then tear the idea out of our minds as false and mischievous? Arnold says no, for men need comforting fictions in a drab world. When the Russians overtook to strip law of its mysticism after the Revolution, the hobgoblins which were thrown out of the front door ran around to the back door with different names. Men seem to need an ideal state as they often seem to need a God. If they need God, that is their business. But the myth of an ideal state may ruin the business of the community when practical affairs of survival are too long neglected in burning incense before the law. Incense may seem a far-fetched figure. Here are quotations from 2 letters to the newspapers in 1937, following President Roosevelt's proposal to add younger blood to the Supreme Court. May the dear Lord bless our Supreme Court as it is, and save us and our children from the terrible fate thrust upon a nation by Rehoboam and his inexperienced advisers. God will carry us through this catastrophe. Law-abiding citizens are notoriously good people. The lawless element is notoriously bad. But the violation of some laws is a normal part of the behavior of every citizen. During the unhappy period of alcoholic prohibition, most of us were lawless elements. Lawlessness, then, according to Frank, reduces to a charge of a mistaken selection of the existing laws which are to be ignored. Once the relativity of the term is grasped, it fades away as an absolute evil. Little help and much hindrance in dealing with problems of social control is rendered by the use of the word lawlessness. At its best, it connotes an absence of law, but the symbol law itself is fatally ambiguous. By usage, it may properly be employed to symbolize a dozen different subject matters. There is a growing inclination to abandon it as a useful label. Lawlessness as a symbol is still more vague and confusing. It should be excluded as far as possible from the vocabulary of careful students. When encountered, it should be subjected to wise skepticism, washed in what Mr. Justice Holmes calls cynical acid. But what editors will do without their lawless elements whenever a strike is called, I do not know. Perhaps editors are not careful students. Lawlessness is a kind of swear word used to wallop somebody you disapprove of. Mr. Frank is a semanticist after my own heart. As an economist, I am in favor of giving up the term capitalism as hopelessly ambiguous. As a lawyer, he is in favor of giving up not only lawlessness, but law. Such a step would certainly help us to see real judges behaving in a real world. We would no longer write letters to the newspaper asking God to protect the Supreme Court. Other weasel words in the jargon of lawyers are manifest intention, prudent, negligence, freedom of contract, good faith, ought to know, due care, due process, reasonable. Such terms are used as if they had precise meaning, thereby creating an appearance of continuity and uniformity which does not, in fact, exist. A special legal style, says Wurzel 1, has been developed with such phrases as, we must assume as proved. It appears to be without foundation. We cannot justly doubt. It is the purpose of such phrases to make the difference between the probable facts of a case and the inference drawn from them as inconspicuous as possible. It is to the courts that conservative men turn when new ideas in social affairs cause them mental anguish. Then why don't they say plainly that judges are better policy makers than elected legislators or executives? One could have no quarrel with the clarity of such a statement, but they do not say so. They begin to talk about laying heretical hands on our imperishable Constitution, about the violation of sacred principles and the dictatorial annulment of sacred rights. In short, they pass right over the human judges on the bench to the law in the clouds. Lawyers take up the hue and cry. The United States Senate, composed largely of lawyers, presents such a spectacle of bad language as the world has seldom seen for months on end. Common folks are perplexed and torn between the realities of what they desperately need in the present and the trailing glories of the past. The serious thing for you and me and Adam 1 is that behind this turmoil of emotion, certain well-to-do gentlemen in great utility corporations and elsewhere march straight to what they want. The whole exhibit is pie for them. The Constitution, like patriotism, can become the last refuge of scoundrels. The courts, says E.S. Robinson, are still burdened with the theory that they are laundries of the soul. We may respect judges who refuse to give up dreaming, but let us not turn aside from tangible social goals because of the fear that such a course may not disturb a set of imaginary values. Especially let us not turn aside when unscrupulous men are waiting to capitalize the detour. Semantically considered, the law is a parade of abstractions normally without reference. As in the case of classical economic theory, it can be used and is used to make citizens more uncomfortable than they need to be. Legal machinery for settling disputes and enacting statutes, on the other hand, is vitally necessary in civilized communities. Those judges, juries, arbitrators who make the decisions are human beings, limited by their own experience, by the thingamabobs they have met, and the principles they have digested. If they are very old and full of principles derived from an earlier cultural era, the decisions they hand down may be inapplicable to the current situation and sometimes really disastrous. Certain authorities believe that the decision of Mr. Justice Taney in the Dred Scott case was a major reason for the Civil War. Many decisions of the Supreme Court in the past 2 generations have checked and bedeviled the doing of things which ultimately had to be done. The income tax law, the minimum wage law were thrown out because judges personally did not like these ideas, but responsibility was shifted to the Due Process Clause of the Constitution. Later, it was found that due process was not violated and both pieces of legislation were admitted. By concentrating on the sublimities of due process, we lose sight of the judges. I suggest that we keep looking steadily at the man on the bench, a metaphorical pop bottle in either hand. If he is unable to surmount his stock of 1880 thingamabobs, we had best begin looking about for an arbitrator who can do so. This has been a difficult chapter to write. No sooner does one contemplate the law and literature of the law than he plunges headfirst into a viscous sea of verbiage which all but drowns him. I have tried to make clear 2 things. First, that I talk about the American Constitution today as if it meant to us what it meant to the Founding Fathers is often nonsense because of the change in context of situation. Second, that there is no certainty, no surety, no omniscience in the law except in ghostly realms. Craving omniscience, we can very gravely injure our relations to the world outside by prostrating ourselves before a phantom. Under the cover of that genuflection, unscrupulous men can make off with the family silver. Semantic reform would be aided by judges who can wisely decide situations in a real world, now using whatever practical rules may be necessary. It would be aided by a type of judge who can look more outside and less inside. There are a lot of us needing all the help such a judge can give us out here beyond his mind. Chapter 18. Stroll with the Statesman. During the World War, a patriotic American physician protested against the placards "German measles" displayed on houses where children were ill. He suggested "Victory Measles" or "Liberty Measles." H.G. Wells says, many publicists think of international relations in terms of powers, mysterious entities of a value entirely romantic and diplomatic. International politics is for them only thinkable as a competition of these powers. Patriotism is not something power represents, but something in which power trades. Germany, Austria, Britain, France are not names of people or regions, but of powers personified. They say, Austria will not like this. France will insist upon that. To this power idea, political life of the last 2 centuries has schooled many otherwise intelligent men, and by it their minds are now invincibly circumscribed and fixed. It is almost as difficult to visualize a power or a nation as it is to visualize the good. I ask you, think of Germany, and what do you see? An area colored yellow or green. The British Empire was usually red on a map in your school geography. That is your chief visible referent. Germany has geographical reality, although its boundaries make little topographical sense and are sometimes shifted. The other measurable referent is the native population living in this area, men, women, and children. They can be counted. Their characteristics, however, are astronomical in complexity and variation. Some of these people compose the German government, and one person makes the major political decisions. A topographical section, a file of people, or a group of officials is not, however, the personified nation commonly used in language. The latter is something impressively more, an essence, a might, a will, and so a goblin. Observation in the area disclosed nothing corresponding to such an essence. They disclose Schmidt 1, Schmidt 2, Schmidt 3, going about their business if they have any, or kicking their heels in an employment office if they have none. Germany may have gone mad in 1914 and again in 1933, as excited commentators say, but the organic madness is in the realms of demonology, not in the area called Germany. You yourself recognize this when you say, the German people are decent, kindly folk in the main, but Germany... If Germany, in terms of real reference, does thus and so, then you must be prepared to see every person in the population with a heave-ho, like sailors on a rope doing thus and so. Germany chokes freedom. All together, now choke. But if all together, who is left to be choked? The cows, perhaps, or an American newspaper man in Berlin? Well, some persons called Germans are choking the activities of other Germans. Correct. The German government, as a group of officials, is doing some choking. Yes, but Germany is not doing any choking. No. When you get away from Germany and begin to think about Schmidt 1, the fog begins to lift. In any country in so-called Western civilization, you will find most people eating, sleeping, laughing, talking, going to market, rearing children, working in factories, tilling the soil, reading newspapers, attending concerts, games, and moving pictures, riding in railroad trains and motor cars, a good deal as most people are doing in the next country. Some people in Germany today are performing certain acts of which I disapprove. But I find many people in the area called America performing acts of which I also disapprove. Mr. Hearst, for instance. Are there relatively more of such actions in Germany? I believe there are, but I confess my inventory is not complete. At this point, intelligent criticism can take place, but not in the foggy realms of a mad Germany. The Middle Ages suffered from the bad language of theology, but not from abstract nations and powers. These monsters are hardly more than 2 centuries old. If a nation is not a person, it obviously has no personal sense of honor. Therefore, its honor cannot be insulted. If Chancellor Blowhard gives orders to shoot down the citizens of a village across the border in the country of Zenda, the government of Zenda has reason to take strong measures, for its people have been cruelly hurt. But if Chancellor Blowhard announces that Zenda has been chosen by God as a refuge for all the knaves and poltroons on earth, the only official notice warranted by the government of Zenda is to ask the people across the border why they elected such a silly chancellor. To order general mobilization because of an insult to a ghost is madness indeed, but military reprisals have been undertaken for less. More normally, a battle of insults precedes the gunpowder. I say, the government of Zenda, and fall into my own trap. What is my government that diplomats are so punctilious about? My government requests an immediate apology. My government extends the warmest hopes for His Majesty's recovery from the stone. Where are realities for these envelopes sealed with the Great Seal, these satin breeches, these grim lips and frozen politeness? It is said that not more than 8 persons can sit around a table together to discuss a given topic and make intelligent progress. When a pressing decision must be reached, 7 are better than 8, 5 are better than 7, 1 is best of all. Somewhere around that table you will probably find your government. When thinking about governments, let your mind go through the word to a great mahogany table. Who is sitting there? How wise are they, or is he? What would you do if your legs were under it? At no point is the semantic discipline more needed than in agreements between nations. Treaties are signed and torn up. Solemn obligations are entered into and repudiated. Generous understandings are reached and violated. Part of this is due to bad faith. The diplomatic gentlemen are sometimes plain liars. But part of it occurs because the high contracting parties have not located the reference which their high words discuss. Why not tear up a treaty where Party A believes that Clause 11 refers to munitions in general, and Party B believes it refers to explosives and rifles? When you read an editorial complaining that solemn international obligations have been violated, it is a wise idea to find out if the obligation is the kind of thingamabob which really can be violated. High talk by high fools does more damage in international affairs, one suspects, than sinister plots and barefaced lies by diplomatic knaves. From the American papers in July 1937 comes an Associated Press story. Soviet Russia received an apology from Secretary of State Hull today because Admiral William D. Leahy, United States Chief of Naval Operations, recently called the Russian people virtual slaves. Leahy's remarks made in a recent speech prompted Russian diplomats to file objections. The admiral explained he meant no offense. Whatever he meant, the phrase has no communicable value. The Russians, said the admiral, are blob-blobs. Yet the insult is taken seriously. The cables warm up, notes are exchanged, diplomats go hastily down long corridors with official papers. An international incident is in the offing. Which reminds me that Joseph Cotton, when Assistant Secretary of State, found to his dismay that there was no word in the American diplomatic code for laugh. Kingsley Martin tells us that in 1929, Lord Snowdon created an international crisis by using the word grotesque in connection with a French minister's proposal for a financial settlement. We had better go back to the duel in cases of this kind. Let Lord Snowdon give the French minister satisfaction for injured honor at 30 paces, rather than run the risk of calling out the army and navy because La Patrie cannot tolerate the word grotesque. Mr. Martin was mentioned in an earlier chapter as an expert dissector of the British Crown. Observe in the following quotation how Disraeli, Prime Minister at the time, and so the man at the mahogany table skillfully shifted responsibility to a magical crown, and thus checkmated effective opposition to his policies. What Disraeli did in his Crystal Palace speech was to blend into one vast imperial whole the problem of the White Dominions, the problem of Ireland, the problem of the Near East, the problem of India, and finally, by a stroke of genius, the problem of Queen Victoria's relationship to her subjects. Henceforward, it was impossible to induce anyone to think clearly and coolly about any of these issues. It became impossible to hint at the necessity of home rule in Ireland, or to demand better government in India, or to discuss the ethics of British occupation of Egypt, without being charged with disloyalty to the Queen. To turn an intelligent imperialist movement into a popular jingoism, which bore fruit in the Boer War, was the immediate result of Disraeli's exploitation of the crown. The long agony of the people labeled Jews is largely caused by semantic confusion. The abstraction Jew is given an equipment of phantom characteristics. Isaac I, Isaac II, and Isaac III are then harassed or tortured on the basis of this notion, precisely as the lazy boy was misjudged and harried by his parents. If you meet a person subscribing to a certain religion called Jewish and do not like him, that is one thing. It may be his weakness or it may be yours. But if you denounce him as a Jew, apart from his space-time characteristics, you perform a monstrous act. You are a victim of genuine hallucinations and, strictly speaking, are not sane, for there is no concrete entity Jew in the living world. For such behavior, I am willing to call Hitler mad. There are also many madmen of this persuasion in New York City. The American people will never tolerate socialism, will never tolerate fascism, will never surrender their liberties, will never defy their Constitution. How often have the changes been rung on these stirring statements? One might as well say, the people of the moon will never tolerate green cheese. Produce reference for American people, socialism, fascism, liberty, defy their Constitution. Otherwise, such statements can elicit emotion, but little more. Writing on the future of democracy in the New Republic, Luis Alberto Sanchez of Peru begins his contribution to a symposium. Political democracy is not on the wane, it is going through a period of correction and of clarification. While Sanin Cano of Colombia begins his, I am afraid democracy is practically losing ground all over the world. Is this a flat disagreement on the facts? No, it is disagreement because each gentleman means a different thing by democracy. If we are to talk sensibly about democracy, we should begin by asking, what kind of democracy? Where? When? Shall the kind be political as in a nation, industrial as in a labor union, or social as in a club? Shall the place and time be Athens, 500 BC, the Roman Republic of 100 BC, the Dutch Republic of 1600, the Commonwealth of Cromwell in 1655, the American democracy of 1787, or the American democracy of 1938? Democracy in general is as treacherous a term as production in general. In the world of today, let us see if we can find the significant relations between various governmental forms now in operation. I think it fair to assume that the major decisions of all governments are made by very few men, often by one man. Mr. Baldwin was long the chief decision-maker for the British Empire. He dismissed the late king. Mr. Roosevelt has made decisions recently for the United States. Mr. Blum for the French government, Hitler for the German government, Mussolini for the Italian, Stalin for the Russian. These gentlemen are subject to various checks and balances, but for the moment their decisions are conclusive. The check on Stalin is expulsion by the Central Committee of the Communist Party. The check on Hitler is Reichswehr. On Baldwin, the Parliament and the Cabinet. On Roosevelt, the Congress and the Supreme Court. The check on Mussolini appears to be only his own conscience. In the so-called democratic governments, the man who decides is elected by a counting of citizens' votes, and while his decisions may be mandatory when he is in office, if the majority of citizens do not like them, they can vote him out at the next election, appoint another leader, and reverse the policies. In the so-called dictatorships, the man who makes the decisions has no time limit. He stays indefinitely. He can be ousted only by violence. The fear of violence leads him to apply more castor oil, concentration camps, firing squads, and Secret Service Corps than democratic leaders do. His political decisions may be better or worse, but the methods he usually adopts to keep himself in office are worse. On the other hand, he can often get things done with more efficiency than can democratic statesmen. Dictators can begin a war more readily, and in the past have used war as a method of keeping themselves in office. Dictators can get things done. It is folly to blink this fact. The rate of change, especially technological change, it can be roughly measured in kilowatts of energy consumed per year, makes it imperative to get things done. Democratic governments, with their checks and balances and repeated shifts in policy makers, often avoid rather than squarely face the problems raised by change. Speaking of England, Hogben says, the machinery of educational selection operates to recruit the nation's statesmen from those who can talk glibly, write elegantly, and argue forcibly without the capacity to act competently. When the need for action is urgent, they can only continue to talk glibly. write elegantly, and argue forcibly. If democracy can produce only leaders who can talk, it is doomed. Most of us in America, as well as in England, prefer a democratic form of government. But when we are confronted with the weaknesses of democracy as currently practiced, we tend to burst into rhetoric about freedom, liberty, the Constitution, hallowed rights, and imperishable traditions. Such talk does not get things done. On the contrary, it delays them. Intelligent citizens who value democracy should forget the rhetoric and bend their energies toward making studies, performing experiments, to the end of changing the machinery of democracy to articulate with changes in the environment. Such a course is impossible if people think of democracy as an entity, fixed, eternal, and inviolate. Sweden is now providing a laboratory where new machinery is being invented to keep the democratic method up to date. That, I submit, is the way to avoid dictators. The majority of citizens go about their business in one country as in the next. This is the objective picture to keep constantly in mind. As I went about Russia in 1927, I had to pinch myself to realize that these peaceful, friendly, busy people were in the midst of a great historical revolution. On top of the common base of daily behavior rises the governmental structure, normally with one man making the chief decisions in any given country at any given time. It is in some such focus that you and I and Adam 1 should form our opinions on national policy. It is this picture we should see before we demand a war for democracy or military aid for warring factions in foreign countries in the interest of preserving democracy. One-man governments today have three names: communism, fascism, and republics, where the president holds power until the next coup d'etat, as in certain South American countries. What are the observable distinctions? The man at the top follows the accredited pattern of hanging onto his job. He is used to it. He likes the quarters and he hates to quit. Modern dictatorships are heavily collectivized in the sense that the state dominates and directs economic activities. Private businesses may or may not be profitable, but so far as power is concerned, they are subservient to the dictator. In the so-called communistic dictatorship of Russia, the plain man is probably more highly regarded today than in the so-called fascist dictatorships of Germany and Italy. Ivan I may even receive a greater relative quota of consumer goods and public benefits, but no operations have been performed to establish this as fact. It is also highly probable that Stalin is more loath to begin an offensive war than Mussolini or Hitler. He has less to gain from it, for Russia is a territory replete with abundant deposits of natural resources, while Italy and Germany are territories deficient in many essential raw materials. Sympathizers with the Russian form of dictatorship are afraid of attack by the so-called fascist dictatorships. Naturally, they desire all the help they can get, so they make many statements about democratic governments supporting one another. Such statements are loud noises to me. The question I have to answer is this: as an American, do I love the people of Russia enough to urge the killing of tens of thousands of my people in a war against Germany, Italy, or Japan? The answer is no. I desire to see the people of Russia given a chance to work out one of the most significant economic experiments ever undertaken. But I am not prepared as an American to protect that experiment by force of arms. I remember too vividly the last time Americans ventured forth to make the world safe for democracy. If I were Ivan I, the case would be different. At this moment, a brazen invasion of France is going on. The Prussian militarist powers, in undisguised violation of their own signatures, of every canon of international law, of every principle of decency and humanity, are trying to crush the French people and their elected democratically constituted government. Apparently, this does not matter to us. We sit by idly and contentedly, denying French democracy the means to defend itself. Neutrality, followed to its logical conclusion, has made America effectively pro-German. Doesn't that take one back to 1916? It was not written in 1916, however, but in 1937. I have followed Alfred Bingham in transposing a few words. The way Louis Fisher actually wrote the paragraph published in The Nation, March 27, 1937, was this. At this moment, a brazen invasion of Spain is going on. The fascist militarist powers, in undisguised violation of their own signatures, are trying to crush the Spanish people. We sit idly and contentedly, denying Spanish democracy the means to defend itself. Neutrality, followed to its logical conclusion, has made America effectively pro-fascist. Thus, we find an emotive content similar to that of 1916, similar slogans, a similar call to cherish democracy. Mr. Fisher, I take it, is prepared, if necessary, to go to war to defend Russia. I am not. I am one of the greatest idle and contented sitters by you ever saw. I do not like dictators, especially those styled fascist, but I dislike the facts of modern warfare more. It may be argued, and is, that if Hitler gobbles up Russia, the United States will be next. One is reminded of the extrapolation of the geologists as to the age of the earth. Hitler has first to deal with Stalin's army, and especially his air force. In the not too probable event that he conquered Russia, one suspects that he would have trouble enough trying to sit on the 180 million Slavs stretched along 2 continents without being eager to sit on 130 million Americans occupying a large section of a 3rd continent. I outlined this common argument not so much to refute it as to give a sample of the fantastic nature of many political arguments. If I do not want to go to war, then I must be a pacifist. Good Lord, absolutes to the right of us, absolutes to the left of us. At times like these, I am almost ready to go back to sign language. How would you call a man a pacifist with your hands? One reason why people who do not like military violence get into so many battles among themselves and are on the whole so futile is that they try to deal with pacifism as a timeless principle. Nearly every living animal will fight when cornered. The impulse is deep in the nervous mechanism of survival. Whether men will fight or not depends on a given set of circumstances at some given time and place. Non-resistance as a timeless principle is meaningless. To refuse to fight in a given war is a different matter and often takes courage. Furthermore, to proclaim in advance that one will or will not do in some future situation is a branch of astrology. You do not know what you will do until you are in it. In the event of an unprovoked attack by air on your city, a military invasion of the country in which you live, a sudden revolutionary uprising on the streets as you are going home to lunch, your boys being choked to death by poison gas, how can you tell what you will do then? Opponents of pacifism make much of the well-known argument about the criminal attack upon your sister. Would you fight to protect her virtue? If so, you are no pacifist and not really opposed to war. Our old friend logic. Major premise. War involves violence. Minor premise. Those who defend their sisters use violence. Therefore, they are warriors. Though the context of a criminal attack is entirely different from that of organized, deliberate warfare, both are cheerfully lumped together. Then I am not a pacifist. No, I am not a blob. On the principle of survival, I am opposed to taking action against the lives of the citizens of any country if there is a possible way to avoid it. Whether we should fight in a future war or not, or advocate fighting, depends on time, place, and nature of the provocation in an experience not yet encountered. My feeling is against war. What my body will do when the time comes, I cannot say. A war of ideas is a contradiction in terms. An idea cannot be fought with guns. At best, aggression may sometimes be discouraged with guns, but aggression is an act. What usually happens is a sequence of reprisals, beginning with a disagreement over an idea, say Catholicism versus Protestantism, or fascism versus democracy. Even in a childish quarrel, the original disagreement tends to be lost in the bitterness of the fight about who began the fight. You started it. I did not. You started it. When the battle goes over from high words to physical violence, to reprisals, killings, and atrocities, the agreement becomes insoluble. Faces must be saved, lives avenged. The struggle ends when fatigue and exhaustion exceed desire to pay the other fellow back. To this dreadful impasse do our words lead us. The semantic danger in a so-called war of ideas is the identification of the idea with the physical tactics, real or alleged. Catholicism is the tortures of the Inquisition. Communism is the execution of White Russians. Imperial Germany is the cutting off hands of Belgian babies. Fascism is the bombing of women and children in Madrid. Fortified with such identifications, opponents of these doctrines are ready to tear the world to pieces to stamp them out. While Hitler was squabbling with Catholics in Germany, a meeting took place at Madison Square Garden in New York, at which strong sympathy was shown for General Franco and the Spanish rebels. One of the speakers was the Reverend Bernard Grimley of London, editor of the Catholic Times. He reduced the conflict to its simplest terms. The issue, he said, is God or anti-God. Thereby, he identified God with General Franco, with German troops under Franco, and so with Hitler, who at the time was fighting God in Germany. Neutrality is another troublesome abstraction. As an absolute, it can obviously never be defined. Yet we witness laws, orations, public meetings, organizations, books, pamphlets to enforce it. Nobody wants to enjoy a word neutrality. One wants Adam 1 and Schmidt 1 to forego the doubtful pleasure of blowing each other to bits. Steps can be taken to make a war more difficult to inaugurate, but neutrality to have meaning must be decided for each specific case. Neutrality of what kind, where, when? What are munitions of war? This question is now perplexing statesmen and believers in peace. They hope to find an exact definition and so prevent the export of munitions. The word is there, so of course the thing must be there. A little observation shows that referents for the term are impossible to locate unless one wants to include practically every raw and processed material. The conditions of modern warfare and modern technology are such that a whole people is mobilized as well as the army, and nearly every mineral, foodstuff, and technical crop enters into mobilization requirements. Camera factories are turned into plants for making gun sights. Cotton for dresses becomes gun cotton. Farm tractor factories begin to throw tanks off the assembly line. In some cases, a line of paper credit is the best of all munitions. The pursuit of the word is hopeless. The best a given government can do is to list categorically certain materials that it will or will not export, with no illusions as to stopping trade in all munitions. It has frequently been pointed out that war is unprofitable to a given country. Norman Angell wrote a famous book, The Great Illusion, emphasizing this. America lent the Allies money. The Allies paid only a fraction of the money back. So America lost billions, and we conclude that wars are unprofitable and should not be undertaken. Wait a moment. Who lent the Allies what? When we begin to analyze the concrete situation, we find that many American bankers made a very sweet thing out of war loans. Many American businessmen made great sums of money out of goods ordered on the strength of war loans. Many American workers held jobs at high wages out of war loans. That more people suffered than benefited in America may or may not be true. To draw flat conclusions about the unprofitableness of war for America is to misunderstand what exactly happened and to complicate a realistic program for dealing with a future threat of war. Captain Liddell Hart has looked at the World War from another point of view, that of strategy and tactics. He says that both Allied and German generals went into the battle lines of 1914 filled to bursting with principles derived from Napoleon and Clausewitz. In their heads they visioned the struggle as a prancing open combat, with the big battalions always taking the offensive and cavalry at full gallop. For months they would not hear of more than 2 machine guns per regiment, of trench mortars, gas, airplanes, or tanks, nor of saving manpower by skirmish line attacks. By adherence to the theoretical ideal of destroying the main army of the main enemy, the Allied chiefs would forfeit one actual point after another. They would encourage Bulgaria to join the enemy alliance, allow their own ally Serbia to be overrun, let slip the chance of probing Austria's weakness and cause a great part of their own forces to be pinned down in the East and Near East throughout the war. During 4 years, they pursued an ideal without seriously asking whether conditions made it practicable. The man who finally got machine guns and tanks to the front and saved the British Army was a rank civilian, Mr. Lloyd George. Consider free speech as an absolute. Liberals criticize the government of Russia for denying free speech. When one mildly observes that Russians do not know what free speech means in the American sense, one's head is snapped off. Free speech is declared to be free speech everywhere at all times. Only the morally obtuse would fail to live up to the great principle. If you are caught, as I have been, in the toils of a moral lecture on this subject, invite the moralist to go out on the street and shout a few selected 4-letter words and see how long free speech is permitted him before the police arrive. Freedom is a relative term having meaning only in specific contexts. In America, criticism of the government, of government officials, of industrial tycoons, of exalted members of the clergy, great bankers, and other high muckamucks is one of our highly valued privileges. To carry the concept over unmodified into Russia or Turkey or Japan is nonsensical. The context of situation has changed, and the concept of free speech must change it. A newspaper man reported an interview with presidential candidate Harding in 1920 as follows. A senator, distinguished, powerful, an astute leader with surpassing skill in political management, told me that Americanism was to be this year's campaign issue. When I asked him what Americanism meant, he said that he did not know, but that it was a damn good word with which to carry an election. It was in 1920. In 1936, Messrs. Landon and Knox found that it had worn a little stale. The Republican Party is an elephant, the Democratic Party a donkey. Outside of this zoological notation, the differences are hard to find. As animated abstractions, the parties are worth a rousing fight. Men turn pale with anger as they discuss party politics. Semantically, there is no party as an entity. The referents of the term are individual voters more or less controlled by local bosses. Observing them, we find they behave in substantially a similar way. The ins become the outs, and the outs become the ins. A majority of well-to-do people professes Republican sympathies in the North, Democratic sympathies in the South. Indeed, the only measurable difference seems to be that Republicans pull one lever on the voting machine, and Democrats the other. The election of 1936 was decided by the relative strength of those who liked Mr. Roosevelt as against those who did not. This is not to say that political parties are a fantasy and should be abolished, only that in discussing politics it is well to keep abstraction levels clear and find real differences, if any. In many countries, we find perceptible differences between liberal and conservative blocs. Not so, as a rule, in the United States. The indications are that this situation is likely to change before long. During Franklin Roosevelt's first administration, conservatives and businessmen opposed increasingly the extension of authority at Washington. The lawyers of the Liberty League even went so far as to counsel corporations to obey such federal statutes as the Wagner Act and the Holding Company Act, feeling confident that the Supreme Court would nullify them in due course of due process. Many of the larger utilities, in violation of the Act, refused to register with the Securities Exchange Commission. The conservatives professed themselves enchanted with the principle of states' rights as against the federal government. The radicals were strong supporters of an extension of federal powers. Then came the wave of sit-down strikes in the early months of 1937. The conservatives deserted their well-loved states and called for strong central measures, demanding the federal incorporation of unions and congressional power to deal belligerently with sit-down strikers. The radicals abruptly deserted Washington and cried for hands-off labor. Thus, each side scrambled to the other's dogma. The usual procedure would be to accuse them of inconsistency. To the student of semantics, on the contrary, the scramble was a sensible performance. The story shows how impossible it is to be consistent about federalism or states' rights when conditions change. Dr. Charles A. Beard reviews certain proposals for improving the administration of the American government. The first demon which he encounters is the common belief that there are some functions which the government can properly undertake and others which are improper. It was proper for a while for the unemployed to make mattresses for themselves, but later this was found to be improper. The next demon is the neat verbal segregation into legislative and administrative functions. These functions can no more be separated in fact than can those of investor and speculator. The isolation of the executive from the legislative is impossible except in books for grade school children. Some of the engineers engaged in administrative reorganization fell into the superb error of assuming that public works should be taken out of the several departments and segregated in one department. All had the same name, and the conclusion followed that all, therefore, must be identical. It was seriously proposed, for example, that the building of roads and trails through the national forests should be taken out of the Forest Service and put into the Public Works Department with the rest of the roads. But the nature of these woodland roads, their location and structure, are matters related peculiarly to the purposes of forestry. In actual practice, the theory of grouping administrative offices according to kindred names breaks down in innumerable points. The controlling issue, concludes Dr. Beard, becomes one of the human purposes to be accomplished. I know of no better advice with which to close this chapter. The controlling issue. The real task for a statesman is to find the human purpose to be accomplished in a given situation. Chapter 19. On Facing the World Outside. I have made little effort in the foregoing pages to develop a theory of semantics. I have sought to give the reactions of a layman to certain aspects of this new discipline. My interest, of course, is far from academic, because words are the tools of my trade. With such a trade, one must be on the lookout for methods of improving communication. Semantics promises such a method, and it excites me as a craftsman. More, it seems to promise a revolution in the process of thinking. When one becomes aware of the pitfalls of language, an avalanche of illustrations roll in. Have you read Senator Wheeler's speech? Have you seen what Goebbels said about literature? Did you hear Al Smith on the radio? Did you read Walter Lippmann this morning? Have you seen Mussolini's note on Spain? Did you tune in on Nicholas Murray Butler? Did you hear the Right Reverend William T. Manning on the state of the world? Did you see what Millikan said about science and religion? Have you translated Henry Ford's latest contribution to economic philosophy? The student of semantics is embarrassed with the sheer richness of the evidence that people do not know what they are talking about. A business conference, the congressional record, a meeting of a board of education, the proceedings of almost any annual convention, a get-together of pacifists, of the daughters of the American Revolution, of communists, of delegates to the AFL, a banquet of the Bar Association. Words, 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 making blob, sense, blob, blob, sense, blob. A thin white flicker of meaning on a broad black band. From 1870 to 1914 in the United States, this kind of thing did not make so much difference. Men were busy overrunning a continent, and words could not seriously deflect the course of a hustling and impetuous action. But those of us who have lived through the Great War, the Great Boom, the Great Depression, and now observe the rise of the dictators abroad are not so easy in our minds as were our fathers in the days of Cleveland and McKinley. Even if not caught in an active catastrophe of fighting, financial ruin, personal suppression, deportation, or violence, one reads the headlines morning after morning with a kind of dazed incredulity. Has the planet begun to spin in the wrong direction? Is the oxygen leaving the atmosphere? Is agricultural mass production taking essential vitamins out of foodstuffs and slowly poisoning us? What is the matter with people? What is the matter with governments? What is the matter with me? First a war that killed 30 million human beings, then a speculative boom which, after producing more bad language to sell more fantastic propositions than in the entire previous history of finance, exploded like the airship Hindenburg. Finally, when a little headway has been made against economic disaster, the peoples of Europe, more civilized than any other living group, prepare solemnly and deliberately to blow one another to molecules. Schmidt 1, Ivan 1, Giuseppe 1, and Anatoly 1 do not want to blow one another to molecules, but by a course as relentless as a Greek tragedy, they now move, white-faced and slow, to that end. Confusions persist and increase because we have no true picture of the world outside, and so cannot talk to one another about how to stop them. Again and again I come back to the image of the map. How can we arrive at a given destination by following a grossly inaccurate map, especially when each adventurer has a map with different inaccuracies? Better language can clear away many non-existent locations which clutter the maps we now carry. It will help us talk sensibly with one another as to where we are, why we are here, and what we must do to get there. If the characteristics of people and groups are in fact different from the characteristics our charts and theories ascribe to them, the charts are dangerous and we run into reefs instead of sailing through open channels. If people do not in fact behave as our ideas of fascism expect them to behave, we are rendered helpless in dealing with the happenings which go under that label. Language is perhaps the most human of all human attributes. It is what sets off most sharply from the higher animals. It is part and parcel of our minds and of the relatively greater size of our brains. No record exists of any tribe which could not talk. Is it a wild extrapolation to suppose that language and human beings appear together on the evolutionary stage, that as the brain grew, speech grew? What can be more important than to appreciate, understand, and consciously develop this most human activity? It is extraordinarily difficult, but the facing and overcoming of extraordinary difficulties is another very human attribute. I give you Captain Scott on his march to the South Pole. To hold that no language would be better than bad language may be permissible in formal logic, but not in practical affairs. We should be wary of linguistic annihilism. Language we must have to be human. Our word stocks are ample. There is little fault to be found with the words we use, much with the way we use them. The best of guns does not hit every target at which it is aimed. One has first to learn to shoot, and one must be careful not to shoot himself. Semantic analysis helps to explain many baffling contradictions. Why are Christian preachers so ferocious in time of war? Why do well-to-do church members oppose laws against child labor so bitterly? Why is Tammany Hall, the notorious den of political brigands, so kind to poor people? Why do great scientists like Eddington and Millikan bring heaven into their deductions, if not into their experiments? Why are radicals so bent upon exterminating one another through factional splits? Why do socialist mayors call out the police to beat up strikers? Why are people with deplorable opinions frequently pleasant to talk to? Why do moral sinners often have such a good time? Why can't we find the money to finance better living conditions when we readily find it to finance better dying conditions? Why is a balanced budget no longer a sacred symbol when a nation goes to war? Why is the right of private property enforced in many areas, but not in the anthracite coal district of Pennsylvania? Why do we close down factories when unemployment is spreading? Why do all of us have such a dreadful time living up to our principles? Such questions have haunted me for years. A certain cheap satisfaction can be derived by exposing contradictions in the opinions of those one does not agree with. But how about the alarming contradictions in one's own opinions and behaviors? When one sees clearly that most principles, as currently affirmed, are unattainable because they have no contact with reality, the pain of such contradictions is eased. If a man affirms that his purpose in life is to jump over the moon and he does not do it, you are not grieved because poor humanity does not live up to its principles. Many principles will be found to be moon jumps when referents are sought for. Poor humanity is not indulging so much in moral failure as in bad language. As situations change, workable principles must change, as we saw in the case of time and length. As the pain of contradiction goes, many tight, rigid moral judgments go with it. Hatreds for ideas now known to be unattainable dissolve, together with clenched resentments and suspicions. Moon jumps no longer keep one bad-tempered and suffering from indigestion. One begins to concentrate on situations of fact rather than on a game of anagrams. The reformer shifts his base from bitter resentment of what the other crowd is saying to an examination of what the other crowd is actually doing and what it can do within the severe limitations of historical trends and changes. Capitalists cease to be demons and become human beings when one realizes that most capitalist principles are moon jumps and that inventors are forcing changes in social and financial institutions regardless of what noises Morgan I may care to make with his mouth. Per contra, semantic students of a conservative turn of mind may discount the utopias of the radicals as so many moon jumps. Adam I comes into the world equipped by the evolutionary process with certain characteristics, with senses, nervous system, muscular structure, which enable him to meet his environment and survive. Hobie Baker comes into the world in a similar manner. Man, unlike a cat, has developed a language which can help him and has helped him to find his way around the macroscopic world. What he sees with his eyes and describes with his tongue is not necessarily a true picture of the environment, but it has been good enough for purposes of survival. The human population has overrun the whole land surface of the planet where life is tenable. An immense amount of unnecessary hardship and suffering has been caused in the past by word magic and the personification of abstractions, but not enough to check seriously the increase in the species. Around 1600, the scientific method began to make headway. Out of it came a series of deductions about the nature of physical processes, and a series of inventions which have operated further to increase population, release great stores of energy from coal, oil, and falling water, and produce the complicated and highly specialized culture in which we now find ourselves. The scientists have consistently bettered their language, especially by developing mathematics. They had to, if they were to talk intelligently about what their experiments showed. The rest of us have not improved ordinary language. Its structure is no more reliable than in the days of Aristotle or of the caveman for that matter. The more complicated culture becomes, the less reliable, relatively, is ordinary language. We have seen how the printing press, the radio, advertising, propaganda increase the havoc. At what point befuddlement becomes a dominating characteristic and the needle swings to anti-survival, no one can say. We desperately need a language structure for the clear communication of observations, deductions, and ideas concerning the environment in which we live today. The suggestions outlined in this book may not be good enough, but is there anyone who will not agree that some kind of semantic discipline is essential? Is there anyone who will not agree that, could the right kind be found, it would be a mandatory study for the following: writers of books and articles dealing with social questions, editorial writers, no exception, reporters and journalists, to keep them from confusing facts with inferences, government executives, senators, congressmen, state and local legislators, diplomats and writers of state papers, judges, lawyers, and juries. Every juryman should pass a test in semantics before admission to the box. Lecturers, radio speakers, chairmen of forums dealing with social problems, teachers and professors, no exceptions, mothers and fathers who do not want their children to be badly hurt when they must face the outside world alone, and all consumers of the verbal output from the above classes. Just in case the goods are not as advertised, semantics might be called a testing bureau for the consumer of language. A good semantic discipline gives the power to separate mental machinery from tangible events, makes us conscious of abstracting, prevents us from peopling the universe with non-existent things. It does not dispense with poetry, fiction, fantasy, imagination, ideas, intellectual emotions. It checks us from acting as if fantasies were real events worth fighting for and dying for. It checks a kind of dangerous hypnotism, abnormal reversals of nerve currents, mental states approaching insanity. Abstractions we must use, but as we use them, we should look as it were over their edge and ask, what is really happening out there? How do facts really hang together out there? What are people really doing out there? We are creatures of our environment. Take away air, and in 5 minutes we perish. Take away water, and we are dead in a few days. The basic data are the me, the outside world, and the senses which connect the two. The road to understanding for Adam 1, as for Hobie Baker, is through experience with the outside world. There is no proof except in reference to that world. At the bottom, below the philosophies, logics, cults, fashions in thinking, this is all we poor creatures have to hold on to. The mighty truths, the powerful and protecting entities we build up in our heads are unprovable. Presently they desert us. This study turns utterly away from them. This study clings to the only things in the long run which can have meaning, which can develop knowledge, which can hopefully make men live closer to the possibilities of their extraordinary mental structure. Mr. Eddington, Mr. Jeans, Mr. Milliken, even Mr. Wells keep running off the reservation, trying to find some great hand to grasp. This study stays on the reservation, afraid that great hands in 1938 are no more dependable than great hands in 5000 BC. They let you down, these hands, because someday somebody finds out that they are but words in a skull. I am tired of them, and I believe that I am not alone. We shall be called materialists. Let it go. Let them all go, every last watertight, pigeonhole term ever invented. For those who have followed Einstein and Bridgman in their destruction of concepts of absolute substance, materialism is a foolish symbol. We are done with rigid principles which exist only in the brain. The lesson of this study is to beware of eternal certainties. There are none which the fingers of experiment can verify. There is no perfect truth, happiness, heaven, peace. To rely upon them is to feel hopeful before being betrayed. Look to this context. Find the referent. What is true about this? What is useful about that? What possibilities of survival and happiness may be found here? Not up in the beyond. Here, with this open-mindedness, flexibility, skepticism, perhaps men can find many more things which are true, which bring a measure of peace and happiness, than were ever assumed in an abstract heaven. When men use their hands and minds in the disciplines of science, of art, music, poetry, their knowledge and well-being advance. When they use their minds for establishing eternal laws and principles in philosophy, economics, jurisprudence, theology, politics, then the good life falters and often turns most evil. The age-old disagreements in these studies will continue until, as Hogben says, we make the language of science part of the language of mankind and realize that the future of human reason lies within those who are prepared to face the task of rationally planning the instruments of communication. The promise of semantic discipline lies in broadening the base of agreement. Under the going canons of philosophy, theology, and the rest, there is no possibility of wide agreement. Referents are too few. There is little in these studies which A can point out to B and say, "That is what I am talking about. Go and touch it." Now do you see what I mean? Ideas and purposes lie beyond the facts. B cannot touch and see what A sees. One believes or does not believe, and between believer and non-believer lie bitterness, discord, and sometimes death. Dictators can force a kind of duress agreement on the formula of "agree with me or be shot." It is not very helpful. Primitive men cannot reach agreement in their magical realms of good and evil spirits. Even the rationalists cannot achieve it, for they hold to reason alone, uncontaminated by the outside world. The scientists, above all others, have one agreement. With it has come an incomparable advance in knowledge, an incomparable opportunity to provide material well-being for every member of the race. The knowledge works. Can we follow the discipline, modify to a different context, and find agreement in the more troubled and perhaps more complicated fields of social and economic affairs? Not unless we can talk clearly. Good language alone will not save mankind, but seeing the things behind the names will help us to understand the structure of the world we live in. Good language will help us to communicate with one another about the realities of our environment, where now we speak darkly in alien tongues.